else. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. Know the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. Up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I game and pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along.
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come and do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh, 'cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come and do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. Yeah, I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, give it to me now.
I didn't know why we parted. I didn't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain.
So I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. Oh. Temptation. Temptation. Oh. Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. Lips so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I in the future. Now that we're together, ooh, now that we're together,
We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. I'm a jump from the ship, but I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living. Like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging. Just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin. Cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick, get a grip of my thin frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt free? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, 'cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. 'Cause I don't need to pretend Don't have life in envy. Shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling, and right now we're beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment. I'm living my best, 'cause I don't need to pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment. I'm living my best, 'cause I don't need to pretend. Ooh, this like you, ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat, all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wires. And the hand that's in this, gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleep, non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had a close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the buzz, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the fight for side. FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send one player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
that's
That's real magic.
squad flew too hard like a nigga got 4 iron suit. Death to the. Got me talk money talking, I'm always in the loop. Got the boss, me, y'all in the boss. I'ma walk around the whip across the weather. Know it, I do it better. Wow. Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better. Wow.
拿下下一个第一，
There's the goal wild.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let's go wild.
比起他们打野灰吧，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的回归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Good day and welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 season number 1. And now we're on day number 30 of our regular season. We are going to be your Southcasters, Giang and Autolus, and we have 3 very exciting games set in store for you guys.
Can't believe that it's already the 30th day of Wild Rift League Asia. It feels like yesterday that we were casting the second day or the first day of Wild Rift League Asia. And the good thing here, Giang, is this is not yet halfway. We still have like more Wild Rift action in store for everyone. So you'll be seeing us a lot from today up until July. July is when the playoffs will commence. And I'm just excited for more Wild Rift action because we are in a league that we feature the best after best. Speaking of the best, we have a total banger series or 3 banger series that we have for today. NAOS will be facing against FPX, followed by WBG versus J-Team. And our last will be another APAC versus China and Buriram versus Rare Atom.
Yeah, this is one of the best matchups we have so far as of this week or for a while now, because these setups or these matchups are actually quite close onto each other. NAOS Esports gonna be going up against Fun Plus Phoenix, Weibo Gaming against J-Team, and Buriram United Esports against Rare Atom. 2 APAC teams versus Chinese teams, and a battle for the very top here for the Chinese teams in our middle match. So a lot of expectations later on as all of these teams are again trying to reach towards the playoff qualifying spot, which is for the CN Conference top 8, and for the APAC is top 4. And for some of our teams, there are still some struggling, particularly Thunder Talk, Fun Plus Phoenix, OMG, and Rare Atom. OMG lost yesterday against Fennel, and Fun Plus, they have a match later.
For APAC, everything is just a game behind or a game ahead of each other, right? You see Buriram, NGX, NAOS just being 1 game ahead of the teams that are close behind them in Invade, Fennel, and Cerberus. So it really is an open race for all these 8 teams. KT Roserwai is definitely ahead of the curve right now and is enjoying a comfortable spot at number 1. But make no mistake, the rest of the APAC teams, they want that 4th spot. They want that top 4 spot to be able to qualify themselves for the upcoming playoffs.
And they want to get a couple of wins as well against the Chinese teams. Yesterday, we saw an amazing victory by Fennel Adversity versus OMG. Invade Esports tried during their match against Nova Esports, but it's Nova Esports are just on a different dimension. But on our today's schedule, NAOS Esports versus Fun Plus Phoenix is actually going to be an interesting one, because these 2 teams or the situation right now of NAOS Esports and Fun Plus Phoenix is similar to Fennel and OMG. NAOS Esports still sitting a little comfortably in our standings for the APAC conference, but for Fun Plus Phoenix, they have a relatively similar scoreline for OMG.
Indeed. And this is where things get interesting, right? Like, will NAOS be able to get their second win against a Chinese team? We remember they are one of the first teams that was able to hand a Chinese team a defeat, going back into week number 2, if I'm not mistaken, in where they were able to win off of Mirmo's Ash. Now, going against FPX, I dare say it is winnable, right? Looking at the stats, FPX favored side is on the blue side. And I assure you that NAOS does have enough support system to scout the advantages that FPX is getting whenever they are on blue side.
It might be one of the priorities of NAOS Esports to be able to pick up red side, especially that their performance on there is actually really good. And one of the reasons why is Xiaopi. During their match against Enigma Galaxy actually popped off or enabled the team so much with a lot of ganks, a lot of team fight setups, and a lot of help and follow-ups as well whenever they're the ones being ganked. And I think his vibe performance is something to be notable as well, and might threaten FPX in these games.
For sure, and this is a new matchup overall. This is not what we expected during day number 1, because FPX was running a different jungler back then. And now QF16, again, their newest acquisition, has been a solid light and has been a good addition to the team. However, last game, QF16 really got out jungled so hard that I feel that this is going to be our key matchup for today, Kiyoung, because if anything, Xiaopi has been like, the biggest shot caller for NAOS. Whenever he tries, whenever a positive thing happen for NAOS, come early game or come mid game, it usually has Xiaopi at the forefront of everything. So that being said, it's really going to be an exciting matchup because QF16, we know his Aatrox, we know his Shinjao. Meanwhile, Xiaopi's Wukong, Invai also has to be respected.
Both really like setting up plays for the team. Also, it is going to be important that the other laners are going to be playing it out much safely. We have a noted Calm to have a really fantastic game during their game number 1 against Enigma Galaxy, and having to match against Fado might be a bit of a challenge. Fado is very creative into the Baron lane, even have picked up the Corki at one time. And who's our host?
Is this Michelle? Yeah, okay.
联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是子琪。今天是常规赛第7周的第3个比赛日，首场对决呢将由马尼拉 NAOS 战队对阵 FunPlus 战队。马尼拉 NAOS 战队尝试去打造出一套专属于他们的寒冰体系，今天他们能否完善自己的阵容呢？而 FunPlus 战队的表现仍有很高的上行空间，新人选手的实力突出，但是缺乏经验。今天他们能否以更高的磨合程度回归赛场？让我们一起来期待一下。Hello everyone, welcome to the 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. Here's Michelle. As the opening, we're gonna have Manila NAOS Esports versus FunPlus FPX. NAOS try to build a unique system for their Ashe. Can they find a better way? And FunPlus can still get improved. Their newcomer is outstanding, but still lack of experience. So can they come back with a better chemistry? Let's check it out in the Rift. 那么接下来呢，就让我们有请两支战队登场。Now let's give up to Manila NAOS Esports and FunPlus FPX.
I have 100% confidence in my teammates, and we're gonna take you down.
Oh, let's go.
That background though.
虽然我们战绩不太好，但对付你们这种小卡拉咪还是轻轻松松的。
or something. That they have prepared for this messages. So kinda excited to see the next. It hasn't been like that always. I don't think so, right? That's like a new thing with NAOS.
Yeah. It seems to be new. Also, I actually, yesterday, at our broadcast, I actually looked for an AI thing that we can use for translating
the battles?
The banters, but I have no idea how we can integrate it live.
Yeah, I don't think you can. But if anything, like you can go back to the previous lives and just try to see who had the spiciest comment of all. That will definitely be something to look forward to, especially the Chinese versus APAC matchups. See who really had the worst/best comments
接下来让我们有请中路选手 and the million Sky FL.
We have seen some long comments or long banters by other teams. Some very short and concise
接下来让我们
comments
有请射手
as
选手
well.
In
But
the
I think
duel
one
in
of the best
A13.
comment that I have seen was yesterday in Esports against Nova.
Was it long?
最后让我们有请辅
Was
助
it really
选
a,
手
a long
they were like,
message?
get ready to have to lose to us, something like that.
Ah, get ready for your heads to be taken, something to that effect.
再
Yeah.
次欢迎 FunPlus 战队
Anyway,
有请进
so
入
we
对战
go
时进
back
行准备
to FPX
接下来让我
and
们有请马尼拉 NAOS
they
战
are-
队亮
as they are
相
being
首先欢迎
introduced,
单人路选手
this
In the
is
solo lane Calm
a matchup again that wherein we will be looking
接下来
and
有请打野
monitoring
选手 In the
closely
jungle
the
Zombie
jungle matchup. This is Zalpi. Okay, this is what I was trying
接
to
下
say,
来有
right?
请
So
中路
this
选手 And the
background,
Million
yeah,
Matura
so they have like a new thing.
接下来
They
有请射
they
手
woke
选
up
手
and
In the
chose
Julian
violet,
Murmo
I guess is what I'm trying to say.
最后
Oh,
有请
yeah.
辅助选手 And the support Ray
Yeah, it does seem new.
I think it's a new backdrop.
双方战队已经集结完毕
Something
让我们一起
and
进入到召唤师
yeah,
峡
they
谷当
just
中
want
吧
to
All the players are getting ready
they
to
just want to
step into
have
the
that
wild
WRL Asia flavor or thematics as their background. Anyway, so we are going to start the fight per side, the 1v1, and it does look like that we will have. Well, we don't have the players yet, right? But it does seem that Rafe is trying to ready his phone, so he could be the one playing the 1v1. And the last time that we saw him, he was on the Gragas.
Huh. Well, Gragas is an interesting champion to have here in this particular game. We have seen, you know, the tank Gragas more so used. The AP one, it's not really recommended. It's too squishy and, you know, just gets dominated at times. Lucian, though, has been the more stable pick that we have seen consistently being, you know, chosen here by our players. And well, the pro is that it's stable. The con is that it's kind of boring because we see it too many times.
Oh, it's Zhao. Maybe it's
Zhao.
Zhao. Okay, yeah. Okay, we're just going to. Oh, it's Calm.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, this is a good teaser, right? This is one of the matchups that we kind of wanted to bring up as well. The Baron laners of both squads will be facing in the 5 side. And Calm immediately respects the prowess of the Lucian, also the Aurelia. Meanwhile,
Good job.
blind ban Lucian and the Wukong. So if you are Calm, I assume this is going to be a Riven pickup for him.
Oh yeah, that is going to be a fun champion to use as well. Maybe a Fiora here for Fado, so we will have a bit of a glimpse on what's going to happen in the Baron lane later
A
on.
1v1, a Fiora pickup? Yeah, sure. But isn't that favored to the Riven though? Like it's a 1v1, so it is expected that you would have access to more resources and plus the Ignite as well. Anyway, so it is going to be a Riven versus Akali matchup. What's your take on this?
Akali is very strong. Fado is very talented in using these players, and we have seen a lot of outplays with these very champion. But I have to give it to the Riven. I think just one specific itemization against the Akali can serve really well. The Hex Drinker and even the Mercury Boots can negate a lot of damage that Fado is going to be attempting to deal onto him. Meanwhile, the Akali can't really build that much armor and benefit as well with AP.
Indeed. There's a lot of X and O's that we have to consider. But if anything, like the kill threat of the Akali will only come after level 5. I don't think at pre-level 5 he will have that kill threat against the Riven. One thing I'm curious is if Calm will go for Malmortius as his second item buy, because that may be the X factor when it comes to itemization, right? Especially against burst assassins. You can negate a lot of magic damage that would turn out to be lethal and can be the turnaround that you need as the 1v1 player. Anyway, so welcome to the 5 side. Howling Abyss, ladies and gentlemen. We have Calm from NAOS going against Fado, and this is the Baron lane matchup that we will be seeing come later during the 5v5. So this is a good warm-up.
And to those again just tuning in just now, this is just a minigame to determine which team is going to be having the side selection priority. It's not counted with the scoreline of the series itself, just is used to determine which team will have be able to pick up blue side or red side for game 1.
This is an important 1v1 though if you are NAOS, because just remembering the stats from a while back, we did say that FPX is so good on the blue side and has faced struggles on the red side. So kind of want to prevent the better side of a team, right? You kind of want to have all the advantages that you can get, especially against a Chinese team. This is still a Chinese team, talking about FPX. And also to note, they are the WRL Season 1 champion. So they're not, they're not pushovers.
This team is a team that always gets to the playoff. Most of the time, we see them, just having a really good performance. Initially struggling in group stages, but then pops off in playoffs.
Which was their story during... Oh, okay. Calm will be canceling the recall and the reset timings of Fado by using the Ignite. That's a good advantage, because now the wave is definitely on the side of Calm. He will be able to deny a good chunk of minions, golden XP. So with just one summoner spell, he was able to dictate the tempo and the flow of this 1v1 immediately. So a good advantage overall for Calm.
Also, if he does pick up the Divine Sun, that is a lot of sustain that he's going to be getting towards Fado. Riftmaker for sure going to be picked up here for Akali sustain. So in retrospect, both of them are just trying to have a better standing here, at least in the consistent DPS that they are dealing. Flash going to be used there by Calm just to survive. Fado,
just to be sure, right? What was the summoner spell by Fado again?
I believe it's an exhaust and a flash.
Okay. So both the gentlemen does have flash for that gap closing or escape functionality as well, just in case. We're going to look into the items real quick by Calm, and I think by now it is already completed Divine Sunder. Now for the next item by, I hope he will respect the Magic Burst coming out from the Akali and would just be diverse with his item choices. Even the X-Ringer is actually good enough, especially in this 1v1. So yeah, I just hope the Calm will have that as an option as well for him.
Normally the fight for side ends after at most the players get 2 items. Only a few times we have seen the players pick up their third. So well, the Hex Drinker would suffice if he does want to really have the best possible damage reduction here against Fado. Maybe Spirit Visage would have really good synergy with the Divine Sunder as well for the healing, as well as the Mercury Scimitar, Mercury Threads rather.
That is a good chunk of damage that Calm was able to do with just one auto. So you can see that this matchup, as long as Calm wait.
Yeah, perfect execution gonna be already. Shuriken toss as well. The Ignite, one more auto attack. That should be the trick. Fado, first blood. Really good mechanics there.
Yeah. The perfect execution was able to dodge away the damage coming from the Wind Slash. And that's what was needed by Fado. So Fado had the same thinking, right? If you are going for a situational item, going for the Hex Drinker, I would be doing the same by going for the Seeker's Arm Guard. So yeah. Everything will now depend as to how accurate or how skillful you are with your combos, and we did see there, just with that first blood by Fado, that he really knows this champion, and he's able to dodge away a lot of skills. That is basically what Calm wants and needs.
And this is going to be a challenge now for Calm. That is a lot of damage reduction and also damage being thrown out by Fado, especially in that last interaction that they had. Calm needs to be a lot more careful. If Fado is going to be able to dodge another of that wind slash or even a couple of CC that Com actually has in his kit, like the Broken Blades, then that's not going to be looking good for him. Because Fado is increasing his damage over time, and this is an Akali. This is a champion that becomes more and more scary as the time goes by. Goes in once more for the small trade.
Com just needs to be careful, right? Every single time the Fado goes aggressive, it is always going to be an all-in threat. Com wisely just goes back, and I think we have like 1,000 gold disparity between the two players. And that is good for like one big item. 1,000 gold is equivalent to, for example, yeah, there you go. You would now see the crystalline. Is that reflector or refractor?
Reflector?
all I know is that it starts with the word crystalline.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know. Now I don't know. I thought it was reflector, but refractor sounds good as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
perfect.
crystalline reflector, not refractor.
Oh, the flash! Dodge there, even the wind slash. Fado really sneaky with his movement.
Yeah. Like, that's twice in a row now that we have seen Com missing his wind slash. Not because he did not aim it properly, but because of Fado's ability to read into the mind of Com of when he will be throwing away the skill. So, yeah. The best
Now
of
the
Fado.
wave is crashing. The folks are in. Com just trying to get the CS done without getting caught by the 5-point strike here of Fado. He'll be able to get everything. And I think one more buy before our, Ring of Fire spawns.
Which a sudden death may favor. Okay, well, this is interesting because now Fado just got a very good 1v1 item. And I don't think that the Moth Malmortius is actually a good item buy. I'm not 100% sure as to, what numbers does Hex Drinker and Maw have. All I know is that,
Yeah, this is not good for Com.
Indeed.
Already have health. Damage really high coming in from Fado. Forced to go back into the base one more time, and I think that is at least 2 plates here for Fado.
Yeah. This is now basically a one-sided beatdown. Maybe Fado can end. Yeah, he can end. It is indeed the end. Game ending push for Fado. Fado wins a 1v1. That means that FPX would have side selection. And as we did say, if given the opportunity to choose a side, it would not surprise me if FPX goes for blue. Because their win rate on that side is 6 wins and 5 losses compared to the 2 wins and 6 losses on the red side.
Yeah. But I think that would favor NAOS Esports as well because they have more wins on the red side. So I think the champions that they ban, or them being forced to ban out the Camille and the Aatrox is not going to be a bad deal for them, since I think the only thing they would be looking forward in taking away for FPX is the Shen, possibly her Q of 16, which is very potent and very enabling here for the team fighting that they normally have at like 5 minutes into the game, because early game they play things slow as much as possible. They try to just get some pickoffs in the Baron lane, but not really as aggressive as NAOS Esports during their match against Tigba Galaxy.
You're right. Like Shen Nautilus is also an option for QF16, and we all know that Chinese Aatrox will always be the safest pick for the Chinese teams. It will always be there, right? Almost all junglers from the Chinese region does have a very scary Aatrox, so that is also something that we have to closely look at as to how the drafting of NAOS and FPX commence. Now, if anything, I would be looking into the mid lane matchup as well, because Mitsuru going against Sky, we all know that Sky is one of the veterans of the teams, and he has been so good with the Jace pickup. However, NAOS really knows how to play against the Jace. Every single time I see, an opponent of NAOS goes for a Jace, they would immediately lock down the Vi or the Wukong for Zalpi, which has been always a very good counter to the Jace, because as the Jace, One thing that you're not good at is to disengage into the all-in potential of a Vi or a Wukong, and Xiaopi is so good at identifying, those points in where he can engage against the Jace, and that could be what we call a bait pick heading into this matchup.
Picked it up as well during the third game against Nigma Galaxy. Even though it was a loss, still was an interesting game they had against Nigma Galaxy. And looks like FPX is going to be picking up red side in this game.
Yeah.
Interesting, because they have more wins on blue, but looks like they want to break the barrier and have a better performance on red side. They would be the ones to ban out the Camille and the Aatrox. And NAOS Esports would have the time to have those target bans, especially for Sky. I love the Akali ban. He is very good with this. And it's something that NAOS Esports wants to keep in check.
Aatrox is going to be banned away. FPX does have the luxury as well to ban away the Senna. If you are NAOS, you can ban away the Gragas here. Just to make sure that is not going to the hands of Chao. No, they're going to ultimately respect the Assassins of Sky. And they most likely is trying to get a marksman in the mid lane for Mitsura.
Oh, wow. Okay. Ash of Mirmo is still gonna be respected. And that is a good interaction that we're seeing right now for FPX. But that leaves the Vi open, that leaves the Nautilus and the Gragas open here for the taking of NAOS Esports. Even the Senna is available.
It is indeed always going to be a Senna pickup for NAOS. APAC and Senna, they really love brute forcing a Senna composition when left open, which can immediately answered by this heavy crowd control duo of the Varus and the Nautilus, which means that Wraith would be on the Gragas duty. I believe. Yep, there you go. Gragas, Senna, and then possibly just secure a jungler like a Vi or a Wukong for Zhao.
I am gonna be scared a little bit here on the Varus of FPX. This is just very deadly. But looks like an early Lucian pick here for Mitsura.
Yeah, are they baiting the Jays? As we know, is one of the comfort picks by Sky. So they're kind of daring FPX to pick up the Jays here by locking in the Lucian, one of the best champions to really at least be able to, do or lane well against a Lucian is the Jace. But this is a good curveball by FPX. By going for the Wukong, you are denying Zhao P on the champion.
Vice is available though if ever he does want to have the same performance he had in game number 1 against Nigma Galaxy. And also FPX, they can go with the Jace, or it can be banned away by NAOS Esports, but they can also go with the Ashe if ever they want to have some magic damage in their kit, since they already picked up the Varus for the Dragon lane. And in the scaling perspective, that is going to be very scary for FPX.
Now they're going to respect Sky's Jace. You have to respect Yone as well, right?
Oh yeah, that is a champion that you have to take away from him, or else that is a lot of team fighting that will be enabled here for FPX. A lot of crowd control. All these 3 picks has some sort of crowd control and has a really good engage and disengage tool as well.
Do you see the angle of FPX just going for the Nautilus jungle as well in this matchup? I don't think so, right? Like, Vi could easily still be picked up for NAOS. For the Baron laner though, Riven is still open, but FPX does have the opportunity to go for the Riven as well.
Wow,
for the Garen. Okay.
Dual purpose, deny it from Calm, and also have some sort of additional frontline for themselves. It's like the Yone is gonna be open since the Corki has been banned. Whoa. Okay. Renekton is gonna be the best, or the safest pick rather, maintaining their aggression, having a good synergy with the Nautilus, and also provide a lot of kill pressure towards the Baron lane. Because whatever Calm actually picks up, since there is a Senna, then that's still going to be a scary situation here for Mirmo.
I had a conversation with one of the experts in the game right now, and I asked him of his opinion on the Xin Zhao. He said that Xin Zhao is still, a strong pick, especially in his current form. He does lack damage most of the time, and that is the reason why you kind of want to pair him with a marksman, which NAOS currently has right now. Two of them, in fact, right? You have the Senna Lucian that would be able to be your late game insurance when it comes to damage, because the damage of the Sinja really does fall off. Yasuo as the last pick here by FPX, a good counter against a double marksman. And they have a good activator as well in the Wukong. So easy last breath for the Yasuo for sure.
Wow, this shows really good promise here from FPX. I was leaning towards the Yone, but the Yasuo makes a lot of sense here in this matchup as well, because there's a lot of projectiles. Even the Riven has the wind slash that he can deny, and I think that is a lot of counter tools that they will have. They have the Chain of Corruption as well. They have really good engage. They have the Cyclone to enable Sky, and laning phase wise, NAOS Esports might actually be on the back end of that. They have to be very careful in all of the lanes. The only access they have right now in terms of early game dominance might be of Mitsura with the Lucian versus Yasuo matchup. But they also has to play things safe, because Chao will be looking for picks across the map too, and Q16 when it reaches level 5 is going to be so deadly.
I understand your worry about the laning phase of NAOS, but I kind of beg to differ. I think they actually have superior laning, just because the Yasuo is not the best champion pre-level 5, right? Mitsura is going to have a good time in the mid lane. Now we always have to remember that Mirmo would be able to help out Calm in the Baron lane, so that is automatically a winning matchup for on the top side, right? So you have a winning matchup on the top side just because of the Senna advantage. You have a good matchup in the mid lane because of Mitsura, and then on the bot lane it will just be the Gragas wave clearing and wave clearing. You know, Wraith only has just one job, and that is to not die against the dual laners of FPX. So yeah, kind of want the early game. I'm liking the early game of NAOS.
And Mirmo also just going there towards top side early on as well.
3 plates.
And that would allow them to get a couple of plates, since we have Chao starting into the bottom lane, so it would take some time for him to help out Fado. That is a big win already for them.
It's kind of expected, right? Like, Mirmo would be there to assist Calm. Meanwhile, the Gragas, if he has a Ruby Crystal, the only thing that he has to do is to just throw away barrels and clear the wave and, you know, level up, get the earliest Rod of Ages possible, because that's how you play the Senna lane, or that's how you play the Senna composition. At least 3-5 minutes, you maximize the range advantage on the top side. And if you are Mirmo, all you have to really be, the only thing that you really have to do is to make sure that Chao won't connect his hooks, because that could be the biggest deterrent to the very squishy Senna.
Doing a really good job as well, but that is the hook
he's
connecting
dead
onto the Riven, and immediately first blood comes through here for Fado. Really good initiation coming in, and they are going to be extending their efforts here under the tower. Mirmo has to be very careful. That's a stun. Auto attack. Nice dodge with a flash here. Fado going to be taking a bit of damage there. But still, since the tower is attacking Chao, but Zaupi is going to be there. Can he actually connect? 1-for-1 trade at the very least, but still, with a kill initially onto Calm, that is still a win for FPX.
That's a disaster for NAOS, right? The level 3 power spike of the Baron lane duo of FPX was the biggest reason why they were on the back foot. And immediately, FPX gets the reward on the top side. I mean, you look at this. Fado just waited for the level 3, and we all know that the level 3 Renekton is just so scary. With access to 3 skills, it's easy picking for him. Now, Mirmo tried his best to outplay this by going for the misplay plus the flash to dodge away from the hook of Chao, and he was successful in doing so. However, it is still so easy to execute a defenseless Senna if you're the Renekton, just as long as you are able to gap close.
Chao as well was just one hit away. Had it been one more auto attack coming in from Mirmo, if the Ruthless Predator wasn't propped up with more stacks coming in from the Renekton of Fado, then that would have been at least a better trade-off here for NAOS Esports. It's not the case. Now they are being pushed a little bit back towards their tower. Level 5 Q16 is going to be visiting here as well.
There are 4 members top side, and they cannot do a thing. They're just basically forced away from the top lane tower. The laning phase is already over. Is there going to be a retaliation by now? Mitsura is here, so is Zaupi.
They are going to be turning onto them though. QF16 going to be using the Cyclone. Immediate use of the last breath here onto the Xin Zhao. And that's a dead Zaupi. Now they're turning onto the tower. 2 versus 4. Disaster. It's going to be very difficult here. Immediately the Santa gets bursted out. Chao gets traded out. But still a positive win here for FPX.
Disaster overall for now as Esports on the top side. Just because of that level 3 play that Chao was able to do. Now comes the problem. Mitsura, that was a respect flash that you have to do because it's an easy activator for Sky. So I understand that, the preemptive flash coming from Mitsura, and Mirmo and Calm, they just wanted some XP but easily got denied by the 4 members of FPX. And yeah, you get a return kill, but how do you come back from this if you are now 2k gap behind all the tower plays that is needed by Fado to really be relevant come mid game, come late game was awarded to him. And you look at him right now, he's 4-1-1. My man is so ahead.
That is disgusting for Fado. He is just controlling the whole game right now. There's nothing that Calm can actually do. That's breath here after Mitchell got caught with a tornado. And with the wind wall, that is a lot of blocking of the damage. Oh no.
Another solo death by Mitsura against a melee mid laner. That's what, like the 3rd time that we have seen that happen to him. Not really what you wanted, especially if you are going to prioritize a Lucian. They wanted to bait the Jays, but instead he faced against a Yasuo. We look into that replay, and the replay just shows that Mitsura... he dashed to try to dodge away from the tornado. But that is 2 tornadoes that he just received from Sky. And if you are Mitsura, that's not one thing that you want to happen. The good thing for NAOS was that they were able to secure a shutdown kill against the Renekton. So NAOS is still showing some signs of life.
Yeah, with the RH as well, they can take up the tower into the top lane, get some gold injection towards Calm, and try to equalize the gold against Fado. So at least there is something positive happening here on the side of NAOS Esports. Dragon gonna be secured by QF16 for the scaling, and the only problem I think they have right now is Mitsura. He has to play his slave, and he has to really try to shut down Sky as well. It was unfortunate that he didn't have the flash, and he already used the dash earlier. Now Fado gonna be engaging here onto Mirmo, immediately bursting him down. There's nothing that Calm can actually do except for hide under his tower, but it's still so far away. Gonna be getting the honey fruit. Gonna be able to fall back safely, but still this Renekton is so scary right now. Mid lane, Zappy might actually be in trouble as he uses the RH, gets a tier 1, but will be trading his life for it.
NAOS is playing like, I don't know, individually, I guess, is the best term that I have there.
Yeah.
Instead of playing as a team, Zappy is trying to make plays to get as much reward as possible for his team. Yeah, he was able to maximize the Rift Herald, but there was no one there to really support him with his cause. I guess that's one of the plays that you have to do to stop the bleeding, and that trade-off is a positive trade for now, just because they are so far behind, and you take any gold that you can get at this point.
Well, with the tower taken out already in the top side, maybe at least that is some waves that Calm can actually freeze there into the top side, deny some XP towards Fado and try to slow him down. And that's going to force him to go towards other lanes, maybe mid lane or even invade towards the camps of NAOS Esports, and then maybe they can set up some play. Try to shut him down, kill him more, and invest a lot of resources because he's just so far ahead. And FPX now going to Mitsura.
Yeah, Mitsura is just not allowed to play, not allowed to farm, not allowed to even look at the minions, because every single time FPX sniffs that Mitsura could be, how should we call this, vulnerable to ganks, they will always be there. NAOS trying to stop the bleeding right now, trying to slow down the game as much as possible, and they really have to rely on a miraculous play. And it is most likely going to happen by Rafe's hands, right? Like, his explosive tasks will have a very big impact into this mid game as to if NAOS will be able to come back or will just roll over and surrender game number 1.
This is so challenging. It's so hard to come back from this game right now.
Definitely.
On NAOS Esports. Hopefully they do find a way, because this, so far, for the whole 8 minutes, FPX has been dictating every single second of it. And NAOS Esports is being forced to just answer back and respond to their pushes, to their tower takings, to their engages. We haven't really seen Zaupi have a proactive engage towards this matchup. And that is not the NAOS Esports we have seen against Nigma Galaxy.
NAOS with 1 tower to the 2 towers of FPX, it is indeed just a big gap overall here, Giang. And again, without that miraculous team fight, I just don't see NAOS coming back from this. They have decent wave clear coming from Wraith, but one way or another, Chao can force his entry, especially with the ability of Sky to come back, or to follow up. It is going to really be hard for NAOS to come back from this hole.
Yeah, the only way they can come back from this is if FPX makes a mistake. They have made a couple of mistakes during the past few games that they had, but in this game it's so hard to punish them because everyone is just ahead. So even if they do make a mistake, they have the resources to actually do it. Calm here being engaged by Fado and deals no damage onto this Renekton as well. That provides them now the pressure on top side and easy RH for FPX.
This is kind of expected, right? Like NAOS is just being forced little to no options right now. I mean, what do you do with this? You cannot face check. There is really no one to face check. Yeah, Brave can face check, but it is most likely going to mean his death as well. Fado is just waiting on the sides, and FPX is just going up to open up this mid lane.
Yeah, they want to get engaged. That's flash in here by Chow into the depth charge. Cast going to be used for the isolation play. Good backside access here. Badish and Zabat, what can you do? Except cut the path here of FPX. They deny the second charge, but lose 1 tower.
What can you do if you're NAOS? I mean, you can just control the bleeding by not surrendering alive or anything. But FPX will just continue to steamroll this game, snowball this game by making sure that they secure this dragon. You look at their dragons, they are fresh from the base, which means that they have just bought whatever items that they need. NAOS, if there is a time for them to show that they can come back from this, now is the time.
Yeah. It is the proper position though, is the question, because now Esports, they're a little bit scattered here. FPX is more grouped up and they want to take the second dragon for them and force now Esports to actually collapse. Speaking of collapse, Bado might actually be the target here, but this is a very swift Renekton. That's Embrace Talk to be connected, but still they are going to be able to close the distance. Stasis play for the delay as FPX looks to follow through. Depth charge now going to be casted here onto Calm. Immediate follow-up as well by the last breath. And FPX just goes in without hesitation. Cast going to be used for the isolation play. Calm still remains alive for so long, but it couldn't get any kill. Chow survives. Sky survives. Fado survives. And now Esports are trying to chase them down. Can they close the distance? Is the question. Body slam flash not really connected, but still he got the kill. Fado wants to collapse though as he gets the backline access. Bitsu just trying to gets a kill. One more here, but FPX just continuing with the onslaught, chasing down Mitsura. Sky as well dashing through. There's nothing you can do when the wind wall is up. Now Esports, they got aced.
NAOS knew that at that point they had to fight. And Rave, with enough AP, was able to at least get one head of FPX. But we look into display and we see the proactiveness of NAOS Esports being in full display. They tried to go for they tried to go for Fado, but Fado, being ahead by a mile, just allowed him to survive that all-in engage coming from NAOS. Had it been that Fado is like 1,000 behind, or maybe 1,500 behind his current state right now, then that play would be very beneficial and would have resulted into a kill. But NAOS has to recognize that they are really behind in this game. And they have to wait for overextensions rather than those, what I should say, not really overextensions, but, you know, plays that you would expect a counterplay to happen.
The early game champions has been shut down quite early into this game. Mitsura and Calm onto the top side mid, and then, you know, Mirmo, it's not yet the time for them, but it is the time for the engage here by KF16. Last breath also going to be invested there. Immediately Zappy gets taken down. There's nothing that they can do. This is just an unstoppable crowd control chain of corruption here on the side of A13 as well. And NAOS Esports, in just one attempt to push bot side, they lose 3.
Chow started it all, and I know that this is a jungle matchup between QF16 and Zalpi, but it turns out, you know, that matchup is not needed. Oh, okay. Good
with the
kill.
tower as well.
For now, that's another shutdown gold on towards their side, but that is still a 7k hole that they're currently glaring at Young. And I think it's safe to say that this is a game in where if we don't see any miraculous team fight from now, it is all but over. You look into this, and that's an easy activate with the Wukong available. This is what I did say, right? Like, at third pick, if you are now Esports, I think that's the time that you prioritize the champion of Zalpi and not Mitsura, because it's a very early rotation into, or that's a very early showing of Delusion. They thought that FPX would go for the Jace as their third pick, but what really thwarted off the drafting of NAOS Esports was FPX deciding to go and grabbing Wukong as their third pick. From then on, I really think that, you know, the plan that NAOS had for this day, or had for this game, just evaporated.
Yeah. Early game, we didn't see anything from NAOS Esports. All throughout the game as well, as the game progresses, we haven't really seen that much spikes happening for them. FPX just demolishes them in any angle we look at it. And now they're trying to push all 3 lanes, having a good access towards the top side objective as well, looking for more picks. Mitsura might actually be in trouble here. He has to keep his distance from Fado as much as possible. And Chow has been always on point with the initiations. QF16 as well, enabling Sky is just so good here for FPX. And now, they'll have a free Baron. I don't think NAOS can contest this.
No way. Jose, right? It's just, miraculous steal. Okay.
Rape is here, body slam, into the cast, isolation play. Now Zalpi is just gonna be trying to get it. The Dragon gets it for NAOS Esports. But what can they do now? Is the question. Of FPX has a lot of low HP members. They're getting the kill. They're getting the team fight. They got 3 already. And FPX shattered into pieces. NAOS Esports is still alive. Count chasing down A13. Under the tower, it's not gonna be a problem anymore. It does have the win slash.
Can they end?
Gets the take it.
Can they
gets
end?
The ace. Almost. Fado gonna be getting that 1-for-1 trade. But NAOS Esports is pushing mid.
Can they end? This is a 1v4 scenario with 2 marksmen that is able to shred down these towers. And I think they are in the perfect position to end this. Golden Nexus, enough resistances. Fado against 4 people. What can he do?
Yeah, Zalpi is zoning him out. And that's going to be it. Game number 1. NAOS Esports, of all the odds. 1 team fight to turn the tides around. 1 Baron steal by Wraith cemented the victory here of NAOS Esports. And my god, we were already convinced this is FPX's game. And then a miraculous steal, a miraculous team fight, a miraculous setup, a god-sent cask by Wraith, sending FPX into their graveyard.
Wraith stealing the Baron. And the only thing that FPX the only thing that FPX would or can do to really lose that game is inside that Baron pit, and it happened, right? So that's something that I did not expect, and I really knew that at that point, you know, once they got hold of like 4 members or 3 members inside the pit, it is a game-ending push angle for NAOS, and with 2 marksmen available for them, Mitsura and Mirmo, dude, they can really just break down towers really fast. And in a snap, FPX loses game number 1 in a what I would say in the most unexpected fashion possible.
Yeah, they were winning.
Until they lost.
Oh, my lord. Same. Oh, man. Okay. Now's the time for us to, you know, believe now. If you give 1 opportunity for NAOS Esports, they will take it. And they've done it here against FPX. The whole game, they were they were on the receiving end of a one-sided beatdown. Every objective, every tower push, every kill was for FPX, until they had one decisive strike in that Baron takedown by FPX, and then got the Baron steal, then got the initiation, got the follow-up as well. Everyone was there. No hesitation. That's the thing I'm just really happy about in that point in time.
Yeah, okay, so Giyang, I know I'm chuckling right now, but the main reason why I'm kind of, in this mood is because I'm also watching, our parent game, League of Legends PC, right? MSI is currently happening. And there were a lot of throws in the Baron. And I've seen 2 games yesterday in where there was a clash that happened around 22-minute mark or around 24-minute mark. And it resulted into a game-winning push. That's what happened here, right? With just one team fight here, one team fight win. By NAOS Esports, they were able to just march down the mid lane and break the nexus of the opponent. If you're FPX, how do you come back from that? They had everything. Like the win rate of FPX at that point when they were taking the Baron was 99%, maybe even 99.5%. The 0.5% was that steal by NAOS Esports. Had it been that Wraith was not able to steal, it doesn't matter if they surrender 3 deaths. Baron empowered minions won't be on the side of NAOS, and FPX would still be able to defend the tower and just recollect, regroup, and still handle their business, go for the 3rd dragon. But FPX dropped the ball at the last possible point, and congratulations to NAOS Esports in getting game number 1. Now, will they be able to bounce off of that momentous steal by Wraith? We will find out real soon, but the MVP, of course, deservingly so, goes to the man that stole the Baron.
I'm ready, Autolus. I just want game number 2 to start. I just want to see what will happen next in the series, because that game, we were already convinced. I was already convinced that is one heck of a challenge that NAOS Esports was having in that particular game. That was one heck of a beatdown that they have been experiencing in that particular game. Everything being taken. It was just the Baron and then the one final push. But then the miraculous steal, then the miraculous team fight, and then the miraculous push. 16 minutes, it's an early time to actually end the game. NAOS Esports has done it. And I just want game number 2 to start. We're now starting to be, we're now getting hyped. I'm getting hyped. I'm sorry for that. But I just want game number 2 to start. But of course, we are going to be going into a very short break. When we come back, I hope you're now very much awake, because NAOS Esports wants to win against FPX. Let's see if FPX can stop them. See you in a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send one player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper.
Welcome back to the series of NAOS Esports and FPX. That win by NAOS Esports now cements them the match point advantage against FPX. Let's see if FPX this time around will have, a better way to deny those kinds of upsets coming on from NAOS Esports. We are your casters, Giang and Autolus, and I'm just very excited for this game too.
Remember what happened during game number 1 yesterday, where Fennel suffered a heartbreaking loss? I think FPX is currently feeling the same thing. Mental advantage definitely on the side of NAOS. Now FPX is still on the red side, so that would be interesting as to how this will turn out. I know that NAOS will be more than happy to fix whatever needs to be fixed during the early game. If anything, if you're FPX, you just have to remember you have been that you were the superior team, that you were winning 99% of that game number 1. So all that needs to be done if you're FPX is to not throw in the barrier.
Yeah. It looks like we are going to be seeing same bans for both teams. Same first pick as well. NAOS Esports. It looks like they are wanting to have another try of this composition and redeem their early game performance here against FPX. Maybe a bit of a tone down in some of their picks would suffice as well. Adjustments towards, prioritizing Zaupi's picks. But this performance in game number 1 as well at the very end was on point. The synergy that they had, NAOS Esports without hesitation in engaging onto FPX taking the Baron was really on point. And despite them being down for almost 10,000 gold, they're still able to come back. And now looks like it's not going to be the Gragas.
Yeah, it's not going to be the Gragas, which is surprising because if you ask me, the Gragas was the main reason why they won game number 1, right? But it's the same concept. If Galio would be the one playing, if Rafe would be the one playing the Galio, then for sure there's going to be on the bot lane by himself, and we'll just want to wave clear and get the necessary AP items to be that AP threat. NAOS is doubling down and is going to draft the Lucian here. We did say that one of the things that that we wish that NAOS would be looking at was their third pick, right? Because I think that was the time for them to prioritize Zaupi's champion pool. But they're saying, none of that is going to happen in game number 2, and we still trust Mitsura to carry us on Lucian, which is okay.
Personally, I do prefer the Corki over the Lucian though, because that would provide more mixed damage output coming in from NAOS Esports. AP and AD would suffice, and the FPX will have both, since they have the Varus and the Corki, and that patches things up much better here for FPX. And also, it would be better than the Yasuo scaling wise and also safety wise. FPX now has a lot of angles to work around in all of the fights.
FPX will be banning away the champions of Zaupi, as expected. Banning away the Shanzhao will most likely ban away the Vi, and then prioritize the Wukong for themselves, right? Leaving Zaupi to possibly play the Lee Sin as one. Oh, okay. So NAOS is banning away the Lee Sin. So they are also targeting the jungle champions of TUF16. So If you're announced, how do you solve this? Like, what champion do you pick if they ban the Vi? And by banning the Vi, they can just opt into the Wukong right away, right?
Also, is Shen still going to be a viable ban here for now?
Oh yeah, of course.
KF16 had a really good performance with his champion as well, and also had a decent amount of experience picking up the Nautilus in the jungle as well. If ever they do want to still secure the Gragas here, which would be having the best synergy here for FPX with the Varus and the Corki as well. So much protection would be present for FPX if ever.
Jax will be locked in here by FPX. Late game insurance? Oh no. Okay, so they are deciding against Jax and will be picking up the Riven for themselves. Another notable ban by FPX is that they banned away the Renekton. Is this the time that NAOS would be locking Zhao Pi's Vi? Which has been, one of the better pickups for them and for their squad because it makes things a lot easier. Oh!
Okay.
Garen.
A while ago, this hasn't been picked up despite being open. Now Esports will give Calm one of its best performing champions during their match against Enigma Galaxy, and also have more stability in the laning phase, also in team fights. One silence can do the trick here to interrupt the combinations of FPX, especially with the Riven, so that would be an interesting interaction that we are going to be looking forward. If ever, Vi as well for Zhao Pi is a good touch for now Esports.
Okay, so for a second, I was like,
no.
Okay, so Kennen, is it really going to happen? Because I just read like a thread on Reddit, just a couple of I just wanted to finish my thoughts on the Kennen. There was like a player that did say that he ranked up using the Kennen by abusing its recent buffs. So it was a nice discussion. It was a nice Reddit thread that I enjoyed reading just a while back. But FPX is going for the Shen. And you did highlight that this is a champion that KF16 showed success on, right? We still have to call it a spade, or we still have to call a spade, and look into this matchup with FPX still being the favorite team, because in game number 1, although NAOS was able to win game number 1, it's undeniable that FPX was the better team. Come game number 2 though, with some new cards in play, how would NAOS respond is the question.
Yeah, and well, now Esports, one of the ways they were actually win some of their games recently was Zhao Pi enabling Calm and providing more stability for him. And with a good matchup right now, ADC versus ADC instead of a Yasuo that has a wind wall, I think Zhao Pi might actually have a really good chance right now in enabling NAOS Esports better. They just have to be very careful when level 5 hits for KF16, because again, they can be outnumbered suddenly into a match unless Wraith is also there. So a lot of answers are present here coming from both sides.
Indeed. Scaling will definitely be on the side of NAOS though. They do have the double marksman. When it comes to ease of execution, they have Zhao Pi to start things for them. And they have Calm to end the life of one member. Right? The last time that we saw Calm, he was the MVP. He was able to get like a 5-0 start, if I'm not mistaken, on the Garen. A matchup against the Riven, it is favored to the Riven, of course, come late game. But during that level 5 spike, if you are able to dish enough damage to the Riven, then the execution will be available for you. This mid lane matchup, though, is going to be interesting because now Sky has more avenues to carry the late game, because this is no longer the Yasuo, this is the Corki.
Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a challenge here for Mitsuri. It has to play things safe as much as possible and be wary, be careful when level 5 hits as well, because this Corki is going to be hella aggressive for sure as the game goes by, and Lucian having to lack a bit of range can be on the the downside here of NAOS Esports. A while ago in game number 1, he had a bit of a hard time as well. But early gank here by Zhao Pi forces the flash here of A13.
G strategy by Zhao Pi here by forcing the flash away. And that is a kill threat for Wraith, right? We all know that Galio's damage can be surprising at times. Oh, okay. So during game number 1, we saw that Calm in Mirmo suffered a huge deficit on the top side because Chow was able to land his hook and was able to deal a huge amount of damage to Calm, right? Like the first blood followed by another kill onto Mirmo, and that basically was the snowball point for FPX. Oh wow, okay, a return gank here on the bot lane. What can I say? It's just good macro overall for now.
Good discipline as well by Zaupi. Clearing his camp into the bottom lane, waiting patiently until A13 shows no respect anymore and goes a little forward, and that causes first blood. Now Esports now has some sort of leverage. Flash is still on cooldown here for A13, and that is a lot of resources denied of him as well.
Yeah, we'll look into the replay and see how it happened. Zaupi, with the sweeper lenses being on cooldown, was able to just do the simplest gank of all. With Galio being able to cast the taunt, it is so easy to hit your Vault Breaker. And mind you, Varus does not have any mobility skill whatsoever, right? The only thing that you can count on as a Varus is the flash. So if your flash is burnt and is on cooldown, you are very vulnerable.
You have to be very safe. Chow gonna be sent out here into the bottom lane is not a good sign for FPX. Now top side is vulnerable, mid side as well, and Zaupi can just work around those lanes and try to get some leverage here for Mitsura and Calm. And given the situation of Calm actually in the recent games, with the Garen, that can be an avenue here for now Esports. But actually, they are going for round 2 here into the bottom lane. Chow gonna be in stand right, gonna be used here. Also the Chain of Corruption, but it will not be enough. Q16 still gonna be here. Mitsura joins the fight as well. Suddenly, FPX finds themselves losing 2 members. Sky gonna be late into the fight as well. Now Esports just gonna be happy with this fight.
Oh, Sky being overconfident. There still is that option for Rave to go all in, but yeah, they will pay respect towards Sky and will just back away. Still a huge win by NAOS overall, was able to get 2 kills in the process, and I want you to focus on the timings here. Rave again going to get that taunt in, and good thing for NAOS was that Shen was successfully in getting, in teleporting downstairs, because that's even another body that NAOS was able to bury under the ground. NAOS winning the early game 4 minutes in. This is in, huge contrast to what happened during game number 1 in where it was all FPX.
Now they're having a 1,600 gold lead going towards 2,000. FPX losing grip on their bottom side. That is going to be a big downside for them, especially in the latter team fights, because 30 seconds in, that is going to be the objectives available here for NAOS Esports, and we have seen them already pick up the 2 objectives special at times. So now with FPX losing grip on bot side, that can spell out Dragon, and NAOS Esports can start just with RH and then position for bot side River.
Rod of Ages already completed for the Galio. At 9 minutes, he will start to at least deal a decent amount of damage, and all the advantages of NAOS was done on the bot lane, right? It does not even include Calm, which is also a very formidable Garen player. We saw him bag the MVP the last time out. So NAOS can really win on all lanes, right? Fado is planning something here.
Yeah, Season 6 onto the Ribbon. That's going to be bad news here for Fado, and
he was able to fly over.
Turn 5 with the hero's entrance. Patch going to be used. Sky as well. Will this stand united? Will be able to at least do some work here into the backside. Calm going to be taken down, but RH still taken by NAOS Esports. But there is a lot of damage that FPX is throwing out for them. Triple kill by the Corki, and FPX get a better end.
Exactly. This is now the counter punch that Sky was able to do with the use of the package, and this is already thinking that with NAOS committing 2 ultimates already over to the Ribbon, they had no way to answer the aggression by Sky, having to deliver, of course, the Shen as well with the Stand United was the biggest counterplay to NAOS over aggression. And with that said, now we are in a position in where both teams are very much even. You look at the goal, it's very much even. Mountain Dragon goes over to FPX, but NAOS does have the opportunity to summon the Rift Herald to get the first brick.
And they maybe have to use it on top side to help Calm even more. Maybe on a mid lane as well, if ever they want to take down this tier 1 early on, but it's still not, low enough. In terms of HP, they have the A13 to clear out the waves too, but looks like they are going to be attempting it at the very least. Since they saw Sky enter the top side, that should give them tier 1 early into the game as well. The top side going to be traded out since Sky is there doing a lot of damage. Looks like he is going to be backing away for now.
And the bot lane is slowly being chipped away by Fado as well. So the side laners of FPX doing work this time around for game number 2. Sky has always been one of the most consistent members of FPX, and he's showing that in this game you can rely on him. Having that 3-0-0 start is going to be extremely huge. Oh!
Yeah, Stand United. Hero's entrance also going to be invested there, but Sky going to be infiltrated into the backside. That's going to be a kill for Wave. KF16 though, holding him into the tower range. Good heal by Mirmo, and they will get 2. Tower as well, going to be taken as a bonus.
What combo, right? Like, it's so easy to execute. You press the cease and desist, you follow through with the hero's entrance, plus the Garen's ultimate, and the Corki had no chance. He tried to call for the Shen, and he was able to do so by getting that Stand United, but every single thing that now is trying to do right now is just so easy to execute. Let's look into the replay and see the collection of plays coming from NAOS. Only Mitsura was not present in this particular pick, and this is like 2 kills again to the side of NAOS plus 1 tower. So NAOS now showing Sky that if you do not respect the all-in potential by this Vi of Zaupi, you would immediately suffer a death.
Similar to a Yumi champion pick of FPX is experiencing the buy one take one disadvantage here. For NAOS Esports, whenever the setup is just so good coming in from this blue side team. Now they're able to increase the goal lead towards 2,000. Still has to pay a lot of respect towards Sky. Still sitting very comfortably at the very top in the gold chart and just trying to scale up. This Corki is going to be very, very scary into the late game and has to really be targeted by the rest of NAOS Esports. So Zaupi has a big responsibility in enabling the team.
The good thing for Mitsura, Shadow.
Bashing through. Cease and desist. Stand United going to be able to follow up as well, but here's Enzo's not going to be connecting onto anyone. And FPX is going to be happy with that. Yeah,
there's a lot of ultimates that he was able to burn without even investing a flash, right? So that's an ultimate win for FPX. If you're NAOS, you have to be careful. FPX knows that you are definitely disadvantaged in this upcoming team fight, but NAOS will still try. I don't think this is a good idea.
Yeah, Death Brush initiated here by FPX. Calm has no idea where they are as well. That's going to be the flash into the depth chart here onto the back line. Chow disturbing in the front. A13 as well, throwing the arrows as Sky serves in the front. And that's 3 kills. Make that 2 kills by FPX. And no answers by NAOS.
They had no way to answer, right? They had no ultimates. They had no hero's entrance. Cease and desist is also on cooldown. And the wisest play there, if you are NAOS, is to just let it go and make a play cross-map, right? Try to push down the wave bot lane. Just try to clear out the minion waves in the mid lane without really overextending. Because at this point, like if you're FPX, the all-in is just waiting to happen. It was so easy to do this if you are Chow. You just flash in with the dredge line, choose one member, and that member would eventually die. So when it comes to ease of execution, NAOS and FPX are kind of the same.
Now they go for round 2. KF16 might actually get caught. Immediate takedown. And you can't stand United yourself. Oh, wow. From one piercing arrow. And also the barrage here coming from Sky. It's just obnoxious.
A13, Mirmo, he's dead.
Immediate follow-up though by NAOS Esports. Can they actually get a 1-for-1? As Fado is still continuing into the front. Zaupi flashing out. And that's going to be Dragon here for FPX.
Yeah, Calm is pushing in the mid lane. He does have a decent amount of damage. I'm not 100% sure if he does have the Hullbreaker, but I think he's in the position to take down the tower here in the mid lane. A huge amount of time allowed for the Garen to take down the mid lane tower. And successful takedown of that second tier tower. Yeah, there was indeed a Hullbreaker for Calm.
So that's tower. And now Esports at least able to get something across the map as FPX gets a couple of kills and the second dragon for themselves. One concern I have as well on the second to the last fight we saw was Wraith actually flashing out and leaving the rest of NAOS Esports in a bit of a vulnerable position. And had it been, you know, the Shield of Dawn used instead, I think the rest of NAOS Esports could have escaped. So a little patch on that may suffice that 13 fights they are going to be having against FPX. And still, this is a good position for them. They are still ahead by 1,600 gold. Though Sky is having a good time with 4-1-1 in score and almost going for 3 items. Scaling still is good for NAOS Esports. And as long as they find opportunities across the map, they should be fine.
This is a full AP Galio, by the way. So yeah, Wraith had just completed the death cap. Fado trying to box out the NAOS members, and yeah, just going back to the point about Wraith, I think he has recognized that he's a true carry of this game, and now he has built full AP. It's not often that we do see this, right? But this is an iteration that you can go for depending on the situation. Now FPX is trying to scramble and trying to pincer Mitsura. He will be able to recall away, so no death to be had on the top side.
Fado though is going to be getting this tower for FPX, and that is all outer turret secured now by FPX. Same goes for NAOS Esports. They even got the inner turret here into the mid lane, and Com is actually doing a really good job, especially with his hull breaker. So similar to the previous series, they're just going to be relying a lot here for Com.
They cannot start it against Xiao though, that's the problem. Oh,
big burst onto the Nautilus, but still able to stasis away. Dawning Shadow going to be used here onto the backside. GF16 with a good taunt here onto Com, forcing out the hero's entrance. Fado is here, now Esports has to fall back.
What a game sense coming from FPX. Like their map awareness was just so good. Xiao knew that there was something amiss in that area, and he was daring NAOS to come in. And with both the marksmen available for FPX to deal damage on the back foot, no pick whatsoever was successful on that attempt by NAOS. So it is still an even matchup. You would see that the gold is in favor of NAOS. Yeah, that's 1k gold. Yeah, you would say that the tower is very much even, but I think the better end of the scaling goes over to FPX just because they have 2 dragons already in their pockets.
Oh yeah. And big pressure as well towards the 3rd dragon later on. And now Esports will be forced to engage.
Okay.
Ooh, almost on the Sky, but that's flash at least.
Yeah, that's a flash for a flash though. So now they know that Zaupi does not have a flash away for him to escape any kill potential coming from FPX. The missed play is happening right now. Zappy is going to catch Xiao.
I love this proactivity. No stasis anymore here for the Nautilus. Sandy United going to be there onto the backside. Still survived for so long, but the Mass Injustice will be used to kill him down. Now, they're a bit overextended, but still going into the front. QF16 trying to defend the rest of FPX. Fado survives, but they lose one still.
Yeah, but if you're calm, is it really worth to flash in and use the ultimate onto a support? Because he could have just used that ultimate to kill one of the other members of FPX that will be out of position. Let's look at that play once again. Xiao was able to survive with just 1 HP, right? And the burn wasn't enough. Had it been that Calm did not flash in, this kill would not be possible. But there was this opportunity for Calm to use the ultimate against the Riven that could have resulted into another bigger win, because not only were you able to force the support to back away, you were also able to kill a more important member in being the Baron lane. So I guess, you know, some cleaning has to be done here for NAOS when it comes to decision making, but still, you know, good pick off overall.
Yeah, that was a complicated situation here for NAOS Esports, especially because of the shieldings that FPX has in their kit. Yeah. There's a lot that should be respected. We don't see. Okay, we see
there's one
anti-shield at least for the Senna. That is good. The damage earlier by Mitsura didn't really push through towards Fado. So now they're going for more rounds of those ganks, and that is a good sign coming from NAOS Esports. It's so hard to counter all of those CCs that they actually throw, and the burst is just real.
Yep. We are in the middle of the map, and Sky does have the package, so NAOS just needs to play the waiting game. Calling is going to be invested by Mitsura, which is good information for FPX.
Right. They are closing the distance. That charge is going to be The dredge line gonna be used here onto Zaupi, but still, that is a big ability used already by Chao, because he doesn't have the stasis anymore. And now Esports can just turn onto him once more.
Yeah. Chunk him down with the Warmogs available, though. He's back to full health. So if you're Zaupi in NAOS, you have to play patient. The last time out, NAOS Mirmo was assassinated by a very good flank coming from Fado. This is a crucial bush. Yeah, there you go. So they're going to check in and finally have figured out that there was no person in there. So now NAOS is calling for the head of the dragon. They're going all in.
Yeah, since Fado is there onto the top side, 4v5 now into the bottom side river. Cube 16 gonna be dashing away. Rave with a flash. Just the sponge, but that actually hitting the Shen. But that is at least a dragon here for now.
Yeah. Okay, so FPX is going to threaten the Baron now. Right? Because they have burned a lot of ultimates by NAOS. But the good thing for that happened there for NAOS was that they were able to secure the Scuttle Vision. That allowed NAOS to not be threatened at all in towards the Baron. So FPX, they knew that one play that they could do is to go for the Baron, but was easily thwarted off by a play by NAOS just a minute ago.
And that provides a lot of safety here for NAOS Esports. With 1 kill, a deny of the dragon. Now 2.5 minutes, we will have Elder as well. And FPX, they have been trying to bait the members of NAOS Esports into a bad spot. NAOS Esports being very disciplined, allowing them to get most out of this game so far. And Drift Knight already completed here by Mirmo as well. Will provide a lot of safety towards the backline, especially because of the depth charge of Chao. And FPX actually struggling reaching the backline most of the time, especially because of the heavy CC that NAOS Esports have in their front line. And that provides so much team fighting prowess here for this blue side team.
Yeah, and plus they have good peel, right? They also have a fairly ahead Galio. Like this, I think today is Wraith's day, right? I mean, he's been on fire. He was the reason why they won game number 1. And in this game, like he's 3-1-4 and is building full AP. He just has to be careful of an all-in. That is a flash invested by Chao. He misses his goal. Yeah. So that means that NAOS now knows that there is an advantage for them and for their squad.
Baron not going to be initiated here by FPX. They want to set up death brushes. NAOS Esports is very aware of this. And since there is no depth charge for the moment, no flash as well, that is a lot of threat denied here for FPX. Zaupi going to be checking the area, but has to be very careful as well. Vault Breaker's out. And sees the rest of FPX just standing there.
Yeah, the waves are pushing topside. The waves are pushing bot lane. Superior macro wins late game. And NAOS knows that they have the advantage, especially with the ability to use this missed play. Coming from the Senna, we have seen numerous wins from NAOS off of the backs of a very good missed play coming from Mirmo. And this is nothing different. Okay, so NAOS is saying they need to go back and spend those unspent gold heading into a possible game-defining clash here. 19 minutes and 30 in. By the way, just wanted to point out as well that NAOS was able to get the Ocean Dragon. And in a double marksman composition although. Hold that thought. Okay, I just wanted to finish up my point. In a double marksman composition, one would say that the Ocean Dragon is actually the best dragon. Just for that extra sustain, because you won't be able to buy Bloodthirster or any of those, lifesteal items early on. So yeah, that's a good thing to have if you're NAOS.
Now with Elder Dragon, this is going to be a scary situation for both of these teams. The biggest win condition here of NAOS Esports is to take down Q16. And they have been doing it a lot in this game. FPX still have the confidence and the leverage at times when Chao gets a good depth charge onto the back line. Fado as well has the Guardian Angel.
He doesn't have a flash.
Here onto the Nautilus, depth charge here onto Mirmo.
Package.
Blocks it with the edge of Knight. Now Zaupi serving into the front line. He just enters as well. Sky just trying to flee with the Standing Knight as well. Invested here onto him. But now infiltrated into the front. That's bad for QF16. That is really bad for him. Now without the jungler, now Esports can just reset again.
The Calm is going back and is trying to go in the region, but I don't think he needed to go back though. He's a Garen, right? He has like a passive Warmox. That's a big win for NAOS. How would they convert that into a bigger win is the question. Enough that timers, and now they're going to force Elder.
Yeah, they are starting it.
Oh!
That's flash by
Brave,
Brave onto
though.
the backside. Sky will have the Valkyrie out for the meantime. But still, Elder being threatened. Sponge. Chow gonna be initiated. Chain of Corruption here on to 4. Might need to be very, very careful. Fado as well has a really good flank onto the backside. Stasis here by the Galio. And Zaupi just trying to defend the backside right now. While Kong gets a kill onto Sky. And that's gonna be huge. Gil on to Wraith though. Piercing arrow coming through. Can he actually get the Elder Dragon? That's gonna be it for NAOS Esports. Fado as well falling down. And NAOS Esports will get the objective too.
The amount of damage that Wraith was able to do to the backline to threaten them to back away was the biggest difference maker. And we look back into that replay and you look at Wraith, right? Wraith is built full AP. He is here to really be that nuisance, but at the same time also be able to dish out the damage. Calm being there with the finishing blow was the difference maker that is needed by NAOS to really cement an Elder Dragon buff for themselves. And with that buff, they're now getting or setting their sights on towards the Baron. By the way, 2 people still down for FPX.
Oh my. This is big trouble for FPX. Double trouble with the Baron and the Elder Dragon QF16.
QF16?
Will he actually go here? Here's Enter's used for the anti-engage here. QF16. Now Esports
piercing
in
arrow?
perfect condition.
Did you see that piercing arrow?
The attempt.
it was so close in stealing that barrel, but you're right, double trouble. 2 big buffs on the side of NAOS. They are in prime position to win this. Again, they are already on match point, which means 1 more win would net them that second win against a Chinese team, against FPX no less. Going for the 131 is the name of the game for NAOS right now, Double Marksman. We all know that their scaling is so good right now. By the way, Double Serpent's Fang, just for insurance. Now Smirmo and also Mitsura does have access to it, so yeah. It's okay, it's aight.
15 seconds left on the Elder Dragon. Now Esports has to make most out of the situation. They are able to get a couple of towers along the way in all 3 lanes and slowly piercing through the inhibitor tower. That's a lot of damage. The top will fall down. And now Esports getting the bid as well. That's depth charge. The Dunning Shadow going to be used here for the protection as the Valkyrie used by Sky to cut the wave off, but not going to be enough. Fado going in. Mitsura flashes in, and that's going to be the stasis here. Now Esports breaking boundaries. This is the time for NAOS Esports to win against FPX.
Spreading their wings is NAOS Esports getting their second win against a Chinese team and their 3rd win overall. Against all odds, they have defied expectations and is now rising to the ranks of the 2nd spot, or of the top 2 team in APAC.
The guys believe because we believed, and we are just very happy for NAOS Esports 2-0 victory against FPX. Game number 1 was very challenging. They had them in the first half, but then the latter part, they were able to turn the tides around. Game number 2 was more decisive. We can help but feel happy here for NAOS Esports. That was an amazing performance.
Indeed. Like, game number 2 was NAOS Esports showing what their draft is really capable of. They targeted down the primary targets. When Sky was rolling, Sky was targeted down topside, right? He had a 3-0-0 start and immediately was punished by Zaupi and company. If I'm to choose an MVP though, I know that, one would say that Calm was so instrumental in this win, but I feel that Wraith was also so good in this game.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at the damage, he has the most damage dealt as a support. Well, basically he had the Senna, so yeah, sure. But he built full AP, and he was the threat that was needed by NAOS. So that, whatever was lacking on Mitsura's side, he was able to supplement or complement. So yeah, what a win for NAOS.
I just love this adaptation that Wraith did in this particular game. All the setups as well, all the follow-ups to Zaupi's engages, everything. It was all in one. And Wraith definitely deserving the MVP. And yeah, it's just an amazing experience right now for NAOS Esports. And also too, another APAC win, PH team win against the Chinese team is just something to be proud of right now. After yesterday, we saw Fennel winning against OMG. This is something that we have been, thinking about as well heading towards this match, because they have the similar standing as well, similar situation on both FL and NAOS and OMG and the FPX, and then it happened again. This time in a more decisive manner, 2-0 victory. That is an amazing experience here for NAOS Esports and all of the people supporting this amazing team.
Yeah, and they joined KT Roaster Y as the only team that was able to win against two Chinese teams. We know that KT Roaster Y was able to win against EBG and Rare Atom. NAOS joins them by getting a win against RA and FPX. Now, on the other side, Giang, FPX has a lot to do, right? Game number 1 was already a cemented win had it been that they did not throw in that Baron takedown. And game number 2, you would see that there was a clear win condition for both sides. It just came down to execution, right? And NAOS was able to prove that they can also play the Chinese style, the play it patient style, the play it macro, or superior macro win style. And if you're FPX, how do you solve this soon and fast? Because you look at the standings of the Chinese teams, and I think they are at the top 9 or top 10 spot, which is 2 spots below what they want to be in, right? Top 8 spots will be qualifying themselves onto the playoffs, and FPX, as we know, WRL Season 1, Season 2, they were able to qualify themselves into the playoffs. So lots of catch up to do.
Zalpi is gonna be getting the MVP, definitely deserving as well, similar to Rafe. And I mean, this team, I'm just happy for this improvement, this performance, this growth by NAOS Esports. We saw them at the very end on their cameras. They were dancing around. Definitely Zalpi even going with the celebration as well. And I mean, they're ready. We're ready. I'm ready. I want to see more coming in from NAOS Esports. I want to see more coming in from our APAC teams and challenging these really strong Chinese teams and battling the way, closing the gap, and just proving that they're as strong as them.
Indeed. This is the key matchup was between Zalpi and QF16, and we kind of predicted that there will be an intense duel between the two junglers. Indeed, it was an intense duel, but with a clear victor come game number 2, right? Zalpi was able to out-jungle QF16, and now it raises the question towards FPX. Are they content with the performance of QF16, or is it time to bring back their old jungler? Because it does appear that Zalpi, being the main playmaker for NAOS Esports, his Vi, his Wukong, will always be the top the top of the priorities for NAOS Esports draft, and for a good reason. He's always so good in identifying the openings that is needed by his team. We are going to enter into an interview, and we are going to wait and see as to who will be interviewed. But for now, we're on the waiting game. Huge shout out to all the viewers out there. I know all you guys are so excited. But yeah, we have to remember we are still scaling, right? It's day number 30, and there is still a lot of Wild Rift action for all the teams out there.
We're just on the 3rd quarter of our regular season, and that's just the initial part of this tournament, not including the playoffs just yet. So a lot of games to be watched, and a lot of good performances to be seen by our amazing teams, and one of which we have seen is this amazing run, amazing series by NAOS Esports against FPX. And I'm now seeing, I love the performance of Zalpi. I love the performance of Flave. It kind of reminds me of the synergy of Weiba and Tak. And during the bot side battles, they were just working in tandem so much, pinning down A13 and allowing the team to flourish on the other sides. The game number 2 was definitely decisive. Very scary, because FPX, they were looking for fights. They were looking for ways, but now Esports were able to shut all the doors of opportunity of FPX too.
Yeah, that's a big comparison though. Like, to be compared to Weiba is definitely a positive thing for Zalpi, and I understand your sentiment, right? You would see glimpses. So as long as they continue this positive trend, yeah, for sure. Why not long? I do think, that's the bigger level. That's the next level of comparison to be had for the junglers out there. But yeah, huge win for APAC. And you know what, Giyang? I dreamt of a day of APAC winning 2-0 in just one day. One half already completed. The second half going to happen later, in where BRU, one of the stronger APAC teams, going against Rare Atom, that was the only team with one win. But anyway, we're going into the interview right now, Giyang. So let's pass it over to the host.
我们邀请到的是射手 Mermo。那我们今天第一个问题想要给到他的呢，就是在第一局的时候有没有想过 FunPlus 会选择亚索这个英雄去走中路呢 ？Hi Mermo, congrats on taking them down and thank you for joining me for the again. Like in game one, did you expect they're gonna pick Yasuo for the mid laner for FunPlus?
Not really, because based on our draft, we thought that they were also getting AD carry champion in the mid, because that's what usually SkyFL uses. So we didn't expect it, so it was
kind of
hard
surprising.
game.
OK，
Yeah.
那我们 Marvel 选手说呢，因为在第一局他其实研究了之前 FunPlus 原来的比赛的阵容，他觉得可能 SkyFL 这个选手呢，他比较喜欢用的是一些射手类的英雄，比如说像卢锡安这样的英雄，所以今天他会选择亚索是完全出乎了他们的意料的。那么第二个问题想问到他的是，其实在第一局的时候呢 ，FunPlus 在前期有很大的一个优势，也拿下了2条小龙的 buff。他们后来是在大龙团的时候呢，把这个比赛反转了。想问一下他们当时大龙团的一个团战计划是怎么样的？So in game one, actually FunPlus got a huge lead in the early game with 2 dragon buffs. So you just fight back around that Baron. So what is your plan around that dragon fight?
At first, in the early game, we really made a lot of mistakes. That's why our call for the whole game is just to stall and make our carries better. You know, just scale and scale. And then we had that one opportunity during the Baron fight that we were able to execute well and then finish in the mid lane.
Okay.
We just waited for the scaling.
OK， 那我们的 Momo 选手说呢，其实在前期的时候呢，他们这个阵容是非常需要去在后期成长的，但是在前期他们犯了很多的错误，就是他们一直就是送掉自己的这个机会，所以说在前期的时候被 FunPlus 拿到了很高的优势。他们唯一的机会呢，就是在大龙团的时候呢，去尝试解决掉对面的中路，他们当时也确实抓住了那个机会，所以说最后就取得了这个大龙团的胜利。那么第三个问题想问到的是他们的这个塞纳体系，他们其实是从上一场对阵于这个帕塞 NGX 战队才开始使用塞纳体系的。上一次他们选择的是卡萨丁加上塞纳这样一个组合，但是今天换成了加里奥，这个卢锡安加上这个塞纳，所以想问一下为什么会有这样的一个改变 ？So I have noticed you have just in attempt of the composition for Sina since your last time versus Nigma maybe, and last time you have just picked the Cassadin plus Sina, but this time you have changed it as the Lucian. So tell me about the reason behind that kind of change.
So basically with Senna, we are trying to help our top lane to have the lead. That's why we choose Senna. And then for our mid lane, it's for our composition to work. It's like more on a front to back composition. That's why we pick Lucian now. Because if it's Kassadin, it's mostly scaling, assassin power, and it's really hard to play against teams that are really good at punishing.
OK, got you. 那我们的猫猫选手说呢，其实因为他们当时选择塞纳的原因，是因为希望可以帮助到单人炉的选手去更好的成长。他们上一次选择卡萨丁呢，发现卡萨丁是一个非常需要在后期去发育的英雄，没有办法很好的一起去协助这个单人炉的英雄这个选手去成长，所以他们这一次就换成卢锡安。他们觉得卢锡安呢是一个很好去做后期支援的这么一个英雄，就是他有很好的一个发育的空间，所以他们觉得也不需要就是往后这样去拖延这个比赛，所以他们觉得现在卢锡安可能是更好的一个选择。那么最后一个问题想要问到的是，在上一场其实对阵到这个 NGX 战队的时候，我注意到他们在3次 BP 环节都想要尝试去锁定艾希这个英雄，但是最终都没有选择，只有在最后一局选择了艾希。但其实艾希是他们非常擅长的一个体系。想要问一下，为什么在上一场会这么犹豫？So last one, I want to talk a little bit more about your last matchup versus Nigma. I have noticed you have just show up Ashe for 3 times around your ban pick, but you only lock it down at the last round. So why so hesitate about this champ? You are good at this one. So what are you worried about?
Yeah. So I think that teams were already noticing how well we play Ashe. So I think they have a lot of strategies against it. I'm just hovering so that other teams would think or like double take on what the draft would they do. So It's just a tactic, I guess.
You think it's not a secret for you guys, right?
Yeah.
OK， 那 Murmur 选手说呢，可能他觉得，因为有太多的队伍现在都了解我们马尼拉 NAOS 战队是一个非常擅长爱惜体系的团队，所以说制定了非常多针对于他们这个体系的一些策略。那他觉得这个其实对他们来讲是非常不好的一件事情，失去了他们的秘密武器，所以他们也想告诉所有的队伍，他们其实除了爱惜之外呢，还有很多的秘密的体系等待着大家去探索。OK, thank you for taking your time. That's after the interval. Thank you so much. OK, bye. 那我们的赛后采访到这就告一段落了，让我们把时间呢交给啾啾。
That is it. NAOS Esports. Can't help but feel very, very happy for them. I am going to be looking forward to our next APAC match as well, because we have Buriram Esports versus Rare Atom at the very end. But next up, we have Weibo Gaming versus J-Team. Two really strong teams battling for the very top in the CN Conference. Another series to look out for. We are your casters. We're just going to be hopping by a very short break. But when we come back, it's another series for us.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, The stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 Season number 1, day number 30 still, and we're now on our second series. It is going to be Weibo Gaming this time around, challenging J-Team in our second series. It's going to be a tough one. Weibo Gaming sitting at 4th place right now in the CN Conference. J-Team sitting close second, just under Keepest Gaming.
And I think the story between these two teams is it will be a face-off between 2 of my favorite players. One being, of course, Chi from Weibo Gaming. And for J-Team, I really have been a fan of their collective play, right? But when we look into WBG first, right? Chi has been one of the best Varus players, if not the best Varus player in the world. Like, and the good thing here is that he overshadows the other members that can also hold their own. Like, you have Zika, a very good Baron laner. You have Wake Up, a very good support. So WBG is really one of the contenders right now. Facing against J-Team is definitely going to be a treat. In fact, if I'm going to be asked what will be, the real or the true match of the week, I believe this is that, right? Like this matchup is so good.
It's like these two teams have very, very different playstyles. We have a very aggressive lineup here on Weibo Gaming. All the players always posing for a solo kill in all of 3 lanes. Very team fight as well. Always going for, or always picking up fights across the map. J-Team on the other hand does love to play things slow, scale up, and just play things, you know, safely and methodically. They most of the time get an objective or win a team fight without even committing to it. And at one point, when they were battling against EDG, they were able to pick up the Elder Dragon without even forcing a team fight, just pressuring a pressure point into the map, and allowed 0711 to just pick up that Elder Dragon for themselves. That allowed them to cement the victory.
You give them a lead and they will suffocate you, right? That's the name of the game for J-Team. They have very good vision control. They have very good map control. And the mental advantage is what they often utilize to get the better end of the matchup. We look into the stats here and you would see so good stats, right? WBG getting 9 wins out of 10 games on the blue side. Meanwhile, J-Team also having a positive record. And this is what happens whenever 2 Goliaths face against each other. Even if you look into the first tower, first herald, and first dragon, you cannot really pinpoint a glaring contrast between these two teams. I guess if anything, J-Team prefers their first dragon more for the obvious reason, like they really love their first dragon. And we're going to the head-to-head. We are going straight to the jungle again. During series number 1, we did highlight the junglers, and this time around, we also have 2 of the best junglers in the game. We have 0711 getting the better end of the kill participation, but you would see that KDA-wise, Fan has the upper hand.
Fan really likes aggressive champions like the Fior, the Aatrox, the Kha'Zix, teamfight enabling champions as well, like the Shen, the Wukong, and the Olaf. Very, very balanced depending on what Weibo Gaming actually wants to have in their lineup and what the team really needs. 0711 though, or 0711's performance with the Kha'Zix, he's 5 times in the last 3 series and got 3 MVPs. It's something very notable here for J-Team. So now as we go into the support line, you know, both of these supports actually have really high priority on the Gragas and the Nautilus. Wake Up's Gragas and Nautilus is very scary because he has so much synergy with his teammates, always making a good setup and immediately followed up by the rest of the team.
It's so hard to choose from these 2 supports, right? Like they're so good. And if anything, this is, I think, what I would be considering as the litmus test for Wake Up, because the last time out that I saw Wake Up so dominating was against Yami of Nova. Let's go to the host first and introduce the players. I will touch base on why I think Wake Up is the better support in a bit.
2支实力强队呢，正在积分榜的头部进行激烈角逐。今天，当善于运营的微博战队遇上发挥稳定的 J Team， 强对决之间将会迸发出怎样的火花呢？让我们一起来期待一下吧。Hello everyone, welcome back to 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. Here's Michelle. Welcome back for Weibo Gaming versus J-Team. Both of them the strong teams racing tightly on the top of the board. When the good round in Weibo play against the teams who is a stable J-Team, what kind of fascination of the game gonna happen between the elite teams? Let's check it out in the Rift. 那么接下来呢，就让我们有请2支战队登场。Now let's give up to Weibo Gaming and J-Team.
你身份证掉了，被我捡到了，还给你。
呵呵 After, I think what Weibo Gaming was saying is that, you know, he was showing a card of a Joker, so like maybe they're comparing him to like being a joke or something like that, and then J-Team just laughed it off.
Well, I think they are good friends. It's easy to deduce that, you know, most of these players are friends with each other, right?
At one point, they were even sharing, you know, when they do the walk-in into the stage, they're even sharing, you know, the equipment or the toys that they do have.
WBG 背影刺客
I think one of the bigger mysteries that I have in this upcoming match is where is Barry? Like, wait, what?
Okay.
What's happening here?
接下来让我们
He
有
has
请
a
双
face.
方打野选
Oh,
手
the
登
face
场。
mask has a
In the
Weibo
jungle,
logo on
WBG
it.
fan J Team 0711.
Sure.
Where's Barry? That is,
Wait, every single one of them, or not really every single one of them, but most of them is
接下
currently
来有
wearing a
请双
mask.
方中
So
路选
maybe
手登场。
someone
And
is
the
sick
million WBG
from
Faye J
WBG's
Team
camp,
叶子。
maybe?
Oh, we want to be as safe as possible as well.
Is it the
Cases
case the
of-
last time out?
接下来有请双
Is
方
it the case
射手
the
选手
last
登
time
场
out that they played?
In the
Because
dueling WBG 10
that
J
could
Team
also
潘
be, that could also be a reason why teams could underperform. But yeah, we're seeing a
最
lot of
后有
them
请双方辅助
does
选手
have a
登
mask.
场。
Only Don
And the support
128
WBG
did not wear a mask.
J Team DY
He's immortal. There's no fear in this man's eyes.
He's a
再次
Filipino.
欢迎两支战队有请进入对战时进行准备。All the players getting ready. Let's step into the wild.
Yeah, I'm sorry I had to do it, but anyway, yeah. So 9 people does have the mask on. Meanwhile, Mr. Don128 has elected not to wear a mask. He is in full confidence that his antibodies would be sufficient enough. Anyway, so they did remove their masks soon as they got into their gaming seats.
Oh yeah, yes, well, remove this mask. So there are some players. There's some kind of discomfort, but I think it's more important to prioritize safety, especially if there is like an impending risk, and the cases has been rising over the past couple of weeks as well. But let's go in the fight for side. Beijing Sika versus Dawn 128. Gonna be battling here for the side selection priority for these teams, as we do see them though having relatively good performance. On blue side, both actually are a bit more challenged when they're positioned in our red side.
What will be the flavor of our second 1v1 session? Because during series number 1, it was the Akali versus the Riven, right? And the Akali did win off of the very good play of Fado. I think Fado was the one who played, right? Okay. So it was a battle lane matchup where we saw Calm and Fado face against each other. This time around, it is also going to be a battle lane matchup. Sika versus Don128.
Is there a particular champion you want to see in this fight for side?
Akshan, maybe? Akshan is a very strong duelist. I tell you that. Like, it's one of those champions that I feel is so underrated when it comes to being able to dish out cheap shots. It's kind of similar to the Lucian, although I would say it's the cheaper version of Lucian when it comes to auto attacks.
Can be quite effective as well. In the laning phase, does deal a lot of damage, high mobility too. But speaking of mobility, looks like a Zed will be coming through. And first Renekton, I believe this is the first Renekton we are going to be seeing in the fight for side as well in all of the tournament.
Renekton is actually a good pick when it comes to the 1v1s. We all know that the Renekton all-in potential can easily surpass the health bars of the opposing side, especially if you go for the Kraken Slayer. The Kraken Slayer burst can easily turn things around in your favor. But this is interesting because the Lucian was left open, right? And the Lucian being open means that both this gentleman elected to not utilize the laning advantages and range advantage of a Lucian, and does decide to go for a Renekton versus Zed matchup. What is your take on this? Who do you think will win?
I actually think that the Renekton does have the better chance in this. And it would take a lot for the Zed to actually win, because there's no ability that you can actually dodge. And even if you use the Death Mark, as long as the Ruthless Predator is in range, then burst potentially of Dawn is going to be more massive than Beijing Sika.
How do you get to that point where the Renekton would have enough rage for that double special? The 100, I think you need a total of 100 rage in order for you to get 2 empowered skills. Rootless Predator, when empowered, gets you that extra slice or extra hit, extra auto attack, extra second as well, or extra duration to your stun. Meanwhile, Slice and Dice removes the armor of your opponent. Called the Meek, when empowered, gives you a bigger swing or bigger damage and a bigger heal as well. Now, if you're Sika, you kind of want to basically play it with as much range as possible. We all know that, as the Zed, he has the advantage to poke the Renekton down using the Shuriken Toss. So it now depends as to how Don128 would be playing this. Oh, Sika did level the Shadow Slash as his first skill, which is interesting.
You can use it more in the laning phase. Also, have a better clear with this. Just try to poke it as much as possible. Uses a lot less energy as well. That is a lot of damage. Level 2 as well shows or throws in the Shuriken, and Dawn is very low in HP now.
I think Sika is one of the better Baron laners that we have. Ooh, almost. That we have in the tournament, right? Like he almost always never loses lane, and when given a winning matchup, he would win hard and fast, right? Like, I think he's also one of the strengths of why WBG is one of the contenders in this tournament. Sika being so reliable in the Baron lane has been one of their better traits overall. Meanwhile, on the other side, Don128 is not a pushover as well. He's also so good in the lane. So this is going to really be an interesting and exciting matchup, not only during the 1v1, but also during the 5v5.
Don is more of a manipulative Baron laner. Likes to go into counters and punishing some of the mistakes that the Baron laners is going to be making. That's a lot of damage that he's taking so far. Sika very, very comfortable in the 1v1. This one engage can actually provide him the first blood. Ignite going to be ticking, auto attack, and that should be it.
This is not how I expected it to be. But turns out that Sika does have the superior damage needed to get that one up against the Renekton. And like at this point, how do you win as a Renekton? You cannot, you don't, because Sika would just have the better damage overall, and with the death mark available the next time out, will be able to dish out a good amount of damage. And I think that, part of the reason why Don128 is really struggling against Sika is because of the extra health that he was able to get by buying the component that is needed for a Black Cleaver, right? We all know that Black Cleaver is a very good 1v1 item just because it does have some HP in it as well.
Yeah, level 5. This is going to be
he's just waiting for
the
this
second kill for. Just one more. Might actually wait for it anymore. Does have the Living Shadow. Actually,
that's it.
Yeah, that's it. GG 2-0. Sika makes it so easy in this fight for side.
He's so good. He's so good. I kind of want to, have a list of the best Baron laners that we have in the tournament, and I won't be surprised if I put Sika as the #1 Baron laner. I know the Fado does have a special place in it as well. KG also. But Sika has always been so consistent to a point that I think that he really is one of the better Baron laners that we have in the game.
I don't even remember much a time that Sika got bullied.
Yeah, exactly.
Taken down or shut down. He's stable while remaining very aggressive in the laning phase. And with the help of Wake Up in the Baron lane as well, as always, if not majority of the time, getting the first blood as well. Just like here in the fight for side, and as Weibo Gaming picks up blue side, that helps them so much have the best kind of win rate, because they have won 9 out of 10 games. J team only won 7 out of 10 games on red side. So in terms of maximizing the potential of Weibo Gaming, also having the priority in banning out the champions of J team, that is gonna be really good here for Weibo Gaming. At least try to get a first strike in the series.
We look into the record of Weibo Gaming, and we have to remember that they only have suffered 2 series losses. One being against JDG during their first match. It was Sika against Sani, and we all know that Sani is also very good. He has like 100% win rate on the Jax. And then the other loss of WBG was against Trace Esports. And guess what? It was not Tika that played that game. It was Zihan that played that game. So, that being said, Tika still has a very good win rate overall. So, I guess it's safe to say that if he's not like the top 1 Baron laner that we have in the tournament, maybe 2 or 3. Top 3 is safe for sure.
And he's very flexible with the champions as well. Able to pick up even the Gwen and Fiora, comfortably using the Riven and other champions. He can go aggressive or passive in the lane as well, with picking up the Garen. And that shows so much adjustment capability by this player itself while maintaining a strong grip on his opponent. And this is where Don 128 has to be very careful, especially with the Weibo Gaming's prowess in team fighting. Level 1, level 3, 3 minutes or 5 minutes, they will be looking for fights.
Let me throw my prediction real quick. I think this is going to be a flush out in favor of WBG. And this is not a knock against J-Team. It just so happened that, I'm looking for one specific player that really has stabilized everything for J-Team in their previous games. And you know who I'm talking about, right? Barry. Where is Barry? Barry is just so consistent in the Dragon Lane. And if you are Chi, you would look into this matchup and say it's a winnable matchup. I'm not against the starter. I'm against Pan, which is one of the reserve players for J-Team. It's, Pan is also a good Dragon laner. We all know that. But the last time that they played, J-Team did lose. And it was Pan that played all 3 games, correct?
And look at the respect that Weibo Gaming is actually putting onto Pan right now. Two Dragon laner champions gonna be, take it away. Since Corki can also go towards the Dragon lane, but the Ziggs primarily is something that Pan actually had an MVP performance. The other thing was FX, but it's more of the prowess of 0711 enabling the team against EDG at that time. So Weibo Gaming is just gonna be comfortable leaving that open.
I'm okay with the Vex though. It's an exciting champion, one of my favorite champions as well to play in Howling Abyss. It's so exciting to play the Vex because it gives you the reset functionality, and plus your burst potential will always be there for you. J-Team though is not going to pick up the Varus. They are daring WBG to pick up the Varus, and I don't think that's a good idea because Chi, we all know, is one of the best Varus players in the world right now.
One of the best, or even the best Varus player right now in the world. But I think J-Team is willing to risk that just to get the Kazakhs of 0711. One of the best Kazakhs players of J-Team, and even having a really good scoreline in this so far. Used 5 times in the last series and got 3 MVPs. And that is a big win condition for J-Team.
Yeah, but if you're 0711, are you going to be happy to face against a Nautilus that can just easily knock you up, could easily kill you in the process as well? Like, this is like the perfect support that Wake Up could ask for. Aside from the Gragas, of course. Like, the WBG does have a good lockdown potential. J-Team is banking on a double assassin composition, Kiang. In where, whenever, a double assassin composition gets drafted, what you want to do is to enter on different angles, on multiple angles, on angles wherein WBG won't be able to expect you. J-Team knows how to play with vision, and this is an interesting ban. Banning away the Rengar is something that I did not expect to happen today.
Oh yeah. Neither have I, because this champion is rarely used in this tournament. I believe we only have seen this once. And
or maybe twice. It did not net a win, right?
Yeah, I believe it didn't net a win so far here in this tournament. But J-Team, with this draft, with the Kazakhs, the Zed, and the Gragas, this is the 3 picks that they had during their match against FPX in game number 2, when they actually had a really, really good performance enabling 0711 with the Kazakhs. And they only have to get some stable champions for the late game. Possibly the Jax gonna be providing, but it has been banned away by Weibo. Ziggs as well has been taken away, so that leaves lesser options for Pan. and Dawn 128. Looks like the Zoe is gonna be the option here.
Picking the Zoe into the Nautilus plus Varus. I don't think that's a good idea. Like J-Team, okay, hear me out. This 4 champions that J-Team currently have right now, I'm not saying that it can't win. I'm just saying it's going to be a lot harder for them to win with this setup, right? Because they're basically shooting themselves in the foot right now by locking down a champion that can easily be countered by Earth. That is soft countered by Nautilus. Like, we are talking about the Nautilus of Wake Up. Wake Up was able to outplay Yami from Nova Esports on a sports standpoint, and I did say that, you know, if I'm going to choose one of the better supports or best supports that we have in the tournament, Wake Up's name will definitely be up there.
And this composition of J-Team forces them to play things not really how they usually play it out, you know? This is a lineup that requires a team to be aggressive from the very beginning.
Exactly.
And this is not J-Team.
You have to win hard. You have to win hard in the early game, because assassins that go behind is a go next angle for sure. Right now you have so many BV members or WBG that can just clump on top of each other, make sure that they can cover for each other, right? You have the Garen, you have the Nautilus. The Riven is also not that squishy. The only way for them to win is if they spread the map. By spreading the map, you will be able to isolate one target. But the execution threshold for J-Team right now, it's so difficult, Young. I'm not 100% sure I'm liking this draft from J-Team.
Me too. I mean, I'm trying to be optimistic here on the match of J-Team against Weibo Gaming. Like, the matchup, Akali can do some work here on the Riven with the help of the Gragas. They have, you know, some sort of outplay potential, especially under the Shroud of the Akali against Riven and Nautilus. Mid lane is going to be a challenge for sure for J-Team, because Zed versus Garen isn't really, you know, that much threatening for Faye. But they are going to be banking a lot here on 0711. This is a guy that can just make things work for J-Team. And the way that J-Team operates here is always clean, while maintaining aggression. And actually, they have been, you know, working on early game aggression over the past few series that they have been, can pose a good threat, at least for Weibo Gaming.
Did you hear the chant? Or was it just me?
There was a chant.
There was a chant, right? Like, interesting.
Is that audience there, or is that...
Yeah, no, I think it's kind of similar to the LCK, you know, where, you know, whenever a game starts, someone shouts, right? So, for example, let's go fighting T1, something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, mid lane Zoe, Pan is in the mid lane.
Hey.
And again, J-Team is not playing the conventional way. This is definitely out of the calculations that we have heading into this matchup. We talked about this matchup. We did say WBG versus J-Team is one of the, you know, key matchup to watch out for today, because both the teams are so good at the game, and they're both part of the top 6 teams that we have in China. So that being said, this is really going to be an explosive matchup that J-Team needs to find multiple angles that is not going to be expected by WBG, because yeah, you know, in a nutshell, if I'm to describe one thing, or if I'm to describe how JT approached this game with just one word: surprising. That's it. It's a very surprising draft.
It's actually really hard to get a good read onto them. And this adaptation actually allows Pan to have a more or a safer position in the laning phase, not being threatened by the solo kill potential here of Chi. But they are going to be engaging onto him. Forces a little bit of a disengage there by Pan, throws in a Paddlestar as well. But, you know, having Yezi into the bottom lane can be a good thing here for J-Team. If he reaches level 5, then he can, you know, threaten a kill or a dive on to Chi's Varus. But also, it's doing a really good job so far in the laning phase.
Ooh. 0711, 7 wins. 0 losses, putting it at stake today. J team drafting triple assassins with the Zoe also being a pseudo assassin. It's not a controlled mid. Oh, Seeker!
Wow. Flash for flash. Ignite gonna be used here. And the wind slash is not gonna be connecting. Really, really aggressive playstyle here by Beijing.
Yeah. He knew that he will level up to 5, and getting that level advantage is huge, especially in this matchup in where you can just summon the bigger blade. Riven has a broken blade, you know that, right?
Yeah.
And what happens? So what happens to his or to her blade? It just basically
reconstruct.
Vital?
Yeah.
Is that what? Interesting. Okay, we're going to ask them.
It enlarges or something.
Yeah, electromagnetic sword, something like that. Yeah. Bigger sword. The blade of the exile is getting called, and that's what happens. I don't know. What do you guys think? How does the Riven make her sword longer? Is the question. Oh! Chain of corruption.
Depth charge into the chain CC, and that's gonna be a kill for sure on Tapan. Expected already. Yeah. And should have been, you know, more careful in the lane.
This is why we think that the Zoe pickup against the Nautilus and Varus should be banned. It should not be allowed because this is what often happens, right? I mean, you look at Pan. Portal jumps in. Immediately, Chi recognizes that that's already an opening, and with just the CC chain from WBG, it's so easy to execute.
And that's just a disrespect of Pan, right? You're in front of a Varus. You're in front of a Nautilus, and you just portal jump in. But Yezi, on the other side, will just obliterate Sika right there. Really good answer, at least for a trade-off in 2 lanes.
Yeah. Again, assassins that go behind just signals, you know, a go next angle most of the time. Now WBG is going to be happy and content with getting that first blood. She did not even use his flash, which is often, you know, the make or break thing whenever we see a Varus. She's again careful. One of the best Varus players in the world right now. Oh, bubble connects.
It's not gonna follow up that for sure, because, you know, wake up. Oh man.
Almost again.
Portal jump. Oh, I mean, it's always like anxiety whenever, you know, he portal jumps, because wake up is there right in front of him all the time.
And to note that how our pokers or Varuses build their you know, items, it will immediately just be, you know, one offensive item, be the almost ghost blade, or something else. Although, well, that thought. Okay, so they will still be able to defend this tower. It's still a win for WBG. Going back to my point, it's an option. Oh,
wow. Okay. Round 2, he gets him like shut down twice. This is an obnoxious bullying that Yezi is spinning through Sika right now.
At least now, so Yeti is getting the upper hand, right? Like of this matchup. Again, going back to my point, why I think Varus is so good in his current state is because he can build the Yomos or Serpent's Fang, depends on what the situation is right now, as we look into a very good outplay by Yetzi. And then the second item will always be EON or Edge of Night, right? So Edge of Night is the best counter to a Zoe. We all know that.
And it's cheaper, more efficient as well, and more effective in all the stages of the game compared to, you know, the AP build or the Trinity Force line. And we have seen it as well being picked up by some of the players. Not really good output, and she doesn't want that. He wants extra damage. He wants mobility. He wants the piercing arrow to the members of J team.
And also, if you build the Yomos Ghost Blade, it gives you move speed. So that means that there is no immediate need for you to buy boots. Which is one way to look at it as well, right?
Yeah. None. Almost. Good use of the barrier though.
Pika.
He's gotta be staying alive. Bottom lane, 0-7-11 is there. Good use of the death mark. This guy's just gonna be falling down for sure. Just time on the hands of 0-7-11.
Did we just curse the guy? We did say that he's one of the more stable Baron laners that we have in the tournament, and we often said, or we did say that there was not one game that we saw Sika being bullied at one point, and now we look at this game, and it's your fault, like, Young. It's your fault.
I'm sorry. I apologize from the bottom of my heart. J-Team says, okay, you haven't seen Gyang? We'll show you one.
Yeah,
we'll
it's your fault, Young. I blame you, bro. Anyway, so WBG again getting smashed on the one side, but is still able to do a counter play. WBG loves to go for trades, right? If you go for one play on the other, on the other side of the map, a cross map play will be there. But WBG also was able to deny one of the things that JT loves, which is their first dragon, right? The first dragon headed over to WBG, and it being the mountain dragon would allow them to have enough resistances to thwart off this assassinations. It's a question of how would the assassinate penetrate through the tanky members, the beefy members, and of course the the damage output as well of the fighters of WBG.
We haven't seen Fan as well do some work here into any fights. It's mostly been focusing on farming, same as 0711, except for that gank into the bottom lane. So they're just waiting for the next fight, and I think this situation right now kind of benefits J-Team even more, because this is what they like. This is what they have been doing for the rest of the tournament, and they're just looking for ways to get something. May it be small or big, but it is a lead that they are getting. As long as Pan doesn't, make a bad mistake, it should be fine. But DY gonna get engaged. Good use of the stages to block that or dodge that shockwave. Pass not gonna isolate Wake Up, but does pin him a little bit towards the wall.
Yeah.
That should be fine by Weibo.
I think Wake Up was so lucky that wall was in the way, because the angle was actually correct from DY. WBG though, here comes the assassins, right? They want to come from different angles. They're going to dissect and make sure that you won't be 5-man strong at any given moment. One would come from the right, one would come from the left. This is what we call the pincer movement, and J-Team just start to challenge this.
Yes, he also staying there onto the backside. Faye gonna be engaging onto him. That Red Lion onto 0711. The piercing arrow hurts through the Kazakhs, and that should give the RH here for Weibo Game. With the backside is infiltrated. He picks up the kill. Wake Up as well, gonna be in trouble. Dawn gonna be getting it, but will be trading its life. Weibo Game is still getting the upper hand, I would say, since they got the RH.
Yeah, canceling the recall. Zika got hit by the bubble. 2 for 1 though. J-Team was able to get 2 kills. 1 kill of WBG. WBG though in return was able to secure the objective. And I just want to commend the Garen there. Faye had one job, and that is to make sure that Getsi won't have like the best entry point possible. He was forced to use the ultimate onto the Garen, and although he suffered a death, it allowed Chi to still be able to dish out damage, and that's your win condition if you're WBG. You have to protect Chi at all costs.
And they managed to get the RH, use it into the mid lane. Now tier 1 taken down for J-Team. But J-Team managed to get an objective for themselves as well. The Dragon picked up by this team. Fan remaining at the very top in the goal chart, focusing on the farming for quite some time, is helping Weibo Gaming have sufficient damage to burst out J-Team.
Bot lane is slowly being pressured, but Chains of Corruption is going to be used just as a disengage tool. Will J-Team be able to find the head of Chi in this game? What do you guys? What do you think? Like, will he ever die?
There's a lot of tools that they have. They should eventually be able to do so, and I believe they can. It's just so difficult because of how Weibo Gaming is so far positioning themselves, and this is a team that possesses a lot of discipline while maintaining their aggressive playstyle, and Chi just always very comfortable throwing their piercing arrows, just like in the RH fight.
Okay, let me throw out a very quick take. I think that if Chi ever dies twice in this game, that means that WBG has 0 chance of winning. But if he ends up not dying at all, or if he dies just once, I think WBG got this in the bag. J-Team though does have a lot of assassins to work with, right? I mean, Yitze right now is having a field day. Early Christmas for him, like 3 kills, 1 assist, so ahead of the curve. And will most likely be the win condition by J-Team. He's going to be the reason why the formation of WBG will break apart. And once the formation is basically or has been broken by J-Team, that's where the other assassins come into play.
I remember Chi's scoreline when they were battling against Place Esports. They lost to Series 0-2, but in game number 1, Esvaros actually had 5-0 and 3 score. No deaths in the entire game. Oh no. He is in trouble. Pan gonna be flashing out that charge, chasing him down.
Good proto
Should
belt.
be fine, but they need to be disengaging now. Don just throwing the shuriken in. Sika going onto the backside, forcing everything of J-Team to collapse. DY gonna be giving its life for the rest of the team, but that means Weibo Gaming can just push through. Dredge line connecting here onto Dawn should give a big silence as well coming from Faye, but still J-Team managing to disengage is a mitigation of casualties.
Good disengage by 0711. Those void spikes really slows you down, and WBG had the right idea. One of the reasons why I really love Cheese Varus is that he would not hesitate to go for the Chains of Corruption plus Flash play. And we saw it there. It did not net a kill because Pan did have enough mobility in him. He had a proto belt that he was able to cast to just get enough separation against Fan and against Wake Up. And Wake Up did actually use his depth charge to still try to get the head of Fan. Was not able to do so. However, DY was the sacrificial support.
Yeah, so much interruption there from Weibo Gaming to prevent J-Team from disengaging. Totally, a lot of resources was used, a lot of flashes was spent by J-Team just to be able to escape. And it started with Pan getting caught again. He has to be more careful when using that portal jump. You show your face to Weibo and you're gonna be seeing smiles on their face.
Yeah, Pan will have that big responsibility to make sure that he is not going to start, you know, the onslaught that is waiting to happen whenever she falls down. But the good thing here is that J-Team did not really suffer too much because of, again, that proto belt that she picked up. It was a-okay, and I think one would say that she got it all calculated because I don't think she will be that aggressive without the proto belt enchant available to her at that point. Anyway, 25 seconds before the next dragon, and that will be the Infernal Dragon. And the Assassins would love to get their hands in the third Infernal Dragon, right?
Fan still maintaining at the very top. 0711 trading a little far behind. Yazzie as well. So in terms of damage, this is a lot coming in from the Jays, and we have seen it as well in the previous team fights. Now, with it being shown, that we can see the Weibo Gaming is going to be positioned here into the bottom side. River J-Team has to check blindly. They were starting things up. Yeah, they're actually using Death Mark here onto Fan. Not dealing a whole lot of damage. Took a bit more than he can chew, actually. As Wake Up, serving in the front, will need to back away for now, but is still alive and should be good here for Weibo Gaming.
J-Team's top lane, though, is currently pushing. Oh, Chi didn't miss his Chains of Corruption. Wake Up. Less than 20% health. So he needs to regen back. He does have Warmog's armor, so he will be back in full health immediately.
DY. And that is the Sleepy Trouble ball into the back line. She gotta be initiated here on the backside as well. 0711 wants to open up this fight. But Basica actually flashing in, gets Span into his face and will be getting the kill. In Weibo Gaming, it's time. They found the opportunity and they will take 4.
Triple kill for the Jays. And this is what we did say, right? It's so hard to execute the draft of J-Team. Like, you have a lot of assassins. All the assassins are now dead, except for the Zed. Now, if you're the Zed, what do? You're against a Garen that will just, what? Cast skill 1? Although, yes, he is here. And he targeted down Wake Up. Not really the best target. Chain of Corruption connects, and he's dead.
Yeah, flashes away, but only to his coffin. And that's the ace. Weibo Gaming gets 5 kills, loses only 1, and gets the Baron. Massive goal lead now, 3,000, 4,000 in just a span of a minute. And J-Team finds themselves now a little more confused in what to do.
I'm kind of happy and vindicated that we were right in saying that this draft by J-Team will almost likely not work, right? They did everything correct. Like, they targeted down Chi, and we did say that Chi is going to be the very vital piece for Weibo Gaming. Even though he was left by himself, he still had a flash And you saw DY did try to attempt to assassinate the Varus. With one piercing arrow, DY just surrendered his life as well.
Oh, good cast though on Chi this time around. The follow-up is not there. 7-11 says bye. And DY will be bidding goodbye as well. And J-Team now is having a beatdown onto their towers. Top, mid, and bottom. But they are going to be engaging here into the mid lane. Fan taking a bit of damage there onto the backside. Chi as well going to be the next target. Never mind. He is the one posting the arrows onto the members of J-Team. Absolutely no way to reach him. Dredge line not going to be connected. But here comes Sika on the backside. Stasis to nothing. And that is it. That should be game number 1. Weibo Gaming with another clean ace. Only the Zed is remaining alive. But what can you do? And you're just a lonely assassin, and Weibo Gaming will take game number 1.
The best Varus in the world. I dare say that because that really feels to me that only one player in the world is capable of doing, and that is Chi. He will not mind using his flash aggressively, getting the picks, but in the perfect time, if he needs the flash to disengage from threats of multiple assassins. There were like 3 assassins, and having to survive that game without surrendering a death, only Chi from Weibo Gaming could do it, at least in my eyes right now. So
yeah,
guys, let it be a lesson. He's the best Varus player in the world, so take it away from him.
Yeah, it is evident. I mean, Chi is just an absolute monster with a Varus. The moment we saw him pick up the Varus and not being denied here by J-Team, that was already a big mistake. That was a disrespect. And having this assassin comp definitely was a scary part for them. Early game, they were getting a couple of kills, especially for Yezi. Dawn as well was getting some. But when the team fights actually happen, we see a cleaner execution. Twice in a row, Weibo Gaming cleaned them up. Got the Baron, gets another team fight taken out, and she was just very happy on the backside. 18 minutes and 12 seconds, Weibo Gaming with a decisive victory.
Yeah, Fan also was a very crucial member of the Weibo Gaming in their win. Like 7 kills with 4 assists, suffering no death as well. And also, I just wanted to point out that his item pathing, he went for Yomo's Ghostblade as his first item buy. Which is interesting. Because oftentimes, you know, as a Jace, he needs a Hullbreaker, but we have to remember this is Jace in the jungle, and you know, whenever the Jace is being put in the jungle, you don't have the luxury to go for the Hullbreaker, so you will go all in with the damage. Again, a masterclass performance to not die against the assassins as a very squishy Jace. Really just bamboozles me right now. What happened? You drafted this J-Team, and it was just, you know, a snowball that turned into an avalanche, and they cannot do a thing.
And Fan as well was like a shadow in the entire game, not being given attention the entirety of the early game, being able to successfully farm out and safely farm out, maintaining the best kind of gold earning here for Weibo Gaming, and then it just materialized into the damage for the team fights as well, able to kite away the members of J-Team while providing protection as well and maneuverability for Chi. And this just shows again masterclass performance here by Weibo Gaming. This is why there are said to be an elite team, and Fan gonna be getting the MVP as well. 7-0 and 4 in his performance. Definitely something to look out for.
Yeah. Like the double pokes. 1 Varus, 1 Jace. It's not just about the pokes, right? But the all-in burst potential of all this armor penetration builds that you can do in the game is just so scary. Nonetheless, you could give it to Fan, you can give it to Chi, you can give it to whoever, because I believe, except for Sika, right? Sika really suffered 0-3, and one of the reasons why they're in the back foot the first few minutes of the game. But WBG convincingly won game number 1 of a very good draft and a very good play as well.
And J-Team, they have to go towards the root. Back to the drawing board, what is actually working for them and what can actually work against Weibo Gaming. Because now, the on the back end, match point for Weibo Gaming. Let's see if J-Team can pull off a game number 2 victory. We are your casters, Gyeongi Nautilus, and we'll see you guys after a short break.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also
Welcome back to the series of Weibo Gaming and J-Team, and after a demonstration of strength by Weibo Gaming and punching the composition, the assassin lineup here of J-Team, let's see how J-Team is going to be responding this time around, because game number 1, that was really a big struggle. Especially, Yezi did get a couple of kills in the early game, but after, the team fight 5v5 happened, it was just a one-sided beatdown with Weibo Gaming.
You know what, Giyang? I was looking at the player counts. It was... I did catch Getzy, kind of tilted. He was so, I don't know, maybe it happens to the best of us, right? When you're trying to hard carry a game, and not everything is going your way, you will feel the tension, the pressure. So I kind of want J-Team to extend the series to game number 3, but I feel, if they're going to stick with whatever draft that was in game number 1, I feel like WBG would have the upper hand. So yeah, let's enter into this draft and see how they would approach this. They are going to ban away the Fiora plus the Shen. So the Varus is one of the biggest concerns I always would have against WBG.
Finally.
Is going to be very respected. Good.
Finally. Alright.
Sometimes all you have to do is to listen to the casters, right?
Yeah, that's the only thing they have to do. That's the only thing they have to do. Recognize the strength of Chi, and then respect it. Ban the Varus away. Since they banned the Ziggs as well, then that's 2 champions taken away here for Chi. Maybe the Virus, or maybe the Zoe is gonna be picked up by Weibo Gaming later on for him, because he loves that champion. But since they are hovering the Gragas, then maybe they can pick up the Nautilus here to counter it out.
Yeah, but for WBG, Senna is still available to be picked up. Is Senna okay. Yeah, I don't think it's a Chi champion.
No, he likes aggressive champions.
It's really the Zoe, yeah. Okay. Even with the nerfs, this guy has the nerve.
Oh yeah.
In the Zoe. JT would be the yeah, go.
When he uses the Zoe, it's as if the Zoe wasn't there.
Oh yeah, the classic. I can still do wonders with this champion whenever, or even with the nerfs that did happen. Anyway, J Team is going for the soft counter this time. They will be the one locking down the Nautilus. But if you're Weibo Gaming, you're okay. You're content with this because you were able to gift the Gragas over to Wake Up. Game number 1 is not enough for me to say that Wake Up has outperformed DUI. I feel it's really fan and Chi doing wonders in during that game number 1. So yeah, we'll see if this game number 2 would at least reignite my love for Wake Up, because if anything, he's like my favorite support right now in the Chinese conference, and for obvious reasons.
And yeah, in this case, well, the Gragas is gonna be a good tool for him. Again, spark out that love and try to enable the team as well in the team fighting, because he has a big responsibility. In terms of damage, you don't really have a whole lot as of the moment, except for the Zoe. So maybe an investment on possibly a Ribbon or a Fiora would suffice here for the Baron lane in order to at least take down Dawn here in the Baron lane. Good respect on the Kazakhs of 0711. Wukong as well. And the Zed gonna be taken away by J Team. Possibly, maybe a ban on the Ribbon would suffice as well to kind of diminish the options here of Beijing Sika.
We'll see if the ban on the Ribbon would indeed happen. Because J Team still has... Okay, never mind.
Oh, okay.
They banned away the Akali. They're banning away the Assassin. So it is a potential that J Team would go for a marksman. Like a Quirky in the bot lane. Ashe is definitely not something to consider, especially with all that he picked up. But WBG is saying that we're going to snag away the Corgi that you are planning to draft. Is this a Dragon Lane Vayne or something? Or Kaisa for J Team? Oh, Aatrox is all open. Wait,
that
what?
is good.
Yeah, but how did it reach the point this point that the Aatrox was left open? It's not something that we expect.
Well, Weibo Gaming had some history already leaving the Aatrox open and then, completely demolishing it. And with this composition, they have a lot of damage to work around to take this Aatrox down. Orianna. Huh, okay.
I'm not really a fan of Orianna. Basically, Orianna is a non-existent champion damage-wise during the first few minutes of the game. But the Vex J Team have shown that they can play the Vex. This is a good counter though. I'm loving this from WBG. And this, I think, is also the reason why they cannot draft Ashe. Because by drafting the Ashe, you can easily just get ravaged by the Olaf pick here by WBG. Overall though, I like the draft at both sides. This is definitely better than game number 1 in where we saw the glaring weakness of one side. And although there was a win condition for the triple assassins, it's just so harder to execute. Now J Team, with a simpler draft overall, would try to extend this series into a game number 3.
So the only concern we have right now for J Team is, of course, the J Skorky matchup, and maybe Pan with a Vex should be more careful, unlike in game number 1, not becoming reckless anymore and provide DY the opportunity to work around helping out Dawn in the Baron lane so that they can get leverage against the Garen, because that is one of the keys here for J Team in this particular game. Again, match point for Weibo Gaming after an incredible and decisive victory in game number 1. And with Chi on the Zoe, we cannot discount this player. whatever champion he uses, maybe a Varus, a Ziggs, or Zoe, he is going to be looking for kills from the laning phase.
Indeed, I'll go ahead and see if there will be another mind-blowing Chi performance. Well, I'm still, a big fan of his Varus. Yeah, Zoe is okay, but his Varus is really what I think. Oh, there you go. There was another out. Weibo Gaming, let's go, or J Team, let's go.
Oh, not winning the trade here. It's a silence. It's got to at least equalize the damage, but Ignite was used already, so.
Oh, immediate exhaust. What a way to do it, right? Like, immediately he knew that Yetzi would go for the To the Skies play. And on the top side, like, okay, so as a Redacton, you don't want to be chunked down that much, right? You want to still be healthy, especially going against a Garen, because a Garen has innate passive regen. And so he was forced to back away.
Oh no, exhaust this time around. That's going to be first blood by DY. Really good engage here.
Yeah, well, when that happens, it's just going to be a lot harder to survive, huh? Another Nautilus hook connects, and okay, let me just. Okay, alright. Okay, I can now bring my point down because I saw a Reddit post as well. I'm a lurker on that social media, as you can tell. There was a post saying, why do teams prefer the Nautilus over the Gragas? Gragas has the better win rate. I think at the time that it was posted, it was 59%. But yeah, I guess to answer your question, it's a lot easier to use the Nautilus. And plus, pre-level 5, Nautilus is just superior overall, right? Because the Gragas does not have the explosive cask, does not have access to, a lot of things. On the top side, the Dawn 128 is manhandling Sika.
Yeah, and level 3, you have 2 crowd control and a slow already. You have a shield as well to remain tanky. So compared to the Gragas, it only has 1 CC and a slow. It's much better in a way. And we have seen a lot of first bloods happening just because of the Nautilus. It has been demonstrated in the mid lane just a while ago. And J-Team fully utilizing this pick as well. Team fights though, Gragas is better because they isolate and play what. Speaking of isolated, Pan is gonna be in trouble. Throws in the Shadow Surge. Will he go there?
Go in.
Too late already. But yes, he will get the trade at the very least. As top side, Sika is gonna be backing away.
If he ever goes in, there's a Stasis Engine that Chi could still use, but on the top side,
yeah, 0-7-11 World Ender after picking up the kill onto the Garen should give them more plates as well. Oh no.
J-Team is dominating WBG, top, mid, and bottom. Total victories, JDG 115, WB. I think this is the total victories of all of the orgs, right? In WRL, history-wise. Number 1 being JDG. Interesting, 115. Anyway, so we go back to our analysis of this game. This is not what I expected, right? WBG needs to slow things down because J-Team is really ravaging and is opening up the map for themselves. Like 3k goal lead, 3 minutes in. Everything that can go wrong really went wrong to against WBG.
And even on the top side, Sika's goal is to suppress the lane and make it passive so that the Renekton will be denied of an opportunity to be aggressive. But in this case, it's not happening. Sika are gonna be in trouble. That's the Dominus picked up. Depth charge to just close out the kill. Another one for Dawn.
Can't win now. On the top side, never. I think it's imminent that we will be seeing a game number 3. Well, this happened during series number 1. In where one team that was so far ahead still suffered a defeat off of what I would say a wild Baron call. So yeah, we could there is still that the WBG can do, but outside of that, like this big lead, I think even WBG members knows this, that it's basically the J team special. If you give them the lead, they can just control the game from the get-go.
They still have the late game scaling coming in from Spain, but you have to be very careful. 4 people passing bot side, or 3 people rather, 0711 is going to be using the honey fruit, so that no sustain is going to be available here for Weibo Gaming. No response. Top side, there is a fan lingering on the RH position. Will be spotted out by Don. Looks like J-Team wants none of bot lane for now.
Yeah. I think one of the struggles that WBG is having right now is because they don't have any winning lane. That fan is not able to really make himself felt in this game.
Cast gonna be used though on Yezi. That should be a kill since the package will be invested as well. Good answer. Give a little bit of gold here towards Faye and allow him to scale up much better.
Yeah, but their goal is just to delay the objective takedown. Because now the RH is still open for the taking for J-Team.
Wow, they really want to head up Wake Up. And they're already doing a really good job because RH was denied here for Fan. He wasn't able to take it. DY was able to shove him away, and now 0711 in here should be good here since the solo laners are ahead, so they can just turn into a team fight here.
Oh, sleep.
Engage. Shadow Surge. Fan taking a bit of damage there. But J-Team will be happy with the RH.
It's the zoning play coming from the Vex. Vex is one of those champions that is so flexible, right? He can be played as an assassin, and he can be played as a playmaker. Tika? Oh, almost, but not quite. But Fan is here. There you go. Okay. Wait, he flashed in! One undertow would have been enough to kill the Croc. But that's okay, right? You understand. It kind of does make sense that Fan would try to secure that kill. Although J-Team is still in firm control of this game, was able to get the objective downstairs, or the dragon, and was also able to get this Red Herald in turn that they will be using to secure the first tower in the mid lane. All J-Team, 6 minutes in.
Yeah, 3,000 going, 3,000 gold lead right now for J-Team as well. Still being maintained. The only good thing right now here for Weibo Gaming is that the gold lead isn't really rising too uncontrollably. They were able to get a couple of kills here and there. Fan investing the flash. Funny interaction as well, as he went for the axe throw and then immediately didn't see anyone anymore as he flashed in. And J-Team, well, Don is going to be, hesitating a little bit now, engaging onto Sika since he's also dealing more damage with the Black Cleaver picked up. But still, the control is good here for J-Team. All three lanes being, under their control, being pressured down towards Weibo Gaming. Some deny on the XP and gold as well. We do see Wake Up going bot side though.
And bot side, there you go. An all-in from Faye, but Wake Up is there to deal the necessary play to get that kill. WBG is crawling the lead that J-Team was able to surmount. If WBG will be able to win this, you know what? I think this is going to be a film that needs to be reviewed by all teams as to how to play from behind, right? They're so good.
Because they got bullied so hard in the early game. 3,000 in 3 minutes, and also an early tower taken here by J-Team. Unlocking almost all the outer turrets already. Only the boss side is remaining standing here for Weibo Gaming. But they are still able to get a couple of kills, Very cleanly so as well, especially with Wake Up going into the bot lane, giving again another gold towards their carries is what's necessary for Weibo Gaming to have a better standing chance in the next team fight.
Pop culture quiz for you, DM. What happens if you get caught in the undertow?
Yes, look.
You feel numb.
Yeah. I feel like I'm missing out a reference here.
Caught in the undertow, just caught in the undertow. Not rings a bell.
Okay. I don't know the next lyrics in that, but
yeah, you basically feel numb.
Oh yeah.
There you go, WBG. Now trying to make a move here in the red quadrant, and again WBG slowly crawling the lead that JT was able to surmount for themselves. Not going to be over aggressive, and is not going to push through their attempt to assassinate Don 1 to 8 here in the bot lane. Meanwhile, if you're a J-Team, you're happy and content in playing it out and waiting for the Red Herald to spawn up. WBG still. How are they doing this? How are they stabilizing? How are they slowing things down? It just doesn't make sense.
It's like LCK playstyle here. The PC version definitely working here for JT so far in this game number 2. Game number 1 was really awesome. Now, really good pick here, at least on the Olaf. But no Ragnarok gonna be used just yet. Really good shock blast coming out to wake up. Not much resources expended by both sides.
Dragon is going to be open for the taking. J-Team loves their dragon. It being the second dragon means that this will be multiple stats that J-Team does want to secure. Faye does have the package available here, Giyang. So this could be the make or break team fight that we will have in this early game.
Yeah, 0-7-11 getting hit by a Sleepy Trouble Bubble. It should be fine, but they want to secure the second dragon for J-Team. Weibo Gaming trying to establish really good control here, at least on multiple angles into this river side. J-Team has really good vision too, and they want to prevent any sort of access. If they get Chi, this is bad. They already used the package was already expired there. Starting the dragon.
He's not connecting onto his skill shot spot on the bot lane.
Don doing a lot of damage onto the backside. That's immediate punish here by J-Team. Really good cast to isolate some members here of J-Team, but still they're lacking in damage. And now J-Team wrecking havoc. Can they actually secure this? Fan is very far away. Can he get the smite? It does! Steal out the dragon. Drive by and no casualties.
How is WBG doing this? One thing for sure, that Corki play was nothing short of magnificent. Like, I mean, he just stood his ground. He was just hitting one of the members here by J-Team, and in that last second, just Valkyried away. You know, the discipline and being able to assess the situation right away, that this is what they need to do. WBG was able to secure the second dragon of the game, and it's just still 4k behind the opposition. The goal lead did not balloon whatsoever. And if you look at the damage chart, this is in consideration that Chi was not able to hit his battle stars. Had it been that Chi was able to connect those deadly skill shots, it could have been a different story altogether.
Now J-Team is trying to increase their aggression here towards the top side, trying to get a kill onto Bainsika, but it's going to be very difficult. Losing the dragon is huge as well for Weibo Gaming, because again, they have a lot of damage to be thrown out, and that's gonna help them so much in their sustain as well for the next team fights. J-Team being denied is also denied off the additional sustain that they could have with the dragon. That was so clean coming in from Fan as well. Just flash into the smite, and there's nothing that 0-7-11 can do. Very, very uncommon here for 0-7-11 to lose an objective that should have been his.
You look at the lower left, you see Yetzi. You know, you look at the player count of Yetzi, and you would be seeing what I was trying to say just a while back, saying that Yetzi is all too intense in trying to get the upper hand, because J-Team was in the prime position to take everything just a while back.
Getting the frustration. Stasis is going to be used here by the Nautilus. 0-7-11 wrecking the bot side or the back line already. As Ragnarok already has been expended, Faye has to just give way now for J-Team.
Finally, something positive after a long while in where we saw WBG crawl back into this game. J-Team was so decisive in getting that pick. Chi not going to be targeted by DY's hook. That Rift Herald is not even going to be able to destroy the tower here in the mid lane. J-Team finally gets one kill.
And they also managed to defend this tier 1. This is huge here for J-Team, but Nautilus might actually be in trouble. Good use of the red line to at least escape there. And Don just holding the fort here for J-Team as well in the mid lane. Weibo Gaming should be looking for more picks. As long as they do get the isolated play onto Pan, maybe deny as well the recess, that should be, you know, a big opportunity for Weibo Gaming. Also, 0-7-11 should be stopped at all times, because if it gets the World Ender onto the backside, similar to what happened in the last fight, it's going to be a bad play here for Weibo Gaming. They need an immediate burst down, target everything, and spend everything here on this Aatrox.
Or poke them down, or poke him down. I mean, like you... one of the weaknesses of the Aatrox, especially during late game, is that if you chunk him down early, he will hesitate for sure to go in, right? We have seen an Aatrox bite long, right? We have really regarded Long as one of the best junglers in the game. But there was that one game in where his Aatrox was easily controlled because of the pokes that was available to the opposing team. And WBG does have that, right? Like, they have the Zoe, and now the Zoe already has a completed death cap, which means that he is really going to hit hard.
The items as well on the Corki here for Faye should amount to a lot of damage for the pokes as well, especially with the missile barrages. And they are going to be going in, I believe. But 0-7-11 getting caught there, but the CP Trouble Bubble prevents him from doing so. DY just serving in the front line. Isn't really going in just a moment. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity, waiting for the perfect angle to catch Faye. It's so difficult to do that.
Yeah, Dawn tried to cut the wave, and now Wake Up is being engaged on explosive cast misses.
Isolated play though, going to be initiated once more here on to the Ragnarok. Forced out for the Olaf, but they are turning onto Yezi. That's going to be spelling out trouble. Stasis is going to be used. Shadow Surge as well onto the backside. Should be forcing Faye a little far back. And J-Team going to be happy with that.
J-Team recognized that they have a pushing wave topside, and that's the reason why they had the luxury to engage. J-Team 0-7-11 wants to secure this scuttle grab, but Fan is first in the position and would be able to secure this vision for themselves. Now, if you're WBG, you have to go back immediately and fast, because in 15 seconds, the third dragon in the game, being an Infernal Dragon, is going to be very important for both their squads.
Really good use of the waves as well, pushing towards the side lane towers of Weibo Gaming. Should give them some leverage here into setting a position for the bottom side river. Now, Weibo Gaming setting up vision as well, but they need to clear out some of the wards that J-Team already has placed deep into their jungle. Good job there by the Ganon, actually clearing it out. DY has to be careful. No flash anymore. Should be just walking back.
WBG clearing the vision that is needed by J-Team to feel so safe. Tonwan 2A is playing with fire right now, and there could be an engage by WBG.
Running through. Running away. DY has a good position for the flank as well, but Faye does have the package. Mid lane being pushed by Yetzi. This is good. They are going to be forcing a lot of misplays here towards Weibo Gaming. Ragnarok going to be expended already, and that is a key victory position here for J-Team. Now,
Yetzi
they actually take this. Wow, the tower being taken out here by Yetzi, almost actually, but that provides J-Team now the opportunity to start this dragon.
Ban is dead.
Going to be used. Backline. Vex is dead. And now Chi going to be throwing out the battle sword, but gets engaged by Dawn 1-8 onto the backside. Faye also late into the fight. Same as the Jays. But J-Team still doing a really good job. 0-7-11 still dealing a lot of damage here onto the front lines. And still serving a lot here. 3 versus 5. Can they actually do this? They will just back away.
WBG found the pick that they needed. It was against Pan. Pan immediately died with 1 Paddle Star. Although he was able to buy some time with the Stasis Engine, it wasn't enough. WBG gets their prize here with the third dragon. Plus, slowing down again the tempo of J-Team. Although the mid lane tower was easily chunked down. You look at Chi and you look at how he threaded the needle, getting that game-winning or clash-winning pick against Pan. My God. That's also not your standard combo, right? Like, you use the Paddle Star with the Portal Jump into the Sleeping Trouble Bubble to really execute the carry off, or the Dragon Laner off the opposing side. And that's what was needed by WBG to make J-Team scared for their lives. That is a good win for themselves.
That's a big mistake coming in from Ban, because Yetzi was trying to push out mid lane. That was already a big advantage there for J-Team, and was drawing a lot of attention from FaZe Corki to collapse there and just defend the tower. But because Ban died, it forces J-Team to fall back or either commit into the fight regardless, because Weibo Gaming was already engaging onto them.
This tower is still standing strong, 19 minutes in. And this is one of the reasons why WBG cannot overchase, right? This tower has served its purpose. And I think it's also the main reason why J-Team is still feeling relaxed, even though WBG is slowly crawling into this game. Although, one thing I wanted to point out. Oh, wake up.
Might be in trouble. 0-7-11 is serving in the front line, but will be dashing away towards the Baron Pit. Cass going to be for the isolation play. Nautilus is going to be using the stasis to survive. It's the World Ender here by 0-7-11, forcing Weibo Gaming to fall back. That is a lot of damage. Vex also by Pan going in with the Shadow Surge. Pops out the GA from BGC Cap. Still No one will fall down. Weibo Gaming still surviving. 0711 with 1 HP as well.
This is high-level Wild Rift here, Giyang, because even with all the haymakers that J-Team throws at WBG, they still find a way to survive. But this is the bigger blow that could basically determine who ends up winning this game. This is the Elder Dragon timing. 20 minutes in. No more Guardian Angel for Sika. And how do you solve this problem if you're WBG? They are feeling the pressure right now.
And I'm actually worried for J-Team right now because twice in a row, the Dragon has been taken by Weibo Gaming and denied from 0711. Now they are positioning really well into the bot side. Good thing for J-Team. They have a huge wave into the top side that will be answered here by G. The moment they find him, that could be a turnaround here for J-Team.
Superior macro, right? As soon as he shows up, J-Team would go for broke.
Yeah, that charge gonna be used. DY serving really well. Wake up dice! And that should be the full all-in here for J-Team. They will be happy with just one kill. And now positioning here onto the Elder Dragon Faye. Gonna be having a bit of trouble here. Onto Don. Wrecking him.
Outbreaker.
Havoc into the backside.
This is classic J-Team, right? They're pushing away. WBG, though, trying to approach bit by bit. Fan is still alive. This is still a 50-50.
Oh, Don! Good backside damage. She forced to flash away. Faye is trying to deal a lot of damage here onto the front line, but is a little bit lost. And now J-Team has better positioning, better kill as well. Fan gonna be in trouble. Chi a little bit late as Faye cannot do anything, but still trying to crack away. Battlestar almost gets the head there of DY, but now still complete as 5. They are starting the Elder Dragon right now. Faye just trying to interrupt with a couple of barrages. Low HP members by J-Team. Will be respected for now.
It is so crazy that Faye was still the threat that was needed by WBG so that J-Team won't be able to pursue this Elder Dragon. But look at the state of the game, and it is still winnable for both sides. J-Team definitely has the upper hand, 6.7k gold ahead, but WBG is playing this as if it's, as if it's nothing, as if it's 0 gold lead.
No jungler as well, no fan. And this should be a big risk by Weibo Gaming. Shadow Force onto the back line, delivered there onto Wake Up. They're being forced a little bit back. Teleport is a little bit late. They already got the Elder Dragon out. They are going to be committing. DY is doing a lot. Done as well. 0711 bashing through Yetzi as well onto the backside. Everything is a disaster for Weibo Gaming, and J-Team will just deny this second game from Weibo Gaming and will just push mid.
We have a series, Giyang, because J-Team is not going to be stopped by just one Garen. J-Team found the Elder Dragon, and with Elder Dragon being available, so are the executes. Game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, between the two very good teams.
I love the decision making of J-Team. The moment they saw Chi into the top lane, they committed. Caught Wake Up and then transitioned towards Fan. Got the kills, got the jungler takedown, took the Elder, and then went in once more. Especially with the Shadow Surge of Fan ready and available. They were able to just make everything work in a span of a minute. And that causes the demise here of Weibo Gaming. Now we're going to be seeing game number 3 for this series.
I still am, I don't know what to feel about that game number 2. Like, imagine if that game did not have a 4k or 3k goal lead 3 minutes in. It could have been a Weibo Gaming win, right? Like, the amount of time that Weibo Gaming was able to buy for themselves, even with 4, 5, 6k apart, or the deficit. It's not J-Team that's not being proactive, right? It's just WBG knows how to play from behind, would pick their spots, and although it did not net them the win, you would see the caliber of the scene overall, right? Like, J-Team, though, being able to secure the most important objective in the game in the Elder Dragon, was able to cement a win for themselves, and I still have to give them the credit that they deserve, right? Their early game was the reason why we have a game number 3 here, Giyang.
Early game, they were able to cement the 3,000 goal lead in 3 minutes and just channel from there. A lot of pick-offs that denied the scaling, even for Chi and even for Faye, just because of the bullying they have experienced from the members of J-Team. It allowed J-Team to take control in the majority of that early game. Mid-game to late game, we were seeing Weibo Gaming getting a couple of objectives, stealing through 2 dragons from 0711, winning some small fights as well. And, It's what's just really unfortunate for them to not have the best position in that last fight. I think that one is just the slight advantage that JT made fully utilize in that particular fight that allowed them to secure the Elder and then just go from there.
What would be the attack by both the squads in game number 3? That's what I'm excited about, Giyang, because this is definitely two of the teams that are the best in the region, best in the tournament, like best in the world, in fact. Right? Like being able to open up the map and was able to being able to get like a 3k gold 3 minutes in is already a positive point that JT would be happy to work around with. But if you are WBG, if you're like the coaching staff of WBG, yeah, you would be mad the first few minutes of that game, but you will also be able to commend them in weathering the storm, in slowing down the game, and still being able to force a 50-50 in that Elder team fight. The MVP is going to be DY, and yeah, deservingly so, because he found the game-winning pick against Wake Up in that Elder Dragon fight.
Oh yeah. Also, he has been, a pinnacle frontline here for J-Team in general. Most of the fights they've won was because of his setups, and that's a key tool here for J-Team. One of the reasons why we love the Nautilus as well. We saw him, helping out Don into the Baron lane that enabled him to just bully out Sika. And Sika in general, I think, shouldn't be using, champions like Garen. He's very talented in using aggressive champions, and I think that's one of the flavors here of Weibo Gaming.
I think Don 128 is the better Baron laner, at least today, right? Like, even during game number 1, we saw Sika struggle. Game number 2, he was manhandled by the Renekton. So, heading into game number 3, how will the support staff of WBG solve this? I don't know.
Let's see. We are going to be going into a short break. We are Giyang and Autolus will see you for game number 3.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, With 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action, who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers.
Welcome back to the third and final game of Weibo Gaming and J-Team. Game number 1, it was an incredible victory by Weibo Game. Game number 2, J-Team has snagged a really good and decisive victory after that last fight in the Elder Dragon. And now we're on our last match as well. Who will take the crown? Who will be the victor? We are going to be finding out.
Yeah, we expected a Game 3 for all series today, right, Kian? Yeah, it just so happened that during series number 1, some unthinkable happened. Some unpredictable play happened. But since this is already the third game between the two teams, of course, both these teams wants to have the upper hand and wants to send a message to the other team that they are the better team overall, right? Weibo Gaming and J-Team, they're both of the, better teams that we have in China right now. So it now comes down as to how the draft will go. Let's look into the side selection. It does look like that WBG will now be on the red side for third game. Any thoughts?
So same situation as before, same situation as the game number 2 should allow J-Team to have the same target bans that they had in game number 2. The Varus, respected, the Shen, even the Fiora here going to be banned away. Weibo Gaming will be forced to leave the Aatrox open again if they are going to be respecting the Jax here of down 1 to 8. Should it be banned away, that is going to be a scary situation for them because 0711 will get his hands on this champion again.
One of the strongest champions in the meta right now. Chinese Aatrox can do no wrong, right? And also the pokes did not really stop him to be able to dish out the damage that he needs to secure all the objectives. And the primary objective being the Elder Dragon, J-Team is going back to their comfort and would be locking in the chase. This is a Yeti special, right? That they can easily flex over to 0711 if they need so. Now WBG is saying we are not going to commit the same sin twice in a row and would be locking the Aatrox for ourselves.
I love this. I'm liking this adaptation by Weibo Game. They're going more aggressive this time around. A while ago, they were going with the Gragas, going for team fights at like 5 minutes. But this time around, they want early game dominance. Level 3, full-on dive in Baron lane. Try to enable Fan this time around, in which he had a really decent performance with the Olaf in game number 2. But I think it's lacking something. It's lacking that extra punch, lacking the extra aggression that we normally see for Weibo Gaming. And this Akali that was banned away in the second banning phase of J-Team will be picked up early this time around.
And also one of the things that we noticed during the game number 2 of Weibo Gaming was that they did not have any winning lane. And as an Olaf, it's not really going to help your cause, right? You need something to get the ball rolling. You need something to push you over and make you the scariest version of the Olaf. Now we look into the second draft, our second rotation of the bans, and we are now seeing that the Ashe has been banned away, plus the Zoe. So what will be the champion of Chi if this is the case? Like, what other option does he have? Like Lux? Or will he go for the Vex and take it away from ban?
It's going to be challenging here for Chi for sure. I don't think we have seen him use champions like Karma just yet, but yeah, he did pick up the Lux at one point. It is also going to be respected here by J-Team. And other than that, it is going to be a bit of a new information for us, if ever. Because Karma makes a lot of sense here for Weibo Gaming. Everyone goes in, everyone gets shielded, and can resist the forces here of J-Team. But if, they did pick up the ribbon here, that's a lot of, aggressive playstyle and lots of engage for them. J-Team investing more on sustain and tankability here for the rest of the side. They will have the Corki as well for the late game scaling. And this is a nice touch for
Lucian.
J-Team.
I think it's a Lucian. Oh, are they really going for the Karma? Because I think that, you know, this is an angle for them to pick up the Lucian and have Chi play the Lucian instead. Because that will be one way to at least challenge this Jace pickup or the Corki pickup. It's not going to be a hard lane whatsoever in the Dragon lane because it's just going to be all about scaling. But J-Team, again, I think is really liking the way the draft went. They were able to force WBG's Chi to play the Karma. And although there were times in where we saw him play the supportive champions, such as the Galio, that's because that's the all-in composition, right? The funnel strategy. So it's so different when WBG is being forced to play Chi, one of their superstars, on the supportive side of things. So yeah, kind of want to give my props to J-Team. They really are one of the most academic team, most fundamental team that we have in the game right now.
Our knowledge is just so deep. They managed to mitigate the potential of Chi, force him out on the Karma for the first time in this tournament as well. But have to be very careful with face Akali this time around. Fan as well with the Aatrox and Wake Up with the Nautilus. This is a lineup and this is a team that will not hold back in throwing the punches to J-Team.
WBG will have to rely on their solo laners to really go ahead. And so Chi would have to step back by a bit and play the supportive role. This has also been a duel between the supports. DY getting the MVP in game number 2. I know that Wake Up is just looking at it and would most likely want to get the upper hand in this game. Wait, is this a Chi strategy? Yeah, it is going to be a Chi strat in where we are going to see Yetzi. Oh, by the way, the Aatrox is not the jungle Aatrox.
Yeah. So it's a jungle ribbon here for Fan. It is going to be a big struggle here, given the range advantage, and yeah, you have some extra range, but in terms of kiting in towards the Corki, it's going to be extra challenging for him. You are powerless. 59 seconds, almost 60.
We're going to look into what would happen in the next few minutes, and again, we have to recall that J-Team was able to break open the game because of a very good Nautilus hook. Come game number 2, right? In the first few minutes, it was the reason why J-Team really did get a lot of advantage. But this time around, WBG's laning phase is already in shambles because of Yetzi's flexibility.
More consistent TPS on Yetzi. And Redisika had his first kill on cooldown, so the engaged by Wake Up isn't really the best timing for there. And they are going to be bullied a lot here. This Corki is so difficult to handle in the laning phase. There was a time we have even seen a Corki Senna into the top lane, and it was actually Fado being the one on the top side, and we saw a domination into the Baron lane. So this kind of setup now by Dawn128 and DY should do a lot of work here in terms of shutting down the Aatrox and also enabling this Corki to just safely scale up.
This is also the Dragon lane Jace that I'm kind of allergic of, right? Like, this is not something I really want to see. But if there's like a team that can really make it work, I think there is really going to be J-Team. By the way, Yetzi hasn't lost. Is that right? He hasn't lost on this Corgi.
8-0.
Wow, what a guy!
Yeah.
With that big of a win-loss record on one specific champion, you would understand that J-Team knows what they're doing, right? By flexing over this Corki over to the Baron side, Sika is again being controlled. This is actually a clinic on how to defeat WBG because this is now the 3rd game in a row that we are seeing Sika struggling. Game number 1, 0-3 start. Game number 2 was struggling the 1v1 against a Renekton. And game number 3 is nothing different. He's facing against a ranged champion in the Corki.
This is a big curse that was handed to him, especially in this series right now, and hopefully he does recover a little bit as the game goes by, because now J-Team is doing a really good job here at the top lane. Fan gonna get engaged here. Perfect execution by Faye, dealing a lot of damage. DY forced to flash away. Immediate flash in to follow up. Weibo Gaming secures first blood, and J-Team finds himself again with a depth charge initiated onto them, but still, Weibo will be backing away, happy with that first kill.
Fan and Faye was already level 5, and that's the scariest Riven, right? You know, a freshly leveled Riven would immediately go for the burst combo. And that is a good win, and a very decent win as well for WBG. Now at least Zika is on a favorable matchup. We are seeing him facing against the Garen. And there you go. I mean, why do you engage against a level 5 Riven? Oftentimes, it's not going to go into your favor. With Wake Up flashing in and with Faye having the access to the perfect execution, everything was so easy for WBG.
Extremely easy, so smooth as well. Despite DY flashing out, trying to escape, there was an immediate follow-up coming from them. They went too deep there, trying to get something into the top lane, and Weibo Gaming is very disciplined. They will always follow up to help out Zika, especially into the top side, and this is a good adaptation they are also making right now. Faye into the top side should have better kill pressure towards the Corki, because if you just land one dredge line onto him or even onto the Gragas, Faye will just follow up. He has the backline damage. His damage is piercing through everything as well.
We have to note the J Team's Corki, especially when played by Yetzi, still 100% win rate. If there is a counter pick to that Corki, definitely those are the assassins. Faye playing the Akali, being gifted 1 kill. Things are looking up for WBG squad. But J Team is actually winning gold-wise though. And I think this has something to do with, again, the laning phase that Zika struggled to keep up with, right? Like, he went topside and he was immediately bamboozled by the Corki being flexed to the top. He expected the Garen to be there and have a melee versus melee, but J Team really played it so well and is so academic with their approach.
Yeah, good approach as well towards the bot side river, able to establish good vision with the Scuttle Crab, so that is a slight lead they would have in terms of positioning here for this dragon fight. But in response, Weibo Gaming going towards the top side. Fan is already there, will be securing the Herald, while the rest actually interrupts the taking here, but should be very careful. Cast could be used, step charge as a response, but no kills so far, just an exchange of objectives. And Faye being here actually well postured towards J Team. Dawn has to flee for the execution, and an immediate kill by Chi. DY as well, almost getting taken down. 2 tower shots on Faye, flash out by the Gragas. But Yetzi actually doing a really good job. Can he actually get the kill here onto the Riven? The answer is yes. One more bomb, almost getting the kill. Good dodge with the dash. And look at that, immediate follow-up as well by the Olaf. At least they got a 1-for-1 trade. But look at Fan just going there once more. He really wants to get the execution here onto Fan. Will not find him anymore, but Wake Up. Stasis. Faye is here as well, hiding under the shroud, just interrupting him. Will they turn? Is the question. And looks like it's gonna be a no. One more auto attack to the trick. One more with a shock blast. Fan is here. This is a very extended position here by Fan, but still Fan is gonna be going in. He stays alive, and J Team will push through.
What a series of highly mechanically plays from J Team and WBG, right? He wanted to save his teammate, and so he body blocked the shock blast. And we look into that replay as to how long that team fight was. We have to remember that Faye already have used the perfect execution here to get one head, and although Chi was able to get one head, Yetzi was doing enough damage against Fan here on the top side. A phosphorus bomb not connecting, and with Pan being here, flashing in, going for the play, although he missed the accelerated shock blast by a bit, it did not deter J Team to still progress and go for the kills. Wake Up being the MVP, I would say, of trying to save Faye in the process. He was able to save Faye in that interaction, and now J Team versus WBG continues here in the bot lane.
Good setup to Wake Up once again. He falls down. Now J Team has a really good position, but the unsettled place knocks them back. As the answer here of Weibo Gaming is to fight, but they have to be very careful. Shock blast connected onto Fan. They'll be okay. Mid being pushed as well by Dawn is a big pressure here towards Weibo.
Instant mechanics by J Team, and now they are enjoying a 4K gold lead, translating their mechanics into multiple macro advantages as well. Now J Team is really cementing a big lead right now against WBG, and this is without Barry, no less, right? Their starting Dragon laner is currently in the back seat. And it is Pan playing the Dragon lane Jace, which by the way, was very vocal in saying that I'm not a fan of this, but Pan is making me believe.
Yeah, his aggressive playstyle, just breaking limits, defying expectations is just truly amazing here for J-Team. He was going ham on the top side fight a while ago. I was scared that he would be punished and killed off, but no, that didn't happen, and it's just popping off right now.
Going to look into see as to how J-Team will really translate this 4K that they were able to net with multiple plays that they were able to do during the first few parts. And we did highlight the fact that if J-Team gets a hold of a lead, basically have firm control of everything, right? Sika, what a game for him, right? This is one of the saddest games that we have seen Sika, or saddest series that we have seen Sika played. And this is not a knock against his ability to play. I really think that he's one of the better Baron laners that we have in the game. It's just that J-Team really played well against the guy.
Yeah, completely shuts him down in this entire series, and it is going to be a big challenge for him. Maybe with the scaling champion of the Aatrox, he can pop up later on. It does take some time. Has Faye as well on a double scaling with the Akali as well, so that is a big responsibility for the rest of Weibo Gaming to make it happen. Allow them to scale maybe 5-10 more minutes, or as J-Team also tries to scale up, but it is quite challenging.
Yeah.
Dragon already taken, now posturing down towards the RH. I don't think they can contest this.
You now see Yetzi having completed 2 items already, Essence Reaver, plus the Trinity Force. There is a reason why J-Team is still 100% whenever they pick up Corki for Yetzi. Because this guy is just so good at it, right? Like, that one team fight we saw Yetzi play against, the jungler of WBG and was able to dish out enough damage for him to really go down. And now he picked up the package just 20 seconds before the dragon spawns up. J-Teams knows how to play and secure their dragons. That's one thing that we know for sure. And with 0711 being this ahead, I don't see a window for WBG to contest this.
RH as well used into the bottom lane to draw attention for Weibo Gaming. This is a lot of win conditions that they have acquired just for this one objective, the second dragon of this game. And a while ago, game number 2, we did see them struggle, but this time around, their setups are just so clean. Faye has a good position.
Oh, he's
under a
spotted.
ward though.
Forced to use the Twilight Shroud right away. Yet he can just use the pack. Oh, he mistimed his package. He wanted to use the last second to have that extra DPS against the Ocean Dragon. But the fight still continues. J-Team's Dawn 128 in the middle against 2 people of WBG.
And a good stalling here by Weibo Gaming, but Wave is crashing down
DY?
the bot lane. That's a good cast here by DY. Pan as well, zoning baiting Sika towards half health already. They turn onto the dragon. Dawn has a good angle. They need to follow through.
Oh!
That's a big damage coming through with just one shot life. Baiting Sika is gonna get taken down, trying to stay alive for so long as Faye draws attention towards himself, hiding under the shroud. Perfect execution out, and now Weibo Gaming still staying alive. Dragon 2-7 HP.
They cannot.
Oh, have
They
to fall
cannot.
back.
Indeed, now Pan is going for the chase. Will he find one? Oh, he
Pando
found
gets
one.
This is a massive kill now by J-Team. Low HP members on the side of Weibo Gaming are forced so back under the tower. Dragon as well picked up by J-Team. Should give them leverage to take this another tower into the mid lane.
J-Team just so crisp with their plays, right? They're not going to overextend. They're not going to overchase. They're just going to chunk you down and make you hesitate to go for the play. And it all started with 2 engages against Wake Up. The first one was the explosive task, and there was another engage that Wake Up did do against the members of J-Team. I kind of want to commend Don 128 because with his silence, he was able to slow down Faye's ability to penetrate through the back line. He was also forced to use the Twilight Shroud, and this is what I call the patient play that J-Team always showcase whenever they play. Sika! What is he doing, right? What was the point of casting Darkin Blade and going for that Darkin Blade number 3 at that point? I don't think he can ever burst a Jace that is at that health. But anyway, yeah, let bygones be bygones. It's really a rough game for Sika overall.
Faye as well having so much trouble penetrating through the members of J-Team just because he's the only one who can deal a lot of damage here into this particular game. She's been trying hard as well. With the Transcendent Embrace, really good cast as well through the isolation, but Zetzi being chased away. Sika, this is his chance. Can he actually get the kill? He's taking a lot of damage as well from the Corki, but will still secure the kill. And now J-Team answering back here in the spot side fight, has able to take one member down as Wake Up falls down, and even this tower gonna be threatened. A massive victory again by J-Team.
Yep. Trade up still for J-Team. 1-for-1 in terms of champion count. But more importantly, if you're WBG, you were able to get a shutdown kill against the Corki and funnel the gold on towards Sika. A badly needed goal that he definitely need. And that's another engage by DUI against Wake Up. I guess it's clear now who we have as the better support, at least in this game, right? I think we really have to give it to DUI because he just has controlled the game number 2 and also game number 3.
The only angle I'm seeing here for Weibo Gaming is the point wherein 0711's Olaf falls down, or and the Garen will not be able to sustain anymore the damage coming in from the Aatrox and the Akali. At that point, maybe 18 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, but it is gonna happen. And that's a big timer here for J-Team. They are gonna be engaging once more. Wake Up taking a lot of damage here onto the backside.
He's dead.
Just trying to survive for so long. They got a Corki! That's Fade doing a lot here onto the backside, hiding onto the Strat as well, but will still get taken down. But Sika is serving so much. 1-for-1 trade, still really good here for Weibo Gaming, as Wake Up almost got taken out, just getting that ward for him. And he will be happy disengaging now.
It was the most ideal start for WBG. They were able to assassinate Yetzi, and that's one way to win against the composition of J-Team. But Akali went too far forward, and he was easily assassinated by all the beefy members by J-Team. That's also going to be the struggle here. How would the Akali be able to impact the play? Yeah, he can assassinate the Corki, but outside of the Corki, it's so hard to kill the Garen, it's so hard to kill the Gragas. Even the Olaf is already at a very chunky and very tanky levels. I mean, what do you do? J-Team? I don't think DY would let this tower go down. Yeah, wisely. Just tanks the cannon minion hit, and that undertow is enough to save the life of 0711 in that regard. You look at the gold chart, every single member of J-Team is ahead.
Yeah. And similar to game number 2, they're also able to save that tower in the mid lane that allowed them to deny so much reach here from Weibo Gaming. Now they are ahead 8,000. Is giving them also the leverage they need to actually take down Faye as fast as possible, because he deals a lot of damage. Either way, he was able to take down Yetzi a while ago in a blink of an eye, and that is a big posture here for Weibo Game. A very big win condition.
Guardian Angel's already completed for 2 members for J-Team. So if you are a Kali, what do? You cannot kill them down immediately, right? And you don't have any damage from Chi to also help you out. So it's really a losing matchup for WBG now.
They use the cast though. That is a big timer here. That's not going to be connecting, but Wake Up might actually be in trouble stasis. Going to be used. Faye has a good backline access once more. Pan cannot get him in time. And look at the damage. Perfect execution as Yessi just kiting Pan for so long. On the other side, J-Team just winning the fight. Able to save Pan as well. 3 kills picked up. J-Team just so clean.
I think J-Team might just end the game from here on with only 2 members left to defend. How do you defend this if you are Chi, if you are Faye? And a lot of this has something to do with the drafting phase, right? Like Chi being forced back to play the Karma is not the winning formula that WBG needs.
Last time, the last defense here, Chi gonna get obliterated, and J-Team just gonna shatter them, winning. Reverse sweep as well against Weibo Gaming. It's just an amazing feat here for J-Team. They push through and they inevitably get the victory. Oh man, this is just so good coming in from J-Team. Such a decisive movement, such a decisive game coming in from them, enabling Yetzi. That last fight as well was just so good, with him kiting away from Fan and from the rest of Weibo Gaming, while another fight breaks out with Pan doing a lot, and the rest of J-Team helping him stay alive as much as possible is just top tier. J-Team, discipline, team fight manipulation, and overall just winning the fight.
I kind of want to look back into the standings now, right? Like, is there a way for them to catch up to Best Gaming? I think so, yeah. But J-Team has really cemented themselves as one of the top contenders. So did WBG. But in this game, or in this series, I kind of want to attack it with, or in the drafting phase, right? Like, the ability to, number one, control Sika. Sika did not have the best series of all, right? Like 3 games in a row, he was on the back foot. During the first game, we saw how relevant she is to the team. When being able to dish out damage on the Varus, he's always going to be deadly. Come game number 2, he was doing decent on the Zoe, but game number 3, being the number 1 damage dealer as a Karma, definitely not a good sign.
Yeah, he was trying, really trying with his first Karma pick off here for Weibo Gaming. But J-Team just being so clean. Pan is just so much enabled in this game. All of the fights, not even a single death for this Jace of J-Team. And Yetzi as well, making a lot of outplays in this match. He died at least like once into the top lane. Another fight as well that the Akali, that Faye got him on the back line. But in that last fight, he was able to stay alive as much as possible, flashing away from the flash in of Fan and just doing a lot of good work. Micro, macro, team fight is just so good here for J-Team, and they keep on improving, keep on growing, and keep swallowing their opponents whole. And Weibo Gaming just becomes another victim for them.
I think if you're J-Team, right, like, do you ever lose whenever you have the Quirky? I think you don't, right? Like, still has a 100% win rate on the champion. That's Yetzi, right? That's his favorite champion. The only way for you to be able to win against that Quirky is if you play Assassins into it. They tried, right? Faye tried with Akali, and also to know that, you know, that Akali had the first blood. 1-0-0 start for him still wasn't enough to deter the damage potential coming from Yetzi. With his plays, was able to kite in that game-winning clash. But I think even without that kite from the Quirky in that last team fight, with all the items available to J-Team, I just don't see an angle for them to win in that, you know, in that team fight. If anything, there could have been a better opportunity for them to win had it been in the Baron pit, in where, you know, the resistances will be shredded. But 2 Guardian Angels was like the final nail in the coffin. You won't be able to kill down a Garen and Olaf, and also his BT members, an Olaf, a Garen, and what was the other one? The Jace, right? With all those defensive tools available to them. So kudos to J-Team. J-Team is still one of the best teams that we have here in WRLA.
One of the ways that we're able to counter the Akali as well is, well, 1, the silence, 2, the AoE damage that forces him to use the stasis quite early, and Pan just MVP worthy performance, definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
Second MVP as well, just demonstrating how to use the Jace in the Dragon lane.
It's an outlier though, because it was played like a solo lane in the bot lane, because you would see that, you know, the supports would go to the other lane, and it was drafted with the intention of it being played like a Varus, right? Like the first item was a Yomus, and then Edge of Night. And yeah, although I'm not a fan of a Varus, if you play it that way, you play Quirky in the Baron lane, you dismantle the Baron lane of your opponent, then yeah, I would allow it. So kudos to J-Team.
Yeah, J-Team having a reverse sweep against Weibo Gaming will be, you know, cementing a better position just below Keepest Gaming. We have another series set in store for you guys, another APAC versus Chinese team. BRU facing off Flare Atom. It is gonna start in a short while. We'll just see you guys after this short break.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRLCN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, the new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, The 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 Season number 1. Again, we're now on day number 30 and our last series for tonight. We have Buriram United Esports sitting second place here, or second in the standings of the APAC Conference, versus Rare Atom, one of the teams that are just trying to redeem themselves now in the CN Conference.
Rare Atom is that team that I think should have not won anything. We will have to remember that, their only win came at the expense of Cerberus Esports, where Cerberus Esports was so ahead during game number 1, and then there was a game turnaround fight, and the rest was history. So, yeah, if you were to ask my prediction, I think that BRU got this, and that we will have our first ever 2-0 APAC day against the Chinese team. So, yeah.
I love
some
that.
history. Some history is at stake here, Giyang. We look into the lineup of BRU, Tipper, Valdez, Noel, and co-compete with what the Jesses, the Thailand All-Star. This is definitely like their definition of an All-Star lineup. They have the best jungler, best Baron laner, all across the board. Like, they also have a very good shot calling. And I think this is my first time casting them, or maybe the second time. And every single time that, I see Buriram play, I see veterans that is not going to hesitate to go for the play. Mm-hmm. Now, with the addition of their coach Glade Sox, being onshore. The last time out, Coach Glade Sox was offshore and was coaching abroad. But now they brought him in, and he is going to unlock a new dimension on the squad. So, exciting times.
Rare Atom, on the other hand, it has been... I'm trying to take this in a positive manner because they are really suffering right now. They're in a big slump, 7 series lose streak against the Chinese teams. The early win is against Cerberus Esports, and they're the only team, I believe, that has suffered twice, losing against an APAC team. 0-2 against NAOS Esports, and the reverse sweep by KT Rolster against them. But they have been improving for quite a bit. Irma's performance with the Jays has been improving. His Zed was very notable as well during their last series against KT Rolster Y. And it might be, an important thing to take note as well in terms of the pick and bans we are going to be seeing in our series as well. Because one of the ways they were able to win the games against KT Rolster Y was through Irma's performance. And him as well, just trying to be more stable right now, I think is key for Rare Atom. Because the others are actually proactive into the game. And one of the concerns we actually had for Rare Atom was, was Irma. And having these stats right now shown is not really good here for either team, but much more worse for Rare Atom, especially in the first Herald, in the first Towers. I think the only thing consistent for them is that they try to scale up towards late game.
BRU has never lost against an APAC team. All their losses was against Chinese teams. In fact, they were against FPX, a very good team. Thundertalk, a very good team. J-Team, a very good team, and also KBG, the number 1 team. So it's kind of understandable that the record right now of Buriram leaves so much to be desired. Still though, if you look into this 1v1 matchup, one thing to note about Irma was the latest addition to the Rare Atom squad. And the reason why he was brought in is because he's a veteran already in the mid lane. You look at his stats, it's not too far from Noel, because Noel is also going to play the same way. They're not going to be so flashy with their mechanics. They will be like the cerebral mid laner. We'll try to outsmart you, and we'll, showcase the Wild Rift IQ that is needed for them to win the game. So I think, Noel will be content to play like the Garen, the Renekton, those bruisers in the mid lane, because that's where he shines.
And Irma has been working on his Jace, has been working on his Zed. I think those are the only good champions that he has been using so far here in this tournament. It might be, be respected as well here by Buriram United Esports, since Noel does have a relatively good experience with any sort of champion that he uses into the mid lane. Most of the time, we do see him just balancing out the tempo of Buriram United Esports, and it can be challenging here for Rare Atom. Hopefully, they have a better plan in mind right now, because their match in KT Rolster Y, just game number 1, game number 3, the composition was exactly the same, except that Irma didn't have the Zed, and that immediately became like a one-sided beatdown by KT Rolster Y.
And I'm glad that you did mention that Irma has his Jace, because Noel also has his Lucian, which is a good matchup against the Jay. So that is also something that we are to expect here. BRU again going into this tournament. I really think they are one of the best APAC teams. But let's head over to Michelle for the introduction.
屏幕前各位亲爱的召唤师们，大家晚上好，欢迎回到2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是子琪。接下来呢，将由五里南 BRU 战队对阵 RA 战队。善于创新的五里南 BRU 战队呢，不受版本约束，不断探索适合他们的阵容打法。而 RA 战队的状态呢，急需调整，在逆境中努力前行的他们，能否在今天迎来转机？让我们一起来期待一下。Hello everyone, welcome back to 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. Here's Michelle. We are coming back for Buriram United Esports versus Real Adam. The Buriram try to innovate beyond the meta. Can they find the best composition? And Real Adam still need an adjustment. Can they find their turning points during the battling upstream? Let's check it out in the Rift. 那么接下来呢，就让我们有请两支战队登场。Now let's give up to Buriram United Esports and Real Adam.
เพียงหนึ่งคำถามที่จะถามพวกคุณทีมในประเทศจีนที่อ่อนที่สุดคิดว่าเป็นทีมของพวกคุณหรือเปล่า
What? My God! Wow. Okay.
We'll see. I think is what he was trying to say. I'm just trying to guess.
Man, that is some cold statements there.
Yeah, I mean, he went all in, huh? With no hesitation.
All in.
Are you the weakest team from China?
That's
crazy. And that is Thipper in a nutshell, right? He's going to be so confident. If there's anything that I know of Thipper, he's never going to run out of confidence.
And
Buriram United Esports generally likes making him pop off early into the game. Most of the time with these, we do see a lot of investment by what the Jess and even Valdez ganking there into the top side, enable him and then let the game roll.
We're going to continue into the introduction of the players. And Morty is also one of the stable players for Real Adam. They're still a Chinese team. That is one thing that we know. Although, if anything, all the games that we have casted off Real Adam, there's really something that really tells me that they are not as prepared as the other teams, especially in the Chinese conference, right? Like, they really are at the bottom of the standings. Is there still a way for them to turn things around? Absolutely, right? We are in the day number 30, and they can still catch up to the other teams in the Chinese conference. But in order for them to do so, they have to handle their business against the APAC teams. That's basically the way to go. You have to win against the APAC teams in order for you to get enough points to secure top 8.
One of the concerns I had here for Rare Atom is that we're unsure which lanes or which positions these players actually have to go. Rocky, Morty, and Max oftentimes switch their roles even, and it didn't really cement a good starting here for them. Most of the time we have seen them just have experienced one-sided beatdown by any team, and right now they're trying to be more stable. At the very least, is the way I can say it. And hopefully they do recover much better right now. It's a challenge still for them to redeem themselves. They are quite far away from the the qualifying spot. But one way to at least have a better finish in the last 3 weeks is to get a couple of wins. Buriram United Esports is a team that does struggle on Chinese teams, and Rare Atom is going to be trying to answer their initial question a while ago with a no.
We'll see. Spicy words came out of the mouth of Thipper. And the 1v1 is going to be played by Valdez and Irma. And Irma is, again, the mid laner. Meanwhile, Valdez is the jungler. Do not fret, though, if you're a fan of BRU from APAC, because Valdez, I think, is one of their biggest or the best players, mechanics-wise, in the team. And also, I kind of want to throw it out there that outside of the Philippine teams, right? And we all know the Philippine teams that have joined the tournament. one player that I think is my favorite in APAC has been What the Jess. What the Jess is so good. And I just hope that, he brings out the Thresh, because he was identified as the best Thresh player in Southeast Asia for a long, long while. And I know that you did say that Thresh hasn't been picked yet, and the Blitzcrank got picked twice already. So maybe today's that day. Maybe Coach Glazox will bring out the Thresh for Mr. What the Thresh or What the Jess, because he's so good at it.
I love that. What the Thresh. What the Jess.
What the Thresh.
If we do see that, I'm just gonna be so happy. But I'm also happy here seeing the Yasuo be picked up by Baldus. This is a lot of touch by Buriram Esports, but the Zoe gonna be picked up here by Irma. Can be a bit challenging because there is that wind wall, there is that shield, and there is that gap close that Valdez can just go into the laning phase. Also, the wave manipulation of the Yasuo can be overbearing here for Irma.
We'll see. The poke will still be there though. Oh, there's a boot camp. Where is the coach? Yeah, I think the coach was just across. That's Coach Glazox from Singapore, flying over to Thailand. It was posted on his social media, and he's that coach that has been the coach of multiple teams, be it NAT, be it EU team. And I remember him best during his time with the Alliance, when they were piloting a Singaporean team back in WCS. So talking about exposure and experience, I really think that Coach Glazox is the perfect fit with Buriram United.
I love this. This is a well-prepared team, Buriram United Esports, to challenge Rare Atom. They had an aggressive statement towards them prior to the series. Fight for side as well, going to be interesting since Buriram United Esports wants to have the best kind of win rate. So with their blue side 3-5 standing and their 2-8 on red side, most probably they would want to secure blue side here to have better standing compared to Rare Atom's 2-12 scoreline on red side.
It's really hard to assess BRU though. All their losses were against the superior teams in China, and they're also part of the APAC, and where our tagline is scaling late game. We are going to learn from the best of the best, and we have to recognize, the best teams are still from China. This is 1v1 though. I know that you have shared your thoughts that it is going to be favored to Valdez just because of the wind wall, also being able to gap close against this very squishy Zoe. And I agree with you on this. I think that Valdez has this in the bag. This is one of the exciting times to watch. This is also one of the reasons why you would love to watch Wild Rift League Asia, because of this 1v1 and the player cams as well. Because on the lower left-hand side, you would see some coaching happening from Golden Peak on towards Valdez.
And comments as well. Drink being passed there. Just
what's
chilling.
That? Chayin, I think that's yeah, that's the Thailand milk tea or boba.
Ooh.
And then that's Coach Glazox, right? Carrying his laptop that has been with him since the beginning of his coaching stint. And again, he have coached a lot of teams, EU, NA. Like he was a coach of, I think, Tribe Gaming. So yeah, he has a lot of experience really in his resume. Anyway, Valdez is sporting the Ghost and Ignite. Good sleep by Irma though.
Ignite, Flash versus Ghost and Ignite. Both summoners has been used already by Valdez, so Irma does have a bit of a standing chance, at least in the pokings here on to the Yasuo. As long as he does proc the shields, he can just pressure him down. He has to engage. Ignite is available. One more paddle star. That should be the trick. First blood by Irma. Really nice.
Wait, he's level 3 or level 2? The Yasuo.
Level 3. I actually was confused why he didn't use a wind wall.
Yeah, it is possible that he did not level a wind wall. Right? That's the only thing. That's the only reasonable thing to think about as to how Irma got that level advantage or solo kill advantage here in this 1v1. And again, to those viewers that are new and has just joined us, the goal for this 1v1 is to secure 2 kills or destroy the tower of your opponent, and your prize will be side selection for game number 1.
And definitely, both of these teams want to secure side selection priority in this particular game. Ludens completed already by Irma. That is a lot of damage that he is able to deal in a short amount of time. Able to proc a lot of those shields as well by Baldus consistently in this laning phase.
This is also a very good item that he picked up. That's the push away button, or the what do you call that again? It's a repulsor. Yeah, I think it is what it's called. One of those enchants that can throw off all those melee engages. But Irma, speaking of wave manipulation, he has it now, and also has an emergency proto belt that he can use to outplay Baldus.
Actually, just review the replay there of the interaction a while ago, the first blood. It was actually level 2. Very unfortunate for Baldus, who didn't have the wind wall. Now he's being threatened with a second kill. Sleepy Troll Ball going to be connecting into a paddle star, and that should be it. 2-0 by Irma. Side selection for Rare Atom.
Baldus still all smiles. And he knew that he messed up. He knew that he messed up. And all that he can do is to say, sorry, man. You have to enter this series with them being able to choose the sides. Game 1 and Game 3. So, if you are... okay. If you're BRU, what are your focal points? Or how do you attack Rare Atom? Do you attack top side? Do you attack the jungle? Or do you attack the, lone consistent member in Irma?
Well, Irma has been, kind of like a 50-50 player here on the side of Rare Atom. I think it's going to be very, very effective for BRU to target him down. But it would depend as well on which side they are actually going to be choosing. Given that RA chooses blue side, they will have the better chance in, targeting the champions here of Buriram United Esports. Maybe work around shutting down the champions of Baldus.
They're really getting their mask on, huh? This is now the third team that we've seen sporting the mask. By the way, Morty, the jungler of Rare Atom is also so consistent. They've been in the league since WRL Season 2. They haven't reached the playoffs. And in this season, in where it has now changed into WRLA and includes APAC teams, Rare Atom is still trying to find their groove. And again, if they ever lose this matchup against BRU, I feel that the chance of them reaching the playoffs slowly will close down, because this is definitely a must-win if I am to look at it, if I'm one of the coaches of Rare Atom.
Yeah, if you're Rare Atom, you're desperate. You're hungry for that redemption of your team, and they have been really struggling in their 7 series lose streak so far with the other teams combined, with Chinese teams and APAC teams as well. And now being on blue side, they would be able to at least deny the Shen, Fiora even, and possibly, maybe the Lucian as well here, by the way, since it is notable.
Senna.
Senna.
Right, so are they going to elect to go for the Varus as their priority? Well, there are a lot of champions that can still get prioritized here for both sides. We all know that Nautilus is one of the champions that normally gets prioritized whenever you want to go ham at the early stages. Gragas is also a very good choice because it's always a toss-up, right? Will you go for the Gragas? Will you go for the Nautilus? The Gragas still has the superior win rate for the obvious reason, because you can use it so well as an engage option and disengage as well.
But now, Buriram United Esports has their hands on the Varus for Golden Feed, and with the Nautilus, that is a double win condition here for their side. So now they can focus on enabling Thipper in the Baron lane and also having a very, very safe bottom lane for Golden Feed.
They still need some magic damage though, so Akali will be considered here for sure by BRU. Their Akali often I mean, if you were to ask me as to who should pilot the Akali if you are BRU, I think you have to give it to Thipper. Thipper is so good in using the champion, and was also the Summer Super Cup MVP a couple of years back for a good reason, because when it comes to mechanics, only a few can top the guy.
Corki as well can be an option here for Buriram United Esports on mid lane for Noel.
Sure.
Have that stability, also good scaling towards the late game. It would be scary though, since the Ziggs Mega Inferno Buff does deal more damage into the late game as well.
Ooh.
And with the composition that Rare Atom is building right now, that says a lot for team fighting. It screams team fight.
Yeah, Gragas Wukong composition will always have that chance, regardless if they're behind or not, right? Because the Wukong will always have that luxury to reach the back end. Oh, this is also mixed damage.
Huh.
Yeah, Yone has APAD just because of his passive. So this is also something that we forgot, Young. And there are teams that really prioritizes the Yone, especially those teams that have a very good jungler like Long, like Weiba. They would not hesitate to first pick this champion. Buriram also has a very good jungler for themselves, so this could still go to the jungle.
Valdez has tried the Yone in the jungle once or twice already in this tournament. Yeah, twice, and
What's the
we've been
result?
trying to redeem his performance there, because all of the games so far he had on this champion has been losses. And well, this time around, with the composition they have, in terms of enabling Thipper, this is a big tool that they have.
We're going to look into the rest of the balance here. Akali being targeted down, Renekton as well. So you can see the angle already glaring. There could be a Garen priority for the side of BRU. The Garen would just allow for them to have that beefy front line to make sure that Golden Feet would be feeling safe. And you know what? If you actually draft a Garen here, if you drafted the Nautilus as well, having that sturdy front line, I think I will allow the Trinity Force build for the Varus, because it's all about being able to dish out the damage come late game. So yeah, we will be seeing as to how the draft will progress. Riven gets banned away here by Rare Atom. How will BRU counteract?
Garen. It is going to be hovered right now by BRU. Can go to Noel, can go to Thipper, but I want to go to Noel because Thipper likes champions like aggressive champions like maybe Renekton. Has been banned away. Wow, this is ambitious. Will they lock this in?
Sure. But if you go for the Zeri, that is definitely going to be a losing matchup mid lane. Although one would say, come late game it will be superior for sure, but the early game of the Zeri is basically non-existent. So this is a better pickup overall. Rare Atom is going to be hyper aggressive and will be locking down the Lee Sin. And lost in all of the chaotic picks that really didn't transpire, Rare Atom was able to sneak away a Jace as their last pick, and I believe Rare Atom would be happy in taking that.
Irma has been improving his performance with the Jace as well, able to be more stable, more safe, while maintaining his aggressive playstyle. So BRU has to be very ready. What will be their last pick? It is going to be the Corki to match the Jace. It is a good matchup. Looks like Thipper will be handling a Garen instead though.
The viewer support rating 76% towards Rare Atom, with only 24% believers for BRU. I think that's that will change, especially after this game, because I believe that this draft by BRU, it's so BRU, right? So you were able to draft the Jess, which is a very good playmaker, Nautilus at that. So did I say that he's the best Thresh player that I know? Well, guess what? You kind of have the same mechanics with the Nautilus, right? So it's not going to be that big of a difference. Anyway, so yeah, Golden Feet being the Varus player and all the other champions by BRU really instills the confidence in me that this is the BRU game that they want to play.
And this time around, since Thipper is using the Garen into the top lane, it is going to be very stable against the Wukong. and Nautilus helping him out should provide a little bit more kill pressure against, compared to the Gragas. But looks like this game is going to be Valdez-centric instead of Thipper. Also Noel with the Corki will be doing a lot of damage alongside the Golden Feet into the back line. A lot of folks to enable BRU and chip down these thick front line actually of Rare Atom. Morty has a big responsibility since he has been using a lot of Lee Sins lately. They got their win against KT in game number 1 with this pick as well, being very aggressive, being very decisive in the kicks. So let's see if Rare Atom can make it work.
Yeah, if Lee Sin is that champion that if you are asked to win the game by, by a jungle champion, it always has to be the Lee Sin, right? Like, it's the most skill cap champion in the game, in the jungle position. And also, if you snowball using that champion, tendencies are you would basically be the reason why your team would win. So I understand the rationale of Rare Atom, finding the win off of the comfortable pick by Morty.
Thipper and Rocky just slamming their weapons onto each other's head. Looks kind of funny. But yeah, Wukong actually doing a really good job here in terms of sustaining, winning the trades a bit there onto the Garen. So Thipper might need to step a little bit back, use the healing, and be more safe, because now it's just kill range, kill threshold, and you have to give respect to Rocky.
And he's also denying some minions as well. Thipper just lost lane topside. That, I think, is a bit problematic if you are BRU, especially looking as to how that matchup should have gone. I think it's, I understand, right? Like, the Wukong has more offensive weapons, but the Garen should at least be respectful, especially if that level 2 power spike that really did happen.
Mid lane, well, gonna get initiated. The Dredge line coming in onto Irma. First blood range, ignite ticking. One more auto attack should do the trick, and Max is gonna be in trouble as well, since he has the barrier, but will be able to flash away. BRU gets something.
The 2v2 in the mid lane was the story during series number 2, right? We saw a big win, a massive win by J-Team in the mid lane that they were able to translate into multiple victories, and that's going to be the same agenda for BRU. On the top side though, quite a different story because Thipper was forced to back away. At least he's the Garen, right? Being the Garen, it's not really a need for you to have the most gold in the game. Oh no.
Really good in the top lane, in the bot lane. Wow. Yeah, this is something that we have expected coming from Morty, but Golden Feet wasn't prepared at all.
Yeah, well, he knew that something was amiss. And so what he was trying to do was to make sure that the minions won't be able to reach the tower. Because by doing so, you are giving your tower a bit more protection as well. So yeah, sad time to be a Varus player, being locked under the tower without a mobility spell. Yes, he has the flash, but I don't think the flash would be enough to save him at that point.
Rocket doing a really good job here onto Thipper. And the Golden Staff definitely helping him sustain himself for quite a bit of time here into the top lane. Thipper having not the best of situation here in the Baron lane, and that provides Rare Atom some opportunity to work around the map, but while Valdez is still scaling up. Again, this is a Ione, so it does take some time. Will be trying to reach level 5, also get his first item so that he can deal the damage later on.
Yeah, pre-level 5, if we try to compare and contrast the junglers from both sides, it is 100% guaranteed that Lee Sin would make plays early, but come later stages in the game, Lee Sin will fall off, while Ione will be a lot more relevant. On the top side though, Cyclone was used.
Max already here as well. Cyclone not connected for the second time. It does actually. And cast for the isolation. That's gonna be another kill by Rare Atom. Depth charge to try and get that 1-for-1, but the Golden Staff heal is just too strong.
Rare Atom getting the necessary punches to penetrate and get the kill top side. Rare Atom finally gets a sizable lead now. Alright, that's 1.9k, that's 2k for Rare Atom. And this is not the start that you want to have if you're BRU.
So many angles here towards BRU right now that the Rare Atom is actually taking. Since Noel doesn't really deal that much damage in the early game, Cannon as well. Even the Varus being threatened a lot here. Early game is being well made here by Rare Atom. But Morty gonna be in trouble. Here comes the Valkyrie coming from Noel as well.
Good kick though.
And Golden Feet will get that kill. And Rare Atom is a bit confused as of the moment. What the Jet still continuing into the front line. Nearly gets taken down, flashes away. And BRU gonna be happy with that one kill.
Wait, he was not able to cast his resonating strike with the amount of burst available to the marksman burst damage, right? Like, had it been that he was able to cast the resonating strike, it could have been way different. But that's a very good kill for the APAC team. BRU shows signs of life and would be able to decide as to what objective they are to pick. Infernal Dragon is a very choosy target, especially for marksmen. We all know that, right? Even if you're the Yone, you want that Infernal Dragon. So I would understand if Valdez focuses down the Infernal Dragon instead of going for the Herald.
Especially if BRU wants to scale up. They want a late game insurance. Rare Atom gonna be forced to maybe interrupt a little bit. They haven't started the Rift Herald just yet, and BRU does have some vision there, so they know when they will start and what they just can just transfer there, if ever. Now, as they start, no answer just yet from Rare Atom. Looks like there's no threat at all for BRU. We have Noel as well helping him. To be fine.
The package was used already, or package was about to expire. This is the two-man dragon though, and Max could start the fight here and now. BRU has to be careful, and so they are going to respect the presence of Max and the members of Rare Atom. The dragon resets in round number 2 against the dragon, says Valdez.
High steal rate as well with the Lee Sin on objective, so that's something that BRU is giving a lot of respect towards Morty. So far, it hasn't really been that easy for BRU as well in all of the lanes, given the bullying that their Atom is doing in all 3 lanes as well. Even Tipper having a bit of a hard time into the top lane, Golden Feet as well due to the gank of Morty a while ago, and now, well, Tipper I think is alleviating the pressure, especially with the Hull Breaker pickup. And now BRU has the chance to start this dragon.
Wait, Morty is so far away. The blue buff was just being taken by Morty, and so that signals that BRU is in prime position to take away the objective that they really want to secure. We talked about, you know, there has been a lot of debates between Rift Herald versus Dragon. What really is there to secure? APAC loves their Rift Heralds, but in this scenario, BRU wants the scaling component of the Dragon, especially it being the Fire Dragon, right? The Inferno Dragon. It just gives you much, you know, too much stats for you to ignore.
Tipper as well, responding accordingly towards the sustain of Rocky with a Golden Staff and the Divine Thunder with an Executor's Calling. So that helps him manage the lane even better. Also with the Hull Breaker, if we do see Rocky going towards another lane, that is opportunity for Tipper to just take this tower down. And that is a bit of a pressure now toward, or at least a pressure point here for Rare Atom that they should respect. Maybe we can see them sending some forces to kill Tipper so that they can open top lane and have leverage there. It's not yet being the case.
It's not easy to do, that's for sure, right? Like if you are the Lee Sin, there are like 2 marksmen that is waiting for you to get ganked.
Still safe. Baldas doesn't pull the trigger just yet, goes back, but What the Jess might actually be in trouble, making for the Bobby gonna be used, and the Shock Blast nearly taking What the Jess down. But BRU gonna be forced a little bit back. RH used here into the mid lane. Noel took a bit of damage, and that is a kill threshold for the tower. Rare Atom though. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Fate
Fate Seal?
on
Morty?
the back line. That is big for Morty. Will get taken down. A big mistake by Rare Atom.
Tipper can flash in.
Oh! Mass Injustice. Served and delivered by Tipper. And now BRU, they got their chance now on this tier 1. What is happening?
Yeah, sure. First break, first tower for BRU, denying the impact of the Rift Herald. All wins for BRU. Even Valdez is here to get that killing blow against Irma. He's under vision. BRU gets another head and has opened this game into their favor.
It started off really well for Rare Atom, and suddenly after spawning the Rift Herald, Morty gets caught, and it's a disaster.
Yeah, this is when things go haywire. Like, I was waiting for Yuri to just cast the satchel, but I don't think it's available as of yet. Valdez with a very good Fate Seal play, with the Soul Unbound getting back into your own body. We all know that there's like the mini Deathmark game, right? You know, the small damage that can be inflicted towards the exit there, and that was the reason why he was still able to get the head of Morty, and that's the swing that BRU needed to open up the game for themselves. BRU, yeah, they're trying to defend this tower, but I don't think that this tower would be alive very soon, because Yuri can just throw one skill and it will just easily be destroyed. So what the Jess is here trying to salvage something, and will engage against Max.
Oh, Max is in trouble. Has to flash away. Again, for the one, just gonna be thrown there for zone control. And Valdez took a lot of damage with just one skill.
We're at them though. They were like getting a lot of plates. On the top side, the tower has already been destroyed. You look at the health bars of the tower in the bot lane, almost secured as well. Mid lane also almost secured. So if you're Rare Atom, you look at the state of the map and would still be okay, right? Like, you know, the Lee Sin is still doing a good job in being able to influence the early game. The question though is, did he do enough? Because as the Lee Sin, you have to really like break open the game, right? So because you'll eventually fall off. And Morty, as good as he is, he suffered 2 deaths already on the Lee Sin, which is really going to slow the tempo of the Lee Sin team.
And I think the answer to that question is not enough. At most, it's just one kill to Golden Feet into the bottom lane. Not a whole lot of influence across the map, because, well, Rocky was independent into the top lane. Mid lane, Hermo was A-okay with the help of Mac. Now, good dodge with the stasis. That alleviates the pressure, but now they actually step on their own. Chain of Corruption as well onto the backside. Immediately the Ziggs falls down. And, well, there's nothing that Max can actually do. Morty's being threatened, forced to flash away, but the Whale flashes in. One more auto attack, burns to death. And that's 3 kills again.
That's why I love what the Jazz, man. Like, this guy is so good. Immediately uses the stasis to save himself the trouble of having to flash away, and then immediately uses the flash to engage. Valdez would spot Rocky here, and he's already level 12. This is so scary for the Wukong, and so Valdez will just, you know, go back to his soul, and will be able to get away. Tipper, oh no!
Then South Tipper, like, hey bro, check out. Check me out.
Tag team, okay. Right, I know.
Tag in, you're hit. Rocky just trying to flee, flashes away, and then, oh man, gonna get my hands on Valdez. Saw Garen instead in the brush. Not really the best surprise here for Rare Atom. Flashes in, wow, okay, the Master Justice, good use of the golden staff to sustain himself, and might actually get a good outplay there on Tipper. Still running away, but in the mid lane, Valdez getting caught. It's bad for BRU. Tipper wins. Okay.
Yeah. I think that's because he had enough damage. You know what it reminded me of? It's like, you know, the era in where Batista was tag teamed with Randy Orton. Randy Orton was the Yone RKO out of nowhere, of course. And then immediately subs in, you know, the Hawk of the Garen being the Batista.
Oh,
yeah. Those were the days. Anyway, BRU has just secured a 1k goal lead for themselves, and more importantly, they kind of crawled this lead back into their favor, right? Because initially Rare Atom was in the lead like a k or 2k advantage. BRU went for the swing and was able to turn things around. Valdez though, yeah, just has to be careful, because if anything, you don't want that to happen, especially if you are recognized as the true carry of the team.
Tipper as well, holding the fort here into the mid lane. It's causing a bit of trouble here for Rare Atom in terms of positioning, as BRU wants to get the second dragon for themselves. They have the leverage as well in terms of gold. RH though used into the top lane, so that is something to be considered here by both teams. Rare Atom has to be extra careful, because slowly, you know, that RH is moving.
Ocean Dragon, this is the second dragon of the game. And it's flying over the map. I cannot wait for the Ice Dragon though. The Ice Dragon is going to join us next patch, right? Like,
slow.
If it ever gets secured. As in my veins, Valdez just going for some pokes. But you would see that there's like some type of some sort of miscommunication for Rare Atom.
Immediate follow-up. Max is gonna be in trouble. I don't think it's gonna be able to escape. Are almost killing him. Even the meteor enchant, but they're turning onto the monkey. What can Rocky do? Nothing. He dies, and that's gonna be a kill here. Man advantage on this dragon.
That's the worst thing to ever happen to you, right? Like the package drilling you against the wall, slowing you down in the process, and even with the decoy, it's not enough. Valdez trying to dissuade Morty's attempt to steal this.
Oh man. He's not scared at all towards Max. He knows that there's no cast. Flashes in onto Yuri. Oh man, this guy's just so dead. The kick gonna be used, but what can you do? Fate Seal gonna be there onto the back line as the Jace tries to make something here.
No way!
Absolutely nothing that you can do.
BRU Masterclass Clash from them, and again, that is what the just starting it all, flashing over the wall, finding the priority target, and this is why I really love BRU, man. It starts with what the just, and everyone would follow suit. We look into the replay, and all started with Max being just 1 HP, and Rocky, as I did say, this is like the worst thing that can ever happen to you, right? Like, oh no, you cannot do a thing. Immediately, what the just recognizes that the formation of Rare Atom has just collapsed, and so he flashes in, goes for Yuri, and the rest is history. So BRU very aggressive and also very calculated with their plays.
Rocky not even able to move a Timo of a distance after getting hit by Shadowfox. It's just so hard.
Do a thing. Oh, I love this. BRU so aggressive, so decisive, gets the Baron as their prize as well. APAC dominating Chinese teams today. What day is it today? May 19? Okay, this is the day in where I think... Okay, never mind. I'm not going to finish my sentence, but yeah, you get my point.
Yes.
BRU steadily winning against Rare Atom in game number 1. Exactly.
Seal? 40? Almost. Has though.
Oh, Jess. Okay,
that is a good initiation, but the follow through is not really a whole lot coming in from Rare Atom. What Jess is trying to flee depth charge onto the back line, but Irma actually has good access towards Golden Feet. Flashes away. It's too deep into the fight, so that is very questionable coming in from Rare Atom. They lose 2 people, and even the tower now BRU with the Baron can just push the inhib.
Sure, Noel knocking down the tower here, and also Golden Feet, so these are still the 2 marksmen in the game that can deal a decent amount of damage against the towers. 1 tower down on the top side. The mid lane tower also follows suit, and BRU is just in the prime position to really end the game.
Oh, Yuri getting caught with just 1 slice of Baldus. They can just end this game right now. There's 2 waves pushing here into the mid lane and into the Nexus. 3 people alive, desperately trying to defend. Flash in into the Modern Slam still. Stasis gonna be used there. Manuel to try and stay alive. Good dodge as well. BRU taking game number 1 as clean as it gets.
Yeah, I see you. I see you, Mr. What the Just. And What the Just got caught there out of position with a very good explosive cast, right? And I knew at that point that he's already going to die. He was able to buy enough time though with his tankiness and also Stasis enchantment, because he did not have any flash. He had to surrender his life, but in return was able to get 2 kills, right, for his team. So yeah, all is well, all is good for BRU. Buriram United from APAC is doing it 1-0 against Rare Atom.
We actually came into the series thinking the BRU is going to be taking full control of this game. Rare Atom started it with some picks, but we didn't really see the big step in or the big momentum swinging towards Rare Atom, and that paved the way for BRU when they got their initial power spike to completely take over. And there was no sign of resistance, no sign of turnover towards Rare Atom, simply because they didn't really have the tools and the initial momentum to turn the tides around. And BRU being so disciplined, so decisive, every time we see them engaging, there is going to be a pickoff, there is going to be a follow-up of an objective, and something that Rare Atom will lose.
One of the drafts as well that I did not expect from BRU, having to put Zipper, one of their best mechanical players, on the Garen, right? Like, I know that they have done this before, for sure. Like, it's just that, you know, in terms of effectiveness, I really think that, you know, Zipper is better off with the high mechanic champions, and then Noel will be the one to play, you know, the Garen. I also have recognized Noel as, you know, the best singed player in Southeast Asia, and for good reasons, right? But in this particular draft by Coach Clay Sox and the team, they have opted for the double marksman strategy, going for the Quirky, going for the Varus, and with What the Just leading the fray, leading the picks. The first blood happened because of who? What the Just, right? Like, and the last picks did happen because of who? What the Just. So who's the MVP? What the Just. We'll see.
What the Jazz, not really with the Thrash, but the Nautilus is really good coming in from him as well. And
I'm a fan of the guy.
It's just so clean, man. It's just so clean.
Even Omo knows this. Yeah, even Omo knows this, that I'm really a huge fan of the guy. Like, had it been that the guy was not responsible in a few teams of Philippines not reaching their intended destination, I will really be a total fanboy. But I still see him as a rival slash fan, slash idol, rival. You know what I mean, right? Like, the guy is just so good and is one of the players that I would wish to get imported soon to a Filipino team. I'm sorry, I'm being shameless right now, Gear. But, I'm trying to lobby something. Hey, you know what? But just why not join? Never mind. Thailand might hate me. Oh no, I will be winning the MVP. Okay, it's okay.
Well, this is still a notable performance that was demonstrated here by Noel. Very safe into the mid lane. Was enabled by What the Jess, but managed to maintain his performance very steadily into this game. And Rare Atom really is a bit confused right now on what to do. The Lee Sin performance of BO3 was okay a bit in the early game, but it didn't really deliver the expectations we initially had on his Lee Sin.
One more win for a 4-0 day for APAC. Are you ready? I'm ready. I'm all smiles close right now, and the APAC casters are all smiles for good reason, Giang.
Let's see. Game number 2 coming our way. BRU leading the series 1-0. Let's see if Rare Atom can push this to a game number 3. We are your casters, Giang and Nautilus. We'll see you guys in just a short bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, Welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team...
And welcome back to the series of BRU versus Rare Atom. BRU takes the first strike in this series, and let's see if they can land in the decisive blow. Rare Atom having a bit of a struggle in game number 1, should try to, recover this time in game number 2.
One more win for the APAC region representatives. BRU, would they be able to handle the business and close the book of Rare Atom today with a 2-0? It's not often that we see an APAC team getting a 2-0 win against the Chinese team. But no, today we just witnessed one. And could witness two.
Yeah. BRU going on blue side as well is actually a good sign coming from this team. They do have 3 out of 5 wins in this. Rare Atom having 2 out of 12 wins. On the red side also, they are going to be able to target ban some of the champions here of Rare Atom, since Rare Atom has to take away the Camille and the Aatrox. Possibly they will be, respecting the Senna as their last pick, since in game number 1 we have seen them not giving it away.
Well, having a very good hair day as well. A very unique hairstyle. But definitely something I would want to copy as well. Nautilus going to be picked up for the Hook Prince himself. What the Jess gets his hands onto the Nautilus, and the debate of Nautilus versus Gragas remains up to this day. However, it really depends on the player, right? What do you prefer? Do you prefer those flashy explosive casks, or do you just prefer, those standard hooks into the depth charge and just lock down, primary targets? RA would be the one using the Varus this time. How would BRU respond?
I actually prefer the Nautilus over the Gragas if you do have the Varus for your team, because this combination right now of Rare Atom poses a lot of engage and disengage. Isolation is key here for Rare Atom this time around. They can even pick up the Xin Zhao to have that triple trouble here for their composition, though I'm not so sure if Morty will be able to pull this off. Now, BRU is threatening isolated plays as well, with the Kha'Zix for Valdez and the Ziggs with the Mega Inferno Bomb as well. We cannot discount what the Jess, because he's just so good in game number 1. All those dredge lines connecting, all those isolated plays, perfectly executed for BRU to have those kills.
And I always love the combo of Ziggs and Kha'Zix. Why? Because both of them can poke. Right, Void Specs is also a very good poke tool, especially at level 9 if you decide to level it up. And 2, you kind of want to be far from each other whenever there's a Ziggs on the other side, right? Because the Ziggs can just throw AoE damage. And when you are scattered, guess who's the best champion in the game? Kha'Zix, right?
It's gonna be smiling. Like that.
Alright, we're going to enter into the second rotation of bans, and immediately Rare Atom has recognized that BRU is OP with the with the Garen, and is going to ban that away.
But has the Renekton, if ever, here for Thipper, and it does love that champion too.
Of course.
And with the Nautilus, that is already BR lane prio for Buriram United Esports. Lee Sin of Morty is going to be respected. Looks like he did have an impact towards, the early game here of Buriram United Esports. And they do not want that. They want to enable their early game better against Rare Atom this time around.
Assassins are allowed to play the game today. Akali, the Zed, and now Olaf is going to be picked up by a Rare Atom, which is okay. But one way to answer an Olaf is by dealing enough damage so that he dies whenever he tries to engage, right? And there's a lot of damage for BRU. So yeah, the wiser choice is for them to go for the Jace. Even able to flex it towards the jungle, or if they need something, a stabilizing factor, they can just elect for it to be played in the jungle instead of it being in the mid lane or top lane. But speaking of the assassins here, Gia kind of telegraphed that BRU would be drafting a Kali, and I guess this is going to the hands of Thipper. Meanwhile, mid lane will most likely be Lucian.
I love this composition. It shows execution damage in team fights, and Rare Atom doesn't really have the tankiest of lineup. Varus, Riven, Jace gonna be very vulnerable. If they get hit by the Mega for the moment, it's going to be a disaster for them. Especially with the perfect execution, with the Kha'Zix as well. I love this. Irma should be, if this Jace goes to Morty, it's gonna be fine, because Irma now will get his hands on the Zed, in which she had a beautiful performance in their game number 1 against KT Roster Y. And now it's gonna be channeling the same energy and trying to push this to a game number 3.
Lots of squishy members for both sides. The tanks only being the supports. So it's a classic case of how to fight fire with fire. Alright, so this is going to be very interesting. The matchup between the Zed and the Lucian, of course, is going to favor Zed, especially at level 5 or post level 5, in where the Zed can thread an all-in. So Noel has to be careful. What they can do though is to flip over the laning phase and move over the Lucian to the top side. That's what they can do. You have to remember Noel was a natural Baron laner prior to his move to the mid lane. Their mid lane back then was Archony. But Noel, again, with the experience that he has, shot calling that he has, he's okay transitioning over from Baron lane to mid lane. But if anything, I just feel, that's also an option for Coach Glazsox to consider, moving over the Lucian to the top side and having Thipper getting that 1v1 against the Zed.
We have seen that adjustments happening a lot today in our games already as well. So Thipper, I think, will also have a better performance, or will be more stable battling against Irma. Especially they can just hide under his shroud. It looks like that is going to be the case here for Buriram United Esports.
Wow!
Range advantage for Noel should allow him to kite Rocky as well.
I'm on fire today, huh? Let's go.
You are.
I'm able
like
to...
Nostradamus.
I don't think so. Maybe I'm in contact secretly with BRU, and I kind of have inside info. No, not really, but and the tendencies. If anything, I have studied this game, or if anything, I've studied this team a whole lot before because of how consistent they are in international tournaments. And just looking at their personnel, I just knew that will always be an option, and so it will still boil down as to how effective what the Jess will be during the early stages of this game, right? Because if he's able to help out the same way that he did during game number 1, then things will be a lot easier for BRU.
Sorry, that just cracks me up, the sudden ignite. But this is a big crack here towards Yuri. Dredgeline, I love the follow-up.
Who gets the first blood? What the Jess? What the Jess, man? What the Jess? Like, I tell you, he was robbed of the MVP game 1.
He wants to secure it this time around. He wants to secure it. Early kill, again, first blood. By him. No other player can do that.
And now he can easily rotate to the other lanes and help out his solo laners. It now depends on him as to where he want to go. He would go directly towards the top side and would help out Noel in trying to dissuade a dive attempt. Immediately what the Jess pops the Scrying Bloom, which actually gives the information towards your Atom, but they're still going all in.
Yeah, onto what the Jazz of all people. He is going to be taking a whole lot of damage, still going to be falling down. Thipper going to be joining, but has to fall back. That is 4 people. Emergency code red here for BRU as they leave the calling into the top lane. Are they going to dive? I don't think so.
They recognize that what they just already used the flash to engage for that level 1 first blood, or level 2 first blood bot lane. So immediately their play is to flash in and try to kill the Nautilus. Without the stasis engine available for him, there's no outplay potential. Now Valdez can actually do a very cheeky play here downstairs. He's going to decide against that and will just recall away. But again, I'm not cursing anyone here. This is not a caster curse. It's just Rare Atom recognizing the fact that What the Jess did not have flash.
And that way, that paved the way for them to at least get one kill.
Yeah.
And also, at least in terms of loss mitigation, BRU Noel is still pretty much safe into the top lane. And will be just trying to farm out in this early game. Still, BRU does possess some sort of gold lead. A 100 above Rare Atom as of the moment. And as long as they keep their scaling up, then it should be fine for BRU.
And if you're Rare Atom, like, also one reason why they were so successful in going for an all-in against What the Jess is because there's nothing to be scared of the Lucian kit, right? Like, the Lucian won't have any crowd control route like a Senna that will be able to dissuade you to go all in. Yuri? Oh
no!
My,
oh,
what
miscommunication
a
as well.
Oh!
Okay.
No way!
Good job, creeps.
No, I think it's all Golden Feet though. Like Golden Feet made it happen. Now at the chest.
Bouncing grenade. And Morty is gonna be in trouble because Valdez is here. A 1-for-1 turned into a 2-for-1. BRU. So sneaky.
Wait, okay, so first of all, Golden Feet being able to kill and snipe, threading the needle, using that bouncing bomb to get that kill against Yuri was so clean. Yuri had the right intention, right? He was baiting Golden Feet. And you look at this, I mean, if you're Yuri, you should step to the right? Instead of stepping.
Yeah.
Step to the right, not to the left. Oh no, I think part of it is because of Yuri, and half of it is because Golden Feet is so good at the champion. So yeah, all is well. BRU gets the advantage.
Fully utilizing the wave with that bouncing grenade to proc that damage up and get that kill onto Yuri. And then the follow-up as well by Valdez onto What the Jess, killing Morty as well. It's just top tier. Now they're having a bit of a gold lead, engaging now. Again for the bomb, gonna be thrown out here onto the chase and immediate catch down. Nothing that he can do.
Oh no. You know what time it is? It's the Valdez show. 2 kills already being gifted to the Kazakhs. Oh, he's going to have a field day, everybody.
And this is a champion that was respectfully banned in game number 1, but now as he gets his hands on it, everything is being taken by BRU.
Oh, Max could find the angle and would be delaying the recall of Golden Feet and What the Chess as well, which is vital, especially knowing that there is a dragon to be had here. What the Chess still has enough shield to dissuade that damage. And small interaction that often happens in the Wild Rift game, that as long as you have a shield and the damage is not more than the shield, your recall would not be stopped.
And we saw as well Rocky getting engaged there by Valdez just to shove him away.
Okay.
And now this is enough damage for kill range.
1800
on the RS. Oh, yeah, really good. But now they have to flee. Max is here. Water Slam is available. Cast denied.
Yeah, he had to flash, right? Like, respect flash coming from Noel. Noel did not die. Noel was just farming the whole time, topside, and is the insurance for BRU. So everything really is going in the favor of BRU, except for that kill. What they just surrendered topside. That's kind of understandable, right? Because that's where Atom being proactive. Outside of that, it's all BRU. BRU really is starting to have a firm hold of the early game here, Kiyang, and I really think that Rare Atom has to find a way to slow things down because Valdez is eating everyone for dinner.
And Irma has a big responsibility to maneuver around team fights later on, doing a lot of damage right now towards Tipper, and as Max is just visiting bot lane. Should they engage is the question. Deathmark hasn't been used just yet. BRU having a chance here into the mid lane. Good job by Morty and Yuri actually dealing some damage to stop their push.
Golden Feet is being called here bot lane because there's a threat of a push by a Rare Atom, but BRU feeling still confident here. Dipper saying, I think it's time to bait out another member from Rare Atom. No one is going to bite the bait this time round.
Especially from Irma.
Yeah, at least now Rare Atom is learning that BRU is just waiting to go for the counterplay most of the time.
Good sign. But I want to see a proactive play. This time around, Rare Atom should be trying to shut down Noel. Maybe utilize the Gragas and Rocky as well with the Ribbon to try and catch him off guard. They also have the Varus with the Chain of Corruption. A lot of setups actually are available here for the side of Rare Atom. It's just a little bit difficult right now because they're forced to collect the wave every time around in this position.
Yes. Mr. Hook Prince himself. Okay, alright. Rare Atom scrambles away and no engage whatsoever, at least for now. But this 1v1 is Zed favored. Baited!
2v1 as Valdez is joins here.
No.
Oh, such a good bait.
He was being there
So
to
good.
engage on a marksman, and this is what I call Wild Rift IQ. Noel is not going to win the game using mechanics mostly, right? He's going to outsmart you, and the way he did it was he dared Irma to engage on him, and he bit the bait, which is so sad because again, that's another kill towards the side of Buriram, and if I'm not mistaken, that's 3-0-0 for Valdez's Kazakhs.
Oh, such a scary Kazakhs right now for BRU, and looking at the composition here of your Atom, everyone is vulnerable. Everyone can just get bursted out here by the Kazakhs, and this is something that we have talked about in the drafting phase as well, because Mega Inferno Bomb, then the follow-up by the Kazakhs, and also the perfect execution coming in from Thipper is just a huge threat towards the squishy composition of Air A.
3-0-0 indeed is the scoreline of the Kazakhs. 1.7k ahead of the opposing jungler. Now they want another objective, but the patience will wane. This Rift Herald is going to go back. What?
Wow. That was nice to see. Oh, Tipper going in. Mega Inferno Bomb going to be thrown out as well, but is in trouble. That was too ambitious. So.
Yeah, going in against more people. Using the Twilight Shroud. But the good thing is that he was able to defend the tower, right? That's the goal. And what the just absorbing pressure from Rare Atom, was able to invite 2 ultimates as well, which means that the Rift Herald that Buriram was able to get, right? Will just get summoned here in the mid lane, and with 1 satchel play, that's already tower open in the mid lane, waiting for the taking for BRU. But the reason why I got shocked there for a second was because the Rift Herald was on his way to go back to his nest, right? So the patience was already 0, and so the Rift Herald was regenning a whole lot. But BRU did have enough damage to really neglect the regen coming from the patience being 0. So anyway, BRU still in prime position to again take down another tower. This is what we did say. But this Rift Herald is going to be summoned here in the mid lane and will most likely be assisted by a satchel play to break open the mid lane tower of Rare Atom.
523 HP I think is still okay here for the tower in the mid lane of Rare Atom. And they're just trying to defend it. Oh, but the Jet's going to be going in. Depth charge here onto the Jace and immediate follow-up. But Mega Inferno Bomb. Lots of flashes and good dodge as well to the Chain of Corruption. So there is again an ultimate being used there by Rare Atom. They are actually turning onto the Nautilus. Good kill by Rare Atom.
Without having to invest much, they just knew that they are able to catch what the Jess off guard. Half health on the dragon, but the patience. Alright, reset.
Oh, the reset. It's going to be very tough here for Rare Atom. Still are paying a lot of respect towards Valdez. He can just go with the steal. Only took a bit of damage there. That mark could be used onto the well. As on the other side, there is an engage here by Thipper infiltrating the back line. Rocky's going to be in trouble. That's a jump. That's the steal denied by Rare Atom. Now they are turning onto the members here of BRU. Already got the kill onto the Kali, and Valdez just going to be chased out. Culling doing a whole lot of damage onto you.
And there's a pause.
What? No. No. Not the best timing of the pause.
There's an engage happening, right? There's the clash happening. So I'm not 100% sure if it's allowed to call for a pause mid-fight.
Or what happened before the fight. Because we only have seen this happened once, and I believe it was a dragon fight as well. And what happened was
there was a
the time was
break?
reverted.
Yeah,
Yeah, there was a chrono break prior to the fight.
They were winning until the pause happened, though. That is for sure. Okay, so one thing that I would want to nitpick, and I know that Coach Clay Sox will also agree with me on this, the vision control of BRU in that particular dragon fight, there were wards scattered that gave enough information for Rare Atom to make plays. One being able to catch Wata just off guard, and the second one was the bush right above the cliff, right? It's the banana bush, as we call it, that is on the red quadrant of the blue side. And all the while, Thipper was spotted. He tried to go and engage and get a steal, but steal did not converge. It was still the Z that was able to secure it. It's not the Smite that secured it. So yeah, both junglers basically had still did not secure the objective using the Smite, so that's okay. Now, what happened then was immediately he was able to find a kill using that void spike that was able to reset his leap, and so he leaped away. After leaping away, this happened, right? Like he was being chased, the calling is happening, Golden Feet was throwing bombs on the left hand side, and the pause happened. So we're still waiting. Okay, Rocky reported a technical problem, and there's an investigation that is ongoing. Okay, what was the champion of Rocky again?
It is the Riven.
Okay, let me try it. You want to check the replay?
What happened?
Yeah, I'll check the replay on
I want to check it
stream.
as well, because
see what really happened.
Because if there's gonna be a chrono break, then it's not really gonna be good here for Rare.
Oh no, he stood.
Got the win.
He did not do anything.
Oh, it was not moving the whole time. Yeah, that is unfortunate. I mean, they won the fight, but it was standing the whole time.
Not yet, right? Like it was kind of an even fight. But it's to say that they won the fight because Noel was still healthy and Yuri just died. Morty and Max, 2 players from Rare Atom, being left on the top side with a Lucian that has 2 items. I think they will still be able to dish out damage. It just so happened that it's a very unfortunate thing that Rocky did not move for the entire duration, and the fact that BRU did not recognize that he was not moving is also something surprising, I would say.
Yeah. Thipper, after seeing Rocky not moving, immediately went into Dragon as well. So that was the timing was a bit unfortunate. And what will be the resolution of this problem? Because most of the time we do see a chrono break happening if ever this happens in a team fight or prior to a team fight, but it is going to be a complex decision here. I think it will boil down towards Rare Atom what they actually want to do for this case.
Okay, for the viewers out there, chrono break is the technology that we use with League of Legends PC, having to go back in time. Okay, so there's already a built-in time machine for Wild Rift competitive as well, so which is a very cool thing to have, by the way. Now it really depends to the referee and the sizing body as to if they are going to use the said tool or if they're going to continue play if they did not find any fault in it. It really depends with them, right? At least now they have identified the problem. So how to solve the problem that really nested another problem is another story. Do they go back a minute? Do they go back 30 seconds prior to the fight or into the fight? There's a lot of things to consider. But the last time that this happened, the last time that the chrono break happened, it was you casting, right?
And it was a fight as well.
Yeah.
The clash already happened. There was just a bit of a technical difficulty on one of the junglers attacking the red buff, and then a chrono break happened. That was the resolution. Everything reverted as if the team fight didn't happen. And yeah.
We'll see. Yeah, it's possible that this is going to be a chrono break because one, had it been that Rocky was moving, he could have just easily won that team fight for them, right?
He had the damage.
Yeah, he has the damage.
BRU was slow.
The Riven, his kit is one of the best in the game. But it's actually kind of strange as well that, you know, the pause happened 5 seconds or 6 seconds after he stopped moving. Because oftentimes, you know, whenever... I think it's because it's the heat of the moment, right? It's because it's in the middle of the fight. So maybe he was already shouting, hey, I need a pause, I need a pause, I need a pause. But the other members are already shouting. Yeah. And it happens, right? And that is often the reason why in other esports titles that I was able to witness, there is like a rule that you cannot call for a pause whenever it's inside in the middle of a fight. But because of the technology that we have, such as the chrono break, I also think that, you know, rules like that can further develop into something. Yeah, I leave it to the capable hands of the deciding body to really decide as to how they want to go about this one, because this is definitely sad story. Behold, it's already taking 5 minutes of our time. They wanted to just listen in on the music for now and just wait for okay.
Let's chill for a while.
Okay, guys, we'll be back. We'll be chilling here, and we'll also be waiting with you. I will be interacting via the comment section on YouTube. Oh yeah, no way. Never mind.
Oh, it has been resolved. So
yeah, problem has been solved. So the question is,
let's go. Okay, so we continue. The fight is occurring right now, and there's a lot of damage. Rocky is just mad. He wants to finish up the members here of Buriram BRU Esports. What Jess is taking a bit of damage. Will just be disengaging. Looks like a 3-4-3 happened, but Rare Atom took the second dragon.
I think that's a 4-4-3 because what the Jess was the initial victim of the fight, right? Like, he just got back. He revived because of the long drawn out team fight. And they did not decide to go and use the chrono break, and for the obvious reason, because one, they were able to secure the dragon, right? Had it been that they were not able to secure the dragon, then I think, you know, Rare Atom would be calling for the technology to be used. But, you know, at that point, you would just be saying the same thing, or you would also be considering the same thing to be done, right? Like, just to continue on, to play on, because they were winning.
He managed to make it work despite that technical problem that Rocky had with his Riven, with his character not moving. Now BRU is in a bit of a deficit as of the moment. 600 gold, not really a whole lot, but Rare Atom getting 2 dragon stacks is huge, and will be threatening that last dragon stack in a short while.
Infernal Dragon though, it still is very winnable for BRU, right? Like, Valtis is still way ahead. And it just so happened that during that team fight, BRU's vision control, oh man, like there will definitely be some film session later or tomorrow to really discuss as to how that happened. Because if you are BRU, you don't want to give out all the information necessary for the poke champions to really be effective.
They're chasing down Rocky this time around. They want to punish him. Valtis is mad. I want to kill you.
Yeah, What the Jess is here as well to cut the exit path. I think it's
big investment. Oh, can they actually counter him? It's like it's not going to be the case. Noel almost got taken down though. What's the answer of Rare Atom? Push in the mid lane, push in the top lane.
Yep, the push in the top lane will be successful. Meanwhile, the push in the mid lane, it's a little bit challenging, especially knowing that the defense minister Ziggs is there to prevent the members of Rare Atom. Oh, Zipper!
Zip going in once more. What the Jets a little bit late here into the fight. Chain of Corruption going to be hitting him.
Yep.
Looks like it's going to be the call for out. Good damage as well by the Shock Blast. Almost getting blown away there by the Piercing Arrow as well. So BRU has to be extra careful now.
Yeah, the perfect execution had the intention to at least kill one member, but it's half the job done as well. All you have to do is to really defend this tower.
Yeah, they're doing what they can. That charge going to be thrown out as well. Noel might be in a bit of trouble. Throws down the calling as Valdes just slows them down with the void spikes. And BRU is still successful in defending.
which is a big thing. Now they are able to reverse the situation and was able to cast a satchel on towards the mid lane tower of Rare Atom. So that means that if you're BRU, you are actually okay to leave this tower to go down, or maybe not.
Yeah, they want to protect it at all costs. Every single member is here. It's like protect the president, but the president is a structure. It looks like where Atom says, okay, save the tower. We're going for ban. We're drawing attention here.
Jess, okay.
Going in, no smite, and that's gonna be a clean takeaway for Rare Atom.
BRU trying to find members.
Nothing.
What a call by Rare Atom, diverting their attention on towards the Baron, and Rare Atom gets the juicy prize. We might be looking at a game 3 here, Kiyoung, because BRU, I don't see them, being able to challenge a Baron and Parrot push. So it will be a huge injection of gold towards the side of Rare Atom, knowing the fact that there's already a 1k advantage for Rare Atom. So yeah, like what a play, what a turnaround.
Yeah, we're seeing Valdez having a hard time. We're seeing Noel not really dealing a whole lot of damage. Tipper struggling as well because the burst is real coming in from Rare Atom, and it couldn't survive for long even inside the shroud. So that causes them to hesitate for a bit. Now Rare Atom pushing here into the mid lane. All three lanes being threatened. Mega for the bomb not dealing a whole lot of damage as well towards Wave anymore. And BRU are losing a lot of structures.
And more importantly, the third dragon is going to spawn up in 4 seconds, right? And if you are BRU, you need to contest this. You cannot give away 3 dragons to the opposing side, especially knowing that the lane game is kind of equal, right? Both of these teams are kind of equal when it comes to scaling. Oh wow, what smarts! Like Rare Atom just sent over their jungle. Third dragon secured. BRU, oh no!
Wow. Macro play, micro play. Rare Atom has been on point for the past few minutes. Mid-game starting, and now BRU finds himself and in a curtain closing situation of a game right now. Engaging onto the Nautilus, gonna be in trouble. Stasis is gonna be used, but Irma is just threatening the back line and attracting a lot of attention towards himself. Mega for the bomb, not dealing a whole lot of damage. But they already cleaned out the base here of BRU.
2 inhibitors down. Only the bottom inhibitor tower standing strong for BRU. But this is what I'm afraid of, right? Like, BRU did not have does not have the necessary tools to really challenge a 1-3-1 split push. And also Valdez was way ahead of the competition. The 2 dragons was in his way, right? So 2 dragons, which is now 3 dragons to the side of Rare Atom. That's a lot of stats. That's a lot of stats that you have to be wary of. Now, BRU can set up a dead bush play here, and what just will be spotted? Will there be a Hail Mary play, a miracle play coming from BRU? We are about to find out.
Yeah, because now they're being threatened. Stasis is going to be used here by Valdez. Oh, the big cast here onto the backside, separating cold and feed for the rest of the team. But Tipper trying to do something on the backside as well. Irma doing a lot of damage. And this Akali is so low while the rest of Rare Atom is just pushing in front. Not scared at all. Everybody survives and everybody on the side of BRU falls down. And that's going to be it. Rare Atom defying expectations, getting a clean game and pushing the series to a game number 3.
9-11, ladies and gentlemen. 9-1-1 is indeed what BRU needs to call because they are in the middle of an emergency here. What a turnaround. Rare Atom. Definitely an improved performance come game number 2, and just as proven that they can still win against APAC teams, be it, the better teams from APAC. So now we have a series once again. 3rd game. We kind of expected this, right? Had it been that, the NAOS steal did not happen during game number 1, we thought that this day will really feature 3 games for the 3 series. So and behold, here we are.
And game number 2, it started out strong actually for BRU. It's like same situation that happened to Rare Atom game number 1 happening to BRU in game number 2. Valdez getting a couple of kills, 3-0 at the start of the game, but the moment that Rare Atom started to scale up, managed to alleviate the pressure from the lanes, managed to get a couple of towers along the way. It started to become difficult for BRU, even for Tipper to do anything in this game, because whenever he engages, like what he did in the mid lane a while ago, he just gets obliterated.
Yeah, Zipper's game was a bit meh, at least in this game. Having to deal the least damage of all champions in the game, what the just
including
included,
Nautilus.
yeah, what the just included means that this Akali is not really the best Akali performance that you expect from the best Baron laner from Thailand. So yeah, he basically has to wake up come game number 3, because his play will definitely be needed by his teammates in order for them to secure another win against a Chinese team, and plus to improve their record to 3 wins. Amongst all the teams from APAC, there are only... How many teams does have 3 wins? I think it's just only KT, right?
I think KT is the only one that has multiple wins so far here. The APAC side, I believe they have 3? Yeah. 6 wins.
Six. They have 6
wins.
Yeah.
And
so if Buriram does win this... Oh, no, sorry. NAOS is now on the 3 wins column, right? 3 wins to 5 losses, because they won today. So by being able to win today, they will be able to secure themselves a tie with NAOS Esports for that second spot. So it's really a big blow for BRU if they end up losing against Rare Atom. The MVP is Max on this Gragas, and deservingly so.
Yeah, very, very stable on the Gragas, able to isolate the crucial members of Buriram Esports, also threaten Tipper Sakali a lot of times. Putting him away from his own shroud is one of the keys that Rare Atom had to taking him down as well. And despite efforts of Valdez and WTJS, I think this is not enough just yet. Rare Atom still pushing their boundaries and pushing the series up. Game number 3 is going to be much more challenging, because BRU really needs to collect themselves this time around.
We are going to enter a short break. As we get back, it will be a do or die between Rare Atom and BRU. Guys, do not go anywhere. This is Nautilus together with Yiyang, and we'll be back.
See you guys.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool. and then select one champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game?
Welcome back to the series of Buriram Esports and Rare Atom, as Rare Atom takes game number 2 and pushes the boundaries of BRU. Let's see who is going to be taking the victory this time around. Will it be BRU or Rare Atom? Because game number 2, that was a really good turnaround that Rare Atom actually had in that particular game, being able to get all the objectives and being very decisive as well into the fights, resisting Baldus and mitigating his early lead.
I initially thought, that Buriram had the game in the bag, because Valdez was so ahead. What the Jess was making the plays, but Max, of all people, was able to slow things down, and was able to turn things around. He was able to get the picks against What the Jess, which signals, the positive things for Rare Atom to really benefit from. And how many times have we seen Rare Atom on the third game?
Probably a whole lot.
Right?
Actually.
Like 1, 2. Okay, so this
twice.
is going to be the third. Yeah, this is going to be the third time that we are going to see them go the distance. And in all those instances in where they reached the third game, they were against an APAC team. The first game was against Cerberus Esports, and we all know the outcome of that game by Rare Atom. They were able to win against Cerberus Esports. The second time that they went the distance was against KT Wolfstar. Why? KT Wolfstar was able to win. So it kind of, there seems to be, a trend here that when it comes to Rare Atom against APAC teams, except if your name is NAOS Esports, it will really go the distance.
Yeah. And I think BRU this time around has to pay a bit of respect towards Irma Zed this time around, because a while ago, he was actually performing really well. Very stable. Split pushing as well. We even saw Hullbreaker picked up by Irma for the side lane priority. And Rare Atom found a lot of ways to manipulate the map, get a couple of objectives, and draw attention away from the Dragons for BRU. And now it looks like the Zed is still available. Rare Atom would be able to pick it up. Most likely it is going to be the Senna last ban again.
This is also available, which is one thing that can be considered here by Buriram United. They can still go for the Nautilus. I don't see a reason. So this is their...
I love this.
Yeah. I think this is their way to answer the Rare Atoms draft, which is to prioritize the virus, and I'm okay with this too.
Because you can allow Rare Atom to pick either the Gragas or the Nautilus, and then you just get the other one. Most likely, we are going to be seeing the Gragas picked up by Rare Atom for the isolation play, but the Nautilus does provide better outputs here for BRU, because What the Jazz is amazing with this champion. Now you have the virus as well for the Chain of Corruption, you have the isolated play as well, plus early game you can have a good enabling tool again for Tipper.
Going to have to look and see as to how Buriram would be answering the stable draft, like the duo that we kind of expected. BRU going back to the Kazakhs. Yeah, which is okay. I mean, he was so ahead. Even better. You go back to the Yone, you go back to the draft that was so effective for you during game number 1, and now they're going to flip things around and will not even prioritize the Nautilus, which means that BRU would have to possibly choose another support, because there is an opportunity for Rare Atom to ban away the Nautilus and ban away the Galio as well.
But that would leave. Okay, I'm trying to assess this situation for BRU because yeah, both supports could be banned away. That leaves the Garen open, but where Atom has the opportunity to take this champion up. But since they want to also secure the Riven for the Ziggs, then that is a bit of a gamble that BRU can actually have here. Maybe they can allow the Riven to push through and then take the Garen here for Noel into the mid lane again.
Thresh.
Thresh.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, because you look at this draft by Buriram and Thresh makes a lot of sense, right? The only thing that, makes Thresh not really a viable pick right now is because the tanky members and the tankiness of the supports, such as the Gragas, can be a big deterrent to the hooks. But we've seen, the effectiveness of the Blitzcrank from KBG, so I don't see the reason why of them hesitating to go for those hook plays, especially if you know that if what the Just would be the one piloting the Thresh. It's a very good pair with the Varus as well.
Do it. No.
Okay.
I mean, I love this champion, but I'm looking forward to the Thresh as well. But okay, I'll take this.
No, I won't. I really want to see the Thresh of Just, and for the obvious reasons, right? That was to me his signature champion. But Buriram is going to elect to draft the same mid lane that was able to let them the win come game number 1. And so Rare Atom immediately responds with the Akali. You know what? I feel nervous for Buriram United. Looking at the draft of Rare Atom, they're all in on the 5v5s for sure, right? Like they have the Cyclone, and this is always going to be a point for consideration for every single team out there. You can never count out a composition that does have the Gragas and the Wukong because of the amount of AoE damage that they can do to you and your squad. Also, they can isolate one member by using the explosive gas so effectively. In the 5v5 scenario, AoE skills, everything in Rare Atom really screams that they will be winning the skirmishes, right? The 5v5s. How do you win this? If you are Buriram United, you win by picks, right? You basically go and try to get that one-man advantage by poking them down using the Varus and using the Koriki, and rely on your late game scaling as well.
But for some reason, I'm feeling Zed vibes here for Irma with the Akali, and I think this is something of a pocket pick that he has been hiding for so long. First time we are going to be using or seeing the Akali for Irma, and this is the most important time as well. They have the setups, they have the crowd control, they have the finishing touches. Riven Akali works really well with the Ziggs combination in terms of execution, and BRU has to be ready with it.
Going to wait and see what will happen today. Is there like a Serpent's Fang user for the side of Rare Atom? Because Haymaker is also one of the skills that you can negate easily by the anti-shield item. But aside of that, like there's really no other anti-shield. Shields from BRU, right?
Yeah, only him. And what the Jess is gonna be looking to get some damage here onto Max, has the sustained passive of the set, so he's gonna be very comfortable here. And regenning.
So aggressive.
Wow.
By the way, I also have remembered that if you are the set player, one of the options that you can go for as an enchant, as the protection engine or protect engine, the bell, and it gives you more shields. So do not be surprised if it goes for that route, just for that extra ability or extra shield to sustain with his playmaking skills. Another one is of course to go for the proto belt. That means that he wants to be the playmaker, so a lot of flexibility for what the Jess. But knowing what the Jess, I kind of like him with a proto belt.
And either way, if they see that Rare Atom is gonna be the one to constantly engage on them, he can also go with the Gargoyle Stone Play to maximize the shield and survivability of the set as well. So that he can just go with a Showstopper anti-engage with a follow-up of the Chain of Corruption. I think that can be an angle or a window of opportunity for BRU. And top side, I think this should be fine for BRU, but it's going to be more complicated in how they are going to be engaging onto them, since mostly it is a bit of a reactive champion here with the set.
Kind of like the idea of a tag team of Renekton and Set on the top lane. Oftentimes, you know, they're rivals, right? Valdez, wait.
Oh, Valdez doing a really good job here onto Irma, but the damage isn't really a whole lot coming in from Noel and the Yone. So Irma survives. No mana for Noel, has to go back to the base.
Doesn't even have the mana. Morty. I think she would be able to secure the kill, right? Had he flashed in. But there's also a flash, counter flash play that Noel could do, leaving Morty defenseless. So the safe play is to not go for the 1-for-1. Had it been me though, you know how bloodthirsty I am.
Yeah,
I'll go in.
I would have gone for it as well.
I'll go in and immediately use the Cyclone. Even if I die, if I get to kill you as well, the message has been delivered, is what I would feel.
But maybe since he already used a decoy, I think less maneuverability. But here in the top lane, that's a big combination. Even a Showstopper for the finishing touches.
Three ultimates for the head of one. And that's okay, right? Because those ultimates will be on cooldown by the time the first objective spawns up. But that's how proactive and how decisive BRU is right now. How do Rare Atom capitalize on it though is the question. Because if you're Rare Atom, you have just identified that there are 3 ultimates missing on the members of BRU.
I'm trying to simulate what can happen later on 5-minute mark, because RA might actually try to take an RA so that they can unlock the first tower. Pepper might be taken down. That's a big proactive play coming in from Rare Atom, able to take a couple of plates away, and that will signify that they will want the RH even better, because they can unlock top lane now with just one spawn of the RH, and BRU has to be more ready now.
This is a problem for BRU. They are being attacked over and over again on the top side. Morty though has to flash away, and they were able to delay the recall, but that really won't matter because it's 25 seconds, or a good 30 seconds before the objective spawns up. So Rare Atom will still be able to reset. But if you're BRU, you have to know better. I remember I asked you the question as to where do you attack if you're BRU. They did say, or you did say, you go to the mid lane or you attack through Irma and Irma's inconsistencies. But I feel like, BRU has to do better in attack on the top side because, yeah, I really think, you have to assist Thipper. Thipper is known to be over-aggressive at times. But as they say, the higher the risk, the higher the reward. So you kind of have to live and die by the Thipper, is what I'm trying to say.
And even in game number 1, right, we saw Rocky handling Thipper into the top lane despite the Garen Wukong matchup, and able to get some crowd controls towards BRU in some of the fights. Looks like Rare Atom wants to scale similar to game number 1, or game number 2 against BRU. And with the RH though, I think they can just use it into the top lane, maybe unlock the tier 1 there as well, maybe have some gold injection towards Noel.
There's still a package, right?
Rocky's here.
The package just has expired, and yeah, they can summon the Rift Arrow, which is what they're going to do. Open up the top lane tower. Wait, they're going for a cheeky play. I think they got spotted by Max, and so wisely, Rare Atom just backs away. Golden Feet though.
Oh, flash into the... Oh, that was so good. Face breaker into the Showstopper. Oh, I love that. I love that. Yeah, that's the RKO combination with a set. And now Irma is going to be in trouble, but is actually doing a lot of damage here onto Thipper. Perfect execution into the Shuriken toss. Immediate outplay. Irma so good with the Assassin champions. Will be chased away by what the Jess, but good slowdown, good face breaker. No more flash this time around. Unable to pick up the kill.
Down, Fate Shield.
Wow.
That's enough.
Okay.
Valdez, ladies and gents. By the way, Golden Feet does not have flash, and that is a defenseless Varus. He's going to clear the way, which he will be successful in doing so. Clutch decision making by Golden Feet. Small things.
Small things. And that allows them to alleviate the pressure into the mid lane as well. It's a 2-for-2, so everything is even for BRU. And again, this is a scaling composition that they have. But has to be very careful. What are you doing there? You're gonna get engaged. Doesn't have the flash. Winsat's gonna be used second cycle as well. Okay, it does have a flash, but so does Morty. That's a kill again for Rare Atom.
Flashes last second, but did not really save his life. Rare Atom and BRU now is all about those small fights, small skirmishes, right? Again, Inferno Bomb, by the way, was used in the mid lane and trying to attempt to at least get some damage done against Golden Feet. But Zipper has to do better, like the Renekton or the Croc is now 0-2-1. You don't really want to see a Renekton that is far behind because it basically locks Zipper out of position. Valdez goes for the Fate Seal play again.
A lot of damage as well thrown out. So one more auto attack should do the trick. Tipper just trying to find him. Will eventually do. But the flash was a bit, too much. Still, a kill.
Valdez is so good though. That's twice in a row that he was able to find a long distance Fate Sealed connection. I wish I was that good. Right? Like his accuracy with his Fate Sealed combo. Just gives, good information to every single one of the teams that are currently watching right now that, hey, you know what? Yeah, Valdez has to be respected on this champion as well.
And yeah, it's I actually tried using the Yone. Not in ranked games, but just in the practice or in Wild Rift. But it's so hard to actually go with the combinations. I find it so hard to do. And that's why I just appreciate these talented Yone players even more. And Valdez hitting it twice in a row is just a nice touch. Helping out Tipper as well, get the shutdown onto Irma. And even the gold handed over to him is a good touch here. Helping out in terms of economy, Tipper should be more comfortable now.
If I was 5 years younger, I would be doing the same thing Valdez is doing. I'm kidding no. But yeah. I reckon that Valdez is just so good at the game. And also was the reason why he was sent out to be the 1v1 player. Now, Zipper is an anomaly right now because I used to really think that, by getting Zipper over to BRU, they have just secured one of the best 1v1 player in the Thailand right now. And
whoa, the follow-up by Valdez again. On point into the showstopper. So clean for BRU. Now they have access towards the Herald. Dragon not available just yet, so Rare Atom has to contest.
Rare Atom will just set their sights over to the mid lane tower. But yeah, I think it's all what the Jess though. Right? What the Jess was able to hide behind the bush and was able to surprise the Riven. And if you are Rocky, you have to do better as well, right? Especially given the circumstance that because of him sacrificing a kill, or sacrificing his life, Rare Atom lost another objective. The good thing for Rare Atom though was that they were able to open the mid lane tower. BRU can equalize though because they have the Rift Herald, so that's one thing that we have to closely monitor, Guillaume.
Valdez as well, on point so far with the Fate Sealed, and Rare Atom really needs to isolate him at times. And also enable Irma with the Akali. Now the Dragon fight is going to be more complicated for BRU. What just has a bigger responsibility to close the doors here for Rare Atom. Cut them off and use the showstopper in line with a face breaker towards multiple members of Rare Atom. Morty gonna be going in, immediately denied. Into the face breaker, a little bit delayed, but the punch is going to be there. Chain of Colossian gonna be used onto the backline as well. Fate not to be connecting onto anyone, but now BRU might actually need to fall back. They lost the pressure and Tipper just gonna be falling down. Rare Atom now has their eyes on the Mountain Dragon. Can Valdez get the steal? Going to be very, very difficult. Goes in, checks the area, but unable to get that last damage.
He's dead.
The Dragon still gonna be falling down. Rare Atom picks up the Mountain Dragon. Second break of this game. And we have seen this already in game number 2. It's starting to be scary.
Same movie that we've seen during game number 2 in where BRU losing the team fight, second Dragon team fight. also resulting in Rare Atom getting the second dragon for themselves, which means that they will have the opportunity to have that third dragon win condition that we all know is so scary. Good outplay, but not enough.
My God. Irma just so deadly right now with his Akali. Oh man.
BRU, oh no, not the best plays. You look at Morty, he wanted to engage Water, just immediately responded with his ult. And everything was scattered for BRU, right? Like,
yeah.
It was already an easy picking because the chains of corruption they connect onto one, but I'm not 100% sure as to who it connected to. So Valdez really went for another target with his Fate Seal. He missed. And in this particular instance, with all the engage option not available for you, the safe decision and the wise decision is to just go away. But BRU still tried to force the issue. And unfortunately for them, Rare Atom was able to even punish them more by getting the head of Valdez and also securing another objective for themselves. And look at here, immediately you look at the goal lead, and it has now ballooned to around 3.5k in favor of RA.
And we even saw a questionable play coming in from Noel into the bottom lane, trying to challenge Irma. He had no reason to even try to engage on them as an ADC. They're just gonna be food for the Akali. And Irma, having a really nice outplay, managed to get a kill, also unlock bottom tier 1. And now gold is just so much better for their Atom. Cast not used the best way possible, but they're just still very much alive as BRU just trying to salvage this game right now. It's so difficult given the scaling here of Rare Atom. Similar to game number 2, it's starting to be more and more scary because the Akali, as the game goes by, it's just gonna penetrating towards the squishy members of BRU. And they have a lot of squishy members. Even Flipper, the Renekton, is so squishy right now. Doesn't have the Hull Breaker, doesn't have any sustained items, no magic resistance at all. So that puts them so much in a bad place right now in this game 3.
Even Rocky being 2.7k ahead of Flipper is a big problem for BRU. Because what's about to happen in the next few minutes is that they can just force a 4v4 in where we all know the outcome of a Riven versus Renekton late game, right? Add to the fact that Thipper is just so far behind. What do you do if you're Thipper? None. Like, you can stay under your tower, and that's the only thing that you can do, right? Now, Valdez is trying to go for some cheeky play. There's still an opportunity for BRU to win, of course. Like, they have a lot of catch potential. What the Jess is a very good initiator engager. Valdez has proven that his Fate Sealed play can be relied on whenever it comes down to the sticky situations. So it is possible for BRU to still win this game number 3, although it's going to be a lot harder.
Good stun with a face breaker. Morty taking a bit of damage there. They have to give the blue buff away. BRU is just so far behind. And Rare Atom has the luxury of taking these kinds of objectives with a blink of an eye. No problem at all.
Even the dominance was invested by Thipper preemptively. Trying to assuming that, Rare Atom would go for a fight, but Rare Atom was just content to snag away one of the resources, and that's the blue buff away from Golden Feet. They were successful in doing so. Rare Atom is in firm control, 4k now. If anything, Chinese teams really knows how to play ahead, right? It's not often that we see a collapse happening against a Chinese team. There was one. We saw it today when NAOS Esports was able to win game number 1. But today, in this game number 3, I don't think, Rare Atom would be placing themselves in such a risk, and will just play this as safe as possible. Wait for the third dragon to spawn up. Because as soon as they secure the third dragon with all the stats that will enable their champions even further, I just don't see a window of BRU coming back from that big hole.
Ocean Dragon, Mountain Dragon, Infernal Dragon, so much sustain and damage increased here on the side of Rare Atom. But the Jets taking a bit of damage there already just so that he can cast that Showstopper. And now a key ultimate denied or not available here for BRU. A lot of members also took damage there from the members of Rare Atom. Now they're engaging onto Flipper. Ignite is sticking. while RA is just attempting to get this Ocean Dragon. Now Rock going in very deep onto the Corki, might actually get him taken down. Stacy's going to be used to try and delay the inevitable as Golden Feet tries to do some damage here from the back line, but there's nothing that Pierre can do. Vald as well trying to do something here. Takes a bit of damage. Nice use of the Mortal Steel to draw them back, but they lost 2 already in exchange for 1.
Damage control is the name of the game for BRU. Valdez going in. Max is dead!
That's a big assassination. Valdez and Golden Feet making something work here in this game. They're not down just yet. They want to push through. They're not going out without a fight. As Valdez actually starting this objective right now. Morty spots him.
Yep.
And South Rock to help him as well. Valdez. They turn on to Wukong. There's a lot of damage trying to sustain himself. But can he actually get the dragon? He does. And now BRU fighting back. Fate Sealed on point. And BRU still survives.
Valdez, it's him! My God.
It's him!
Built different, this guy was just able to help BRU and save BRU from a big hole that I thought the RA was already able to secure. Let's look into that replay once again, right? Look at how Valdez played this without the Fate Seal available. It's not just him, it's also Golden Feet. It was a very long drawn out team fight in where Valdez's Fate Seal plus Chain of Corruption of Golden Feet was or did become available once again. And so if you're BRU, like, you cannot ask for anything more. Like Valdez, MVP, hero, everything positive that you can call this guy. This guy deserves a race.
Oh yeah, the synergy of Valdez and Golden Feet was on point, getting 2 killing blows onto the members of Rare Atom, allowed them to secure the objective as well. Fate Sealed on to the call. Irma almost in kill threshold. Can they actually get the kill? Scattered arrows, piercing arrow, gonna be charged in, almost gets a kill, and Irma gonna be scattering away, crippled here in this fight. BRU throwing the punches now.
A very good engage, but did not result into a kill. So if you're Rare Atom, you'll still be happy with it. The tower in the mid lane is still standing strong, and that has been one of the recipe for success for most of the teams that we do have here. As long as your mid lane tower, especially the first mid lane tower, standing strong, there's a lot of opportunity for you to dissuade any dive attempts. And this is what's happening right now. Rare Atom, 19 minutes, their first hour, still very much healthy. Right? Like, oh my God. Look at the play of Rare Atom today.
Oh, Irma again! Becomes a victim this time around. They are going to be getting the kill. And Valdez is the key. And now BRU striking back. Looking at Rare Atom. They actually are pushing forward. But they're taking a bit of damage here from Golden Feet and the well. They have to fall back. Max doesn't have the cask anymore. And looks like BRU going to be happy with the exchange.
Valdez, all Valdez. We are just in awe of the amount of plays that he is able to do to help BRU withstand the pressure that is being... Okay, look at Valdez. I mean, he was...
Oh, man. This has been such a tight game. Breathtaking game. No team is giving the opposing team any time to breathe. Every bit of second is a chance for them, and they're taking all the chances in this game to turn the tides around onto each other. And it is everything on the line. Rare Atom wants to redeem themselves. They want to prevent another APAC team from defeating them. This is the chance. Irma has been popping off so much in this game, even in game number 3, and Valdez is starting to shut him down too.
There is another pause, and it is again Rocky that has reported an issue. And this is the same thing that happened during game number 2, right? Like, there was a pause that was called because he was not moving for the entire duration of a team fight. I don't think that the same thing happened. Did he not move again? Can you check? You want to check?
I'm gonna be checking.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do.
Yeah.
Because I believe it was okay.
Yeah, I thought so too. Like, maybe it's a totally different issue now. It's kind of basically a momentum breaker. That was a very even game though, and we were...
Okay, he did stop moving suddenly.
Oh,
what's in the base?
Okay, so he was in base. So good. At least, you know, it's better.
No chrono break.
It is better that, you know, he was on the base. rather than being outside the base, and on the risk of being assassinated by the members of BRU. They're all smiles.
They're happy. They're getting momentum. Thipper even is recovering a little bit, able to follow up towards engages there by what the Jess and Baldus. As long as he's able to dish out the damage, and he should be fine. And Baldus just cementing so many good pick-offs towards Rare Atom. The Fate Seal has been always on point. The follow-ups as well by Golden Feet, helping them turn the tides around. They're one step closer. The game is not done, but they're on their way.
Okay, let's kind of discuss the situation right now. I think that Rare Atom is still in the lead gold-wise. And the tower in the mid lane has been one of the steady factors as to why BRU cannot plant their vision properly, right? Because that's basically the cause and effect. You know, if your tower in the mid lane is gone, the players can elect to plant the vision deep inside your jungle by being able to enter, you know, those choke points. But anyway, we are back into the game. And again, as we did say, Rocky was inside the base, so there's no need for us to go for a chrono break. BRU and Rare Atom. Valdez, Fate Seal misses, but this is the most important objective of them all. This will determine as to who's going to win this game, let alone series, because this is a do or die, and it's already the third game of a best of 3.
Fate Seal is on cooldown. Valdez using the smite to heal himself back up. Hasn't been seen by the rest of Rare Atom, so he should be fine. But Rare Atom having a really good position, at least here in the mid lane. They're sending out Irma to actually answer the wave into the top side, but that's the moment they see Irma enter the top lane, that is going to be engaged. They're just waiting for the cooldown here of the Fate Seal. Engage! Showstopper after the flash. Max escapes. Fate Seal going to be used here onto Rocky, but still missing the target. Now that's two big key ultimates denied for BRU.
Yeah. Which means it's now the time for RA to be the one on the pressing side. Right? Huge cooldowns, 20 seconds, give and take. Irma trying to play around with Zipper, but Morty was able to find the backline.
Maggot for the bomb. Stasis is going to be used there by the Corki to try and stay alive. Isolation play with the Cask as well. They obliterate Golden Feet. That is a big kill by Rare Atom. Now they're positioning themselves towards the Elder Dragon. What can BRU do? They have to collapse. They have to engage. Valdez just taking the red buffer there, trying to heal himself back up. They turn onto Max. That is going to be a big kill. Stasis is going to be so delayed and inevitable. Can they actually go into a follow-up? Irma. The next target doesn't have... does have the Stasis to buy enough time. Able to hide under this route as well. They're forcing them away from the Elder Dragon pit. BRU, they have to contest. Showstopper going to be used. Another stasis again by Rare Atom. This delaying so much of the engage coming in
Rocky's
from BRU,
dead.
but trying to get the kill on to the ribbon, and now collapsing onto the rest. Facebreaker not going to be connecting. But
Yuri does not have mana. Ziggs has no mana, and this is problematic for Rare Atom. There is a blue buff though. There is a blue buff. So that's the saving grace that Rare Atom does need. But BRU was able to clutch it out and was able to buy enough time. This is still anyone's game. It's still anyone's game. Golden Feet in the mid lane. Yeah, the tower is being chunked down as well.
Again for the bomb going to be used. Yuri doesn't have a lot of mana to work around with, but still with the blue buff is able to regenerate a couple of more. Now BRU low HP. They have to go back towards the base. Huge wave into the top lane as well. It's going to be key here for BRU. If Irma goes there, that's going to be the signal here for BRU to engage once more.
Can just be a Mega Inferno Bomb to be thrown. There still is a second tower, but Jess
taking a lot of damage. Chain of Corruption going to be used for the isolation play. They got the Max. That's a big kill. Elder Dragon going to be vulnerable this time around as Rocky is into the top lane. 3 versus 5 at most here for Rare Atom. Can BRU take this objective already?
Irma try to go for Thipper. Thipper flashing in.
Has to escape. Shuriken did not connect. They turn again. Valdez dealing a lot of damage. Morty going to be flashing away.
One more hit.
There's a teleport coming in from Rocky. That's a big kill. Golden Feet gets Irma. And now this is the time for Buriram BRU Esports. They're turning onto Rocky. There's a nice knock up here onto the ribbon. Can they follow up? The answer is no. What the Jest is chasing them. But they're drawing them out. This is the time for them to take Elder.
Irma dead. Yuri still has a lot of mana to work with. And Morty still alive with the Guardian Angel. All Jess needs to do is to just be the bodyguard, be the blocking support that he needs. Valdez half health on the Elder Dragon, by the way.
Serious punch gonna be thrown out there by the set. Can they actually get the
Morty's
steal?
dead.
Looks like the answer is gonna be no. They've got it. BRU, this is their time, and they're turning on to Rare Atom. They're hungry for blood. They want the kills. Rocky surviving for so long, but it's not gonna matter. BRU just closes this game, and they're looking to now push mid lane after unlocking the Elder Drake.
They're going to decide against that and will go and play for the Baron. Thipper has to be careful. He's going against Rocky and he can actually dish out a huge amount of damage here.
Faces, buying enough time. This has been the big interrupting tool here by Rare Atom, but still, the other members taking the Baron Nashor now with 4 people standing. This is still good for BRU.
Definitely good. You know, 2 objectives, 2 primary objectives post 20 minutes is the best thing that you can ask for. We look into that replay again. It's so hard to go past a set. We all know that, right? Like, what the Jess was there? He was the bouncer. He was the guard. He was the reason why Morty cannot approach this Elder Dragon. And him being dead means one thing. BRU just has to burst down the Elder Dragon. And although Valdez, you know, at one point, that was the Soul and Valerie did not connect. Never mind that. Never mind what I was trying to say because Valdez just wants to end the game.
He wants it, gets the assassination done onto Irma now with 4 people standing here for Rare Atom. It's going to be very difficult now to defend the base. 1 by 1. Towers are falling. BRU, double objectives. This is the perfect win condition now for them to close out the series.
Towers falling down as well. Look at the minimap. There's, like, you know, the fire symbol underneath the tower. Slowly getting cooked. Let them cook.
Definitely not the best timing here for Rare Atom because BRU has the Baron, has the Elder Dragon for a couple more seconds as well. They sealed onto 2. That's a lot of damage here onto the back line. It's Rare Atom just desperately trying to defend. But can they actually do so? That's a lot of damage that the Nexus is taking right now. Cyclone gonna be used, but it doesn't matter. BRU defies the odds. A second win here for APAC.
It's an APAC day today because we just sent 2 teams and the 2 teams won against the Chinese rivals. What a day for APAC. Yes. APAC. APAC.
APAC. Oh, let's go. 2-0 today for our APAC teams. We were kind of scared of that game number 3 and game number 2, especially because Rare Atom had a really good game number 2 performance. Irma was on fire. Even in game number 3 was on fire, getting a couple of kills, killing the Well, killing Valdez, killing Thipper. Everyone was a victim. But then BRU had a different approach towards him, able to take him down a lot of times, able to get the momentum back, able to draw them away, get the proper pick off so that they can get Elder, and then the cheers came.
Yeah, and to me, like, Valdez was the main reason why it went the distance, right? Like, they were in a very bad position heading into the 3rd Dragon team fight, right? Like, the 2nd Dragon who headed over to Rare Atom, had it been that they were also able to secure the 3rd Dragon, we would not be discussing this and we would not be celebrating here the APAC win of today. But again, this win basically encapsulates what BRU is, right? They play around Valdez. Valdez will be the heart and soul, and if you are able to control Valdez, chances are you will be winning against BRU. But in this game, no one can control Valdez. No one can face against Valdez because he's just the beast that BRU needed.
The savior, the hero that BRU needed. That point in time where we saw them get the last dragon, that elemental dragon, with help of Golden Feet, getting 2 more kills onto Rare Atom. That's the glimpse of hope, the light that we needed to see for BRU to turn the tides around. That point in time, we saw them start fighting back, and that's the time Rare Atom couldn't handle them anymore. And now, I'm shaking, man. I'm shaking. I'm shaking from the series. APAC day.
APAC day. We're going to go for the MVP, but I'm pretty sure it is going to be Valdez. You can give it to Golden Feet, you can give it to Jess, you know, being responsible in making sure, you know, that the Elder Dragon team fight would go in the favor of BRU. But there is that one person that we call Valdez, one of the, you know, original champions in Wild Rift, right? Season 0, Summer Super Cup. He was part of the EVOS Thailand lineup together with Flipper, together with G4, right? That was some history here and there. And to me, at that point, I really knew that Valdez was a very special player. Today, he just has proven why he is one of the best junglers, not just in Southeast Asia, but the whole of APAC. We have a lot of talented junglers, right? We have Just, we have Daw from KT Rolster Y. We have Zalpi from NAOS. But I really think that there is just one player from APAC that would dare to use the Yone and be that effective, and that is Valdez for you. Thailand's national treasure, Jungle Valdez.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gents.
Oh man. This guy just turned everything around. It was slowly becoming a chokehold by Rare Atom. They were slowly burning BRU in that particular game, but he paved the way. He drilled the way into this game, allowing BRU to see that glimpse of hope. And then, I just love the synergy of this team as well. Everyone banked on him in that particular moment in time. And everyone also relied on him, followed up, no hesitations at all. And all of the initiations he's made, a lot of fate seals as well towards the crucial members of Rare Atom. And I can't help just be happy here for BRU. And another win for our APAC squad. What the Jets as well did amazing work. He was initiating a lot, and we're also having the same smile as he is right now.
Wait a minute! I thought you... Okay, so game number 1, the MVP was supposed to be What the Jets, right? It was given to a different player. Game number 2, I thought, it was Valdez. But What the Jets also did his part. And remember, as a set, it's not often that we see the set in the support role. But they were feeling so confident. Coach Claysox did say that, hey, you know what? We actually do not need to prioritize the Gragas or the Nautilus. We can still play other support champions such as the Alistar. And now showcasing that they can still play the set is a very big thing for BRU and the APAC squad. Looking at today's results, ladies and gents, let's just do a quick recap. Manila NAOS 2-0 APAC wins against Chinese team. WBG surrendered a 1-2 loss against J Team, a very good series as well. And in our ender, Buriram United, another APAC team, wins against a Chinese counterpart 2-1.
Wow. NAOS Esports actually the only team to land 2 wins against a Chinese team in a 2-0 manner. KT Rolster Y has landed a win against EDG and Rare Atom, but it took 3 games for them to actually secure it. And now we do see the first day as well that we do see 2 consecutive wins by an APAC squad, and this is such a big day for us right now. 30th day in the regular season. This is definitely a mark of the APAC squad right now.
It takes 30 days. It takes 30 days. It takes 30 days of intense, grueling. And we're not yet done. I don't think that we have reached the full potential of APAC yet. You could see that there are glimpses of improvements for every single team. We look at the Chinese standings though. Number 1 is KBG, followed by J Team. This is where things gets interesting, right? APAC. Oh no.
I just like seeing, an improvement now on the win chart. Because most of the time we do see the change happening here in the standings, right? But it's because of whoever's having more losses. But now we're seeing BRU sitting in 2nd place against KT Rolster Y. Now Esports as well in 3rd place. A lot of wins now, especially today. So for the other APAC teams, this is a big responsibility for them to follow up as well. With the growth, with the league, with the development. It is possible. We are scratching the surface, closing the gap. It can be made.
Yeah, not this year though. I'm kidding. 20 matches. EDG going against Cerberus Esports, one of our APAC brothers from Vietnam. KBG going against WHG, and of course our last game will also feature another Vietnamese squad that will be Team Flash going against JDG. So a total of 2 Vietnamese teams would go at it again tomorrow. Can they continue the momentum of APAC? and get another 2-0 or get another 1-1, anything, you know. And we are going to accept anything at this point because they're going to face against, you know, the better end of teams like EDG and JDG. So scary, man.
And especially, you know, the so-called all the elder brothers in this tournament, the higher tier teams, the elites are going to be trying to redeem their younger ones or their prodigies here in this series, especially after today's experience in the CN Conference side. So we have to brace ourselves for EDG versus Cerberus Esports and JDG and Team Flash. But today is still a positive day. Smiles for APAC.
We're waiting for the interview, by the way, Giang, just to wrap things up, and I think it's going to be Jess for sure. Right. The last time that BRU got interviewed, who was that?
I believe it was him.
It was Jess. Yeah, Jess knows his English, so. And he was also a previous analyst for Wild Rift. So there was one tournament in where, yeah, okay, I had to mention this. There was one tournament that they got eliminated early, and then Wata Jess was called to be one of the panelists. And yeah, he's very much welcome to our team if he wants to join us. There you go. Let's go to the interview now.
感谢两位解说老师，欢迎大家来到赛后采访，我是子琪。让我们恭喜五里南 BRU 战队呢取得了本场比赛的胜利。我们邀请到的是中路选手 Noel， 那么先请他和大家打个招呼吧。Hi Noel, congrats on taking them down, and thank you so much for joining me. Would you mind a greeting to our audience up here, maybe?
Hello, thank you. 你好。
Oh, you speak in Chinese, right?
Yeah, practicing.
Thank you so much. 那我们Noel选手呢，尝试用中文和大家打个招呼，不知道各位召唤师们有没有听懂呢？那么第一个问题想问到他的是，其实我有注意到，就是今天他们其实在第二局是有机会以这个2-0解决掉比赛的。那么他们第二局究竟发生了一些什么样的情况，导致他们第二局有一些失误呢 ？So I have noticed you got the chance to end up the game with 2-0. So what happened in your second game?
Honestly, I think we feel a bit nervous because this match is really important to us.
OK， 那我们Noel选手说，他可能觉得第二局的问题主要是心态上有一点紧张，因为这场比赛对于他们来讲其实是非常重要的。那下一个问题想问到的是，在最后一局的时候呢，其实当时这个泰坦是有放出来的，为什么没有去选择泰坦，反而在辅助位上选择了色提这么一个选择呢？So in the last one, I have noticed that NAOS is released out, but you didn't pick it. You picked the side for the support. So why you give up on the Nautilus maybe?
Before the first game start, we planned that we do some research and we saw that the priority is Nautilus, but after we lose the second game, so I think Varus is like the key to win for us.
OK， 那么他可能觉得说，在其实一开始的时候，他们觉得就是可能泰坦对他们来讲呢是一个比较好的选择，但是在第二局呢，他们失利之后呢，他们就觉得可能是需要在阵容上做出一些改变了。那么下一个问题想要问到的是，其实今天有注意到他们的整个 BP 呢都是针对在对面的单人路和打野身上呢，想要问一下这是为什么？Your ban pick was aiming at their top laner and jungler for your opponent. So what is your reason behind that?
Honestly, we watched like so many games of Marathon, and I think they jungle and top lane is super carry, so we are a bit scared of them.
OK， 那我们Noel选手说呢，因为其实在之前有研究过很多 RA 的比赛，他们觉得可能他们的这个核心选手呢，就是在这个单人路和打野身上，他非常的就是他们有点惧怕这两个选手，所以说把班位更多给到了这两个选手身上。下一个问题想问到的是，其实今天最后一局呢，前期他们就是有很久的一个拉扯，最后是在第3条小龙，也就是水龙团的时候呢，由他们的永恩打野选手把局势反转了。想问一下他怎么评价一下今天打野的表现呢？Unlike the two series, the last one is pretty back and forth, and your jungler like Uni have just turned things around at the Ocean Drake, the third dragon maybe. So anything you want to talk about your jungler, about his performance today?
Honestly, I think we have to give all the credit to our jungle. He carry us like super hard. He's YB9 all the game.
OK， 那我们那位选手说呢，他就是整个队伍他都觉得应该要去向他们的打野选手表示致敬，因为今天他觉得打野选手就是 carry 了全场，然后呢一直在帮助他们就是稳定心态去取得胜利。最后一个问题想问到的是，其实我们现在常规赛的赛程已经过半了，那最终呢我们会有4支队伍进入到 FPX 赛区，会有4支队伍进入到季后赛的赛程，想问一下他们有多少的信心可以进入到季后赛呢？So last one is our regular season has passed halfway. We only got 4 teams maybe step into the playoff for APAC. So how much confidence do you think you can secure your position into the playoff?
I think if our jungle played it like this every game, so it's 100% chance that we are going in.
So 100% if he did well, right?
Yeah.
OK， 那我们那个选手说，他认为呢，只要他们的打野选手可以 C 好，就是可以每一场都发挥的像今天一样很 carry 的话，他觉得他们有100%的信心可以进入到我们的季后赛。OK，thank you for taking your time. That's all for the interview. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Noy. 那我们的这个赛后采访就告一段落了，让我们把画面交回到解说席。
I agree. It's a 1v9. I agree about this 1v9. I agree.
Oh yeah, it was just so good in that particular game. The rest of the squad feeling very confident right now as well. After that amazing performance against Rare Atom, it is very much possible for them to now qualify for the playoffs, sitting now 2nd place in the APAC standing is a good sign for Buriram United Esports.
I feel like, they're one of the favorites to really qualify for the playoffs. Buriram United is one of the strong teams. Just the fact that they were able to 2-0 NGX is a good indication as to where they really stand in the APAC conference. And I tell you right now, Giang, it won't surprise me if, by the time that they face against KT Rosawai, that they would be winning against KT Rosawai. Had they met, I don't think so, right?
No.
Not yet?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's going to be very interesting, right? Because in that particular matchup, we will be able to really see as to who is the best APAC team. And for me, my heart is with NGX, but something really tells me that BRU is really one of, if not the best team from APAC.
And I agree. This is a high discipline team. This is a very creative team. Balos being such a hero, and today we have seen a lot of good happenings, especially for APAC. Congratulations to our APAC team, especially for NAOS Esports and Buriram United Esports J team as well. Tomorrow we will be seeing it again with 2 APAC matches. We are your casters. Thank you so much for Riot Games, PNG Games, and Coca-Cola for making this event very much possible. We are your casters, Giang and Nautilus, and see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.